Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes.
Are you serious? Oh, come on. Intro crashed. Restart.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics. I'm your host, Pep Talks. Nice to see you guys. Yeah, that was a little bit of a rough start. My intro crashed, I think about halfway through, so that was cool. But we prevail. Welcome to the show, guys. I hope you guys had a good weekend. Well, everyone had a good weekend. Sorry, I do the dude, man, bros, guys, all that stuff. Product of the 90s here. But we have a lot to get to. Actually, we have something breaking right now that I want to just pull up here. Give me 1 second. It is going on live. In my hometown of Chicago, we are anticipating what Donald Trump has now said is inevitable, where he is going to be sicking the National Guard on our city for the crime wave that is happening. The big old scary crime wave in the heart of Chicago. Now, this is what sucks is I was talking about this earlier with somebody where you have a lot of boomers that have a lot of time to go and just post, story after story about something that happened. And there was one specific story that went mega viral this weekend where there was a group of seniors on the lakefront that it was like part of a tour group or something like that. And there was a string of teenagers that they ran through them, held them up, because I guess this was like they broke off into smaller groups, and it was like they got on the train, and now people are freaking out because they're just like, nobody was caught, and they feel like this is just the thing. And that's where I think this kind of got on Donald Trump's radar. I'm not 100% sure about this, but the fact that that was the story that really caught fire with other people, I don't know. And I have to say, like, when this dude has been threatening these things, when he is literally looking to sick the National Guard on us, immediately my first thought was, is this like DC with big balls? Because you have to remember, guys, that this is real. Big balls. Getting assaulted is what kind of started that whole thing where he's just like, crime is out of control, big balls, he can't even walk to the store or wherever the hell he goes. So he essentially just was like, time to lock it down. Lock it down. If big balls can't be safe, nobody can be. Well, now he's coming to my hometown, and J.B. Pritzker is not too happy about it. But right now they're having a press conference, and actually here,
as well as red flag laws, and making America the gun capital of the world
is one of the
due
top
to its gun ownership and sale.
Religious leaders
and while
in
you're
Chicago.
at it, Mr. Trump, stop the gun flow into our state from your Republican state of Indiana.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Trump. Rather than exploit our men and women in uniform for your own political theater, look into the mirror and address the acts of violence that you have ordered from your golden Oval Office, creating violence and
This
chaos
guy's badass.
throughout this country. Take the wasted money in sending the
My
National
man's got a
Guard
Tommy Hilfiger.
and the wasted money used on
or a sweater
threatening
on.
commercials by your Homeland Security Secretary, and use it on real violence and prevention programs that will bring peace. The only one who we have to be concerned about is violence is you, Mr. President. Send the National Guard to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Wow.
And now I'll bring back our governor for questions, Governor J.B. Pritzker.
There we go. History books are going to say big balls, and I never have been more ashamed to be human than I am now. At least I'm not sober. Cheers. I'll join you here in a minute.
Well, that's going to be litigated. Does Donald Trump have the legal authority? It's unconstitutional.
Tinkerbell.
It's against
Hey.
the law. We talked about posse
Welcome to the show.
comitatus. There is no reason why American military can be or should be in American cities when there is not an insurrection. They are required, members of the Illinois National Guard are members of the military. And when they are called up according to Title 10 by the President of the United States, they are required to follow orders, just as they are when the governor calls them up under Title 32.
Yep.
Well, that's got to be determined. I exactly agree with the point that you're making. Yes. I'm sorry.
Are you planning a preemptive lawsuit for since you're actually employed, or would you wait till boots are on the ground?
Maybe I can ask the Attorney General to talk about his.
We don't know exactly the exact circumstances in which the deployment would take place. So preemptive lawsuit couldn't be targeted to a specific targeting of the military. So we don't anticipate that, but we don't rule it out.
Governor, Mayor,
Well,
Mayor,
how?
Mayor.
Yo, what up, Try? That's
I don't
weird.
have a comment on that right now. Thank you.
That's weird. How come he can't be in contact with the other
No comment on that right
the
now.
federal attorneys? Like even trying. Oh God, here we go. Oh no! Don't fuck this up, Brandon. Please don't fuck this up. Oh man.
You know, thank you for that question. The way we address the
Repeat
fear
the question.
is that we stand firm together.
At least
That's why you have this full display today, that we are going to have the backs of working
Pritzker gets
people
it.
across this city, and that any attempt to intimidate our people from being able to live their lives, that is the quintessential example of terrorism. And we
It's
will
the
not
literal let's go,
bend,
Brandon.
break, or
It's like,
bow
oh,
to
come on,
that
come on,
type
come
of
on, come on.
tyranny. So we're going to continue to make sure that the people of Chicago know their rights, and business, philanthropic,
that pleated collar.
labor,
What is
elected
that?
leaders, faith
weird.
leaders. We're all going to put our arms around every single resident of this city to ensure that our way of life is not disrupted.
Governor,
Governor, would you mind speaking a little bit more?
Could you talk a little bit about, there are a lot of speakers who said it's uncoordinated. What happens if the Trump administration calls and does want to coordinate?
Well, I think they'll hear exactly what I said today about whether we want them in the city of Chicago. We do not want troops on the streets of the city of Chicago. Let me be clear. And if he calls me, I will tell him that directly.
Governor, can you speak a little more pointedly about your messaging to staff at the White House that we are watching closely, we are taking names? What does that mean?
It simply means that people who are breaking the law, who are acting in unconstitutional fashion, will be held accountable. Must be held accountable. Yes.
That's something that nobody else was saying. I have to give that. All right. That means that he's like seriously gonna be looking at the order rolls or
Look,
whatever the hell.
Every single person that is the victim
I don't know
of
how it
violence
works. I just know that they
in
have
any
like,
city across the
records of
entire
this.
United States is worthy of our sympathy and also worthy of having law enforcement go after the perpetrators. That is what we do in the city of Chicago. That is what we do in the state of Illinois. We will not give up on that. We will stand up for the people of the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago by following the law.
What would be CBD and other people?
I can speak for Chicagoans. Look, Chicagoans are not asking for a militarized force to occupy our city. They're not asking for that.
No, but you need a guy like us to.
I can tell you what Chicagoans are asking for.
City. We'll throw some
They
hot
want us
dogs
to
at
build
you.
more affordable
The
housing.
sandwiches are bad.
They want us to invest more in young people. They want us to ensure that we're creating mental and behavioral health care services. And do you know how I know that's what they want? It's because that's what's working. There's a 32% reduction in homicides. That's not an easy feat to accomplish.
I like his tie,
And we're
but I
doing
don't
that
like the collar.
collectively. Chicagoans, here's what Chicagoans want. We want a reimbursement from our tax dollars that we send
looks like his
to the federal government.
Suit
To
is
send
like
it
half
right
done.
back to the city of Chicago to ensure that
that's
we
the
build
second time. I'll
safe
be right back.
and affordable
It's like
communities.
slam.
That's exactly what they want.
What's the protocol for
Go ahead. Look, as we've said before, protecting our First Amendment is the top priority of our democracy. And so, of course, we want people to raise and elevate their voices, but they have to do it in a very peaceful way. Let me be very clear here. The Trump administration, they are trying to incite and provoke violence. And so that's why you're seeing a very coordinated, disciplined response in this moment. Look, there's no secret that the city of Chicago has been on the front line fighting for justice, not just for Chicago, but for folks across this country. This is the city that said, keep
Your
hope
video
alive.
is hilarious,
This
legend.
is the city that birthed, yes, we can. And so we know how to resist, we know how to raise our voices, we know how to do that in a constitutional way, and that's what we're calling for. Thank you.
What's the protocol for Chicago police or federal government?
Mayor Johnson. So, long time sending in the 101st Airborne to get the Arkansas National Guard out of the way of allowing black students to get an education at Little Rock Central High School. There are certain Chicagoans who feel that Trump's threat to send the troops in Chicago is the only solution to getting the theatrical politics out of the way of making them feel safe in Chicago. So what do you have to offer besides rosy statistics that don't jive with the statistics that police?
There is not an emergency
Yeah,
in
hit
the
that like
city
button.
of Chicago. There is nothing that calls for having troops on the streets of the city of Chicago. We have crime like other cities do. But let's be clear. We are actually in better shape than the 30 biggest cities across the United States.
I mean, it's
We're
literally
in
per
better
capita.
shape on average, and it is important to recognize that the President of the United States is doing this for theatrics.
what up, Fred?
This is not because we've asked for it. It is not because there is some justice that he is going to seek. It is because he wants to create chaos. That is all this is about.
So there's no preemptive lawsuit?
I'm sorry, I need to call it on somebody new. Yeah.
So there'll be no preemptive lawsuit, but is there anything else you can do legally to try to prevent troops from arriving?
Well, one thing that we're trying to make clear to the entire United States is that this is a great city. Look at how beautiful this city is. This city is moving in the right direction on crime. That we have been, in fact, over the last 4 years, we have seen homicides drop in half. And that is something that the President of the United States should pay attention to. I know he doesn't read. I know he doesn't listen to very many people, but I know he watches television. And so perhaps if somebody from Fox News or from Newsmax is here, they'll cover the fact that Chicago is in much better shape as a result of the work that we are doing to prevent crime, to interrupt crime, to reduce crime, to increase the number of police. Our state police
Stop
are
banging on that.
up during my time in office.
The mic's
I
picking
want
it up,
the
man.
president to understand that we do not want troops on the ground in the city of Chicago. Neither do the people of Chicago or the people of the state. Yes, ma'am.
What type of policing powers would National Guard have if they were to come to the city, and what's the protocol for Chicago police?
Well, the Chicago Police Department has its job to do. The troops, if they are federalized, will be limited by what federal troops can do. So those are the rules. They're not supposed to be doing crime fighting. They're not supposed to be involved in anything other than what federal troops are supposed to do. They can guard federal buildings. They can do the work of, as called upon to, perhaps sit outside the city of Chicago, but not to fight crime in the city of Chicago. That is not what they're supposed to be doing.
My mic is low volume. Okay.
Yes.
I'll adjust that. Give me a second.
The Chicago Police Department be directed not to cooperate and coordinate any sort of events that the National Guard are patrolling that they're doing?
So the police department is under the direction of my leadership, my superintendent, Superintendent Snelly. We have our own autonomy in terms of how we protect this city. As the governor has articulated, federal troops are not police officers. They don't have that authority or that power. So the very thing in which the president is claiming he wants them to do, they don't have the authority to do that. Look, here's the other thing that's important. Our local law enforcement cooperates with federal agents on a host of things, one of which is getting illegal guns off the streets of Chicago. Just a couple of weeks ago, we seized over 150 guns that were trafficked in from Mississippi and Indiana. That's the type of coordination that we have to continue to do to drive safe and affordable neighborhoods. Thank you all very much.
Real quick, guys, if you have not already, hit that like button and help get the stream out there. Really appreciate it.
Governor, what about the issue of cash pay?
It's free and it makes it cool.
Sure. Sorry, I know you were looking to ask a question.
So I just want to make sure that I have the communications correct. So no one from the federal government has reached out.
Next Democratic president should send in National Guard to red states to uproot the illegal militias. Honestly, at this point, the glove should be off.
Has anyone from either of your staffs reached out to the White House? And is no one calling you? Reached out? You haven't been able to make contact?
If we needed them to call in troops or we needed to have the National Guard federalized, we would call them. We are not calling them. We do not need that.
Mayor, what instructions would you give? This is going to be the last question. What instructions would you give Chicago police if federal troops go on the streets of Chicago? Will you ask them to respond to it?
Well, look, we're going to use every single tool at our disposal. Here's the most important thing to note today, is that you have complete alignment across the entire city of Chicago, that the city of Chicago firmly rejects militarized forces occupying our city. It is uncoordinated, uncalled for, and unsound. The best way to build safe and affordable communities, not just in Chicago but across this country, is to invest in them. The safest cities in America invest in people, and that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
All right. All right, here is the start of the presser. Let's at least get JD's all out of Trump on this.
Well, good afternoon. I want to speak plainly about the moment that we are in and the actual crisis, not the manufactured one, that we are facing in this city and as a state and as a country. If it sounds to you like I am alarmist, that is because I am ringing an alarm, one that I hope every person listening will heed, both here in Illinois and across the country. Over the weekend, we learned from the media that Donald Trump has been planning for quite a while now to deploy armed military personnel to the streets of Chicago. This is exactly the type of overreach that our country's founders warned against. And it's the reason that they established a federal system with a separation of powers built on checks and balances. What President Trump is doing is unprecedented and unwarranted. It is illegal. It is unconstitutional. It is un-American. No one from the White House or the executive branch has reached out to me or to the mayor. No one has reached out to our staffs. No effort.
You hear that sound? That's the L.
Has been made to coordinate or to ask for our assistance in identifying any actions that might be helpful to us. Local law enforcement has not been contacted. We have made no requests for federal intervention. None. We found out what Donald Trump was planning the same way that all of you did. We read a story in the Washington Post.
If there's anything I've learned from family-kid shows, it's that no matter how much you warn adults about coming trouble, they will not listen.
If this was really about fighting crime
Truth.
and making the streets safe, what possible justification could the White House have for planning such an exceptional action without any conversations or consultations with the governor, the mayor?
Oh, that's right. His mic went out. Either that or that's the feed, which... Okay, now that I'm listening to this again... Yeah. Because the live comments were... Oh, he's been hacked, blah, blah, blah. What do you think? How else is good? They fix it. Oh man, it's like a whole minute.
Look around
There
you
we
right now. Does this look like an emergency? Look at this. Go talk to the people of Chicago who are enjoying a gorgeous afternoon in this city. Ask the families buying ice
convenient,
cream
Sinclair
on the
Media.
Riverwalk. Go see the students who are at the beach
That is-
after
yeah.
school. Talk to the workers that I just met taking the water taxi to get here.
Those are fun.
Find a family who's enjoying today sitting on their front porch and ask if they want their neighborhoods turned into a war zone by a wannabe dictator.
Richard Potato.
Ask if they'd like to pass through a checkpoint with unidentified officers in masks while taking their kids to school. Crime is a reality we all face in this country. Public safety has been among our highest priorities since taking office. We have hired more police and given them more funding. We banned assault weapons.
You know what my favorite part is? The people that call for crime are the same ones that are just like, oh, you can't make me responsible for what my kid does. Because they know that it's...
Ghost guns,
It's like,
bump
ah!
stocks, and high-capacity
Wait.
magazines. We invested
Are you saying
historic
you might
amounts
have
into
something to do with
community
that?
violence intervention programs. We listened to our local communities, to the people who live and work in the places that are most affected by crime, and asked them what they needed to help make their neighborhoods safer. Those strategies have been working. Crime is dropping in Chicago. Murders are down 32% compared to last year, and nearly
I can say this anecdotally too. It's been noticeable.
cut in.
It's been noticeably safer, and you don't see like you used to be able to, and I hate to say this, but there were enough shootings to where you would see police tape and investigations pretty often. I haven't seen one this year, so
Since 2021.
I've seen some bad car accidents though. I don't know what the hell is going on lately, but holy shit. And I'm talking like proper, like downtown proper, there are just some really bad T-bone and specifically intersection accidents.
Things are down
They're so bad lately.
37% since last year and 57% from 4 years ago.
Chicago isn't even one of the top 10 cities per capita. No, I think we just barely cracked the top 25.
Robberies are down.
No, for real. Like, again, as somebody who lives here, it's not fucking bad. It's not scary. Like, and honestly, it's kind of pathetic for the people that constantly talk about this. These are the same people that live in the suburbs. They go to the city for maybe, a show that like, maybe they'll go to a play, a Blackhawks game, but they're always like on guard, and they'll never leave like that or the arena like area. Like they're in, you dare say, hey, you want to go to a bar afterwards? No, oh my God, that's unsafe.
Down 34%.
And then God forbid they do actually like get held up.
year over year. Burglaries
It's all
down
over.
21%.
It's all over, Jack. I just had this conversation with somebody where he kept talking about this, where he's just like, yeah, but crime is bad, man. Like, you'd just be ridiculous to say otherwise. I'm like, okay, man. So you're telling me that if I go for a walk right now, that I will not be safe. And he's just like, well, statistically, I mean, it could happen.
Motor vehicle
But then as I was walking to my car, I had that little thought where I was just like, huh.
thefts down 26%.
Serena Synthesis, welcome to the show. Chicago and other large cities where there aren't large amounts of resources have a lot of safety considering how on edge people are in terms of their very survival. Well, it's also community. People don't understand that there's actual communities.
So in case there was any doubt,
like they hear about a few like crimes that happen in the Gold Coast and automatically they're just like, I can't go to the Gold Coast. It's unsafe. When it's like, it's called the Gold Coast because there's tons of
as to the motivation behind Trump's military.
Also, welcome to the show, Serena. I'm pretty sure that you were who I met this weekend.
Preoccupations take.
I will be covering what my weekend activities later.
Note, 13 of the top 20 cities in homicide rate have Republican governors. None of these cities.
Well, per capita, yeah, because think about how many people are in the rural communities versus the city.
Is Chicago.
Like, math is not a lot of these people's strong suits. I do understand that, like, as somebody that isn't exactly well-versed himself.
8 of the top 10 states with the highest homicide rates are led by Republicans.
But I know 35% is a pretty strong increase. Like, that's a pretty strong decrease is actually what I mean.
None of those states is Illinois. Memphis, Tennessee, Hattiesburg, Mississippi have higher crime rates than Chicago. And yet Donald Trump is sending troops here and not there?
Mississippi.
Ask yourself why. If Donald Trump was actually serious about fighting crime in cities like Chicago, he, along with his congressional Republicans, would not be cutting over $800 million in public safety and crime prevention grants nationally, including cutting $158 million in funding to Illinois for violence prevention programs that deploy trained outreach workers to de-escalate conflict on our streets.
That's not the sexy, like, story, though.
Cutting $71 million in law enforcement grants to Illinois, direct money for
You mean defunding the police? Huh.
for police departments through programs like Project Safe Neighborhoods, the state and local anti-terrorism training program, and the Rural Violent Crime Reduction Initiative. Cutting $137 million in child protection measures in Illinois that protect our kids against abuse and neglect. Trump is defunding the police. To the members of the press who are assembled here today and listening across the country, I am asking for your courage to tell it like it is.
Yeah.
This is not a time to pretend here that there are two sides to this story. This is not a time to fall back into the reflexive crouch that I so often see where the authoritarian creep by this administration is ignored in favor of some horse race peace.
Okay, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, sorry. But right behind him, they were all like, there's like a bee or something.
On who will be helped politically by the president's actions. Donald Trump wants to use the military to occupy a U.S. city.
Rural areas are generally poor AF. Crime is normalized, but nobody puts a magnifying glass on it because it's largely conservative white people doing
Punish
it.
his dissidents and score political points. If this were happening...
Or they like have this little inside joke where it's like, oh, you know, that's just Billy over at the Quick Trip. He's over, you know, he's on a bender. It's all right. You know what? The cops know him by name, like, oh, Billy, come on now. We asked you nicely not to use the Quick Trip bathroom. He says, okay, guys.
In any other
Or actually, sorry. Okay, guys.
country, we would have no trouble calling it what it is, a dangerous power grab. Look at the people assembled before you today, behind me. This is a full cross-section of Chicago's leaders from the business world, the faith community, law enforcement,
So that tracks.
education, community organizations, and more.
Oh, come on. I'm sure there was at least one that was just like, come on!
We sometimes disagree on how to effectively solve the many challenges
I'm outnumbered under the bridge.
our state
Okay, that was
and
was
our
mean.
city face on a daily basis. But today we are standing here united, in public, in front of the cameras, unafraid to tell the president that his proposed actions will make our jobs harder and the lives of our residents worse. Earlier today in the Oval Office, Donald Trump looked
I mean, again, this is all performative and it's specifically for, you know, the suburbanite. Like, that's what's gross, is like, this is really for people that they have no stake in
at
it.
the
Oh. Oh, shit. That's the next video, my bad.
assembled cameras and asked for me personally to say, Mr. President, can you do us the honor of protecting our city? Instead, I say, Mr. President,
Well, Trump is going to be like, see, well, technically, I did make you say it. You said the words. Clip it.
do not come to Chicago.
We can ignore that part. Come on, guys. Where were you with the mic interference on that one?
You are neither wanted here nor needed here.
Oh, come on, Pritzky. Come on.
Your remarks about this effort
He gets
over
all
the
sad.
last several weeks have betrayed a continuing slip in
you're
your
early.
mental faculties and are not fit for the auspicious office that you occupy. Most alarming, you seem to lack any appropriate concern as our commander-in-chief for the members of the military that you would so callously
I'm literally coming.
deploy as pawns in your ever
Come
more
on, Pritzker.
alarming grabs for power. As a governor,
Dude.
I've had to make the decision in the past to call up members of the National Guard into active service. And I think it's worth taking a moment to reflect on how seriously I take that responsibility and on the many things that I consider before asking these brave men and women to leave their homes and their
Relax, guy. Come on.
communities to serve in any capacity for us. As I've said many times in the past, members of the National Guard are not trained to serve as law enforcement. They are trained for the battlefield, and they're good at it. They're not trained to arrest people and read them their Miranda rights. They did not sign up for the National Guard to fight crime. And when we call them into service, we are reaching into local communities and taking people who have jobs and families away from their neighborhoods and the people who rely upon them. It is insulting to their integrity and to the extraordinary sacrifices that they make to serve in the Guard, to use them as a political prop where they could be put in situations where they will
I would just give such an evil look to whoever it is.
be at odds with their local communities. The ones that they
I was about to say Starman, meanwhile, smokes Dr.
to serve. I know Donald Trump doesn't
I
care
forgot
about
to bring
the
him
well-being
back.
of the members of our military, but I do. And so do all the people standing here. So let me speak to all Illinoisans and to all Chicagoans right now. Hopefully the president will reconsider this dangerous and misguided encroachment upon our state and our city's sovereignty.
To be fair, Trump has only been like, I directed the Pentagon to look into it, sending troops into Chicago.
Hopefully rational voices, if there are any left
Squalor.
inside the White House or the Pentagon, will prevail in the coming days. If not,
Yeah, honestly, shouldn't red cities be asking Trump shouldn't red cities be asking help from Trump? Yes.
we are going to face an unprecedented and difficult time.
I just read that
ahead.
completely differently and then stumbled
But I
over
know
it.
you, Chicago, and I know you are up to it. When you protest, do it peacefully.
He's like, please don't fuck this up.
Be sure to continue Chicago's long tradition of nonviolent resistance.
What are you talking about, dude? Honestly, I live here and that's the one thing. You can't get rid of just like the general like piss smell.
Remember
There
that
is something about the city that just, it always smells like piss.
the members of the military and
But that's not special to Chicago. That's just kind of a city thing.
the National Guard who will be asked to walk these streets are, for the most part, here unwillingly. And remember that they can be court-martialed and their lives ruined if they resist deployment. Look to the members of the faith community standing behind me today for guidance on how to mobilize.
It really doesn't, though. Like, you'll walk by, like, an occasional, like, huh. But you do understand that there are, like, beat cops that they'll just... I have experienced this where, like, if you are smoking, they're just like, put that out.
To my fellow
okay, cool.
governors across the nation who would consider pulling your National Guards from their duties at home to come into my state.
It is totally a beat.
Against
Aha, I saw
the
it.
wishes of its elected representatives and its people. You would be failing your constituents and your country. Cooperation and coordination between our states is vital to the fabric of our nation, and it benefits us all. Any action undercutting that and violating the sacred sovereignty of our state to cater to the ego of a dictator will be responded to. The state of Illinois is ready to stand against this military deployment with every peaceful tool we have. We will see the Trump administration in court. We will use every lever at our disposal to protect the people of Illinois and their rights. Finally, to the Trump administration officials who are complicit in this scheme.
Oh, Angela. What up, Angela?
To the public servants who have
See
forsaken
you
their
popping.
oath to the Constitution to serve the petty whims of an arrogant little man. To any federal official who would come to Chicago and try to incite my people into violence as a pretext for something darker.
You're telling me that a blues club smelled like... come on.
And more dangerous, we are watching.
My dude, you do realize if you said that in the 1950s, you would be, like, that would be in place there. So I don't know if that's great for you.
And we are taking names. This country has survived darker periods than the one that we're going through right now.
Still curious if this is the administration that finally abuses the Third Amendment. And this is the closest I've seen it to my life.
And eventually,
Well,
the pendulum will...
I see the domino effect that if they get rid of the 14th of the voting rights, and then use that to get rid of the Voting Rights Act, and there's a lot there.
Maybe
And then
even
yeah,
next year.
go for the 3rd. And then the 5th.
Donald Trump.
Although if they go for the 5th, then you know what? No, Donald Trump's fucked. It's just like, I plead the 5th. You got rid of it. I did what?
Trump has already shown himself to have little regard
That,
for...
honestly, that would be hilarious. It's like, so I can't... Mr. President, we need you to answer this question about Jeffrey Epstein. I plead the 5th. You actually got rid of the 5th Amendment. I'm not sure, because you have dementia, that you forgot about that. Oh, God. Oh, God. What did I do?
for the many acolytes that he has encouraged to commit
I pardon
crimes
myself.
on
You're not
his
the president
behalf.
anymore, sir. Damn
You
it.
can delay justice for a time, but history shows you cannot prevent it from finding you eventually. If you hurt my people, nothing will stop me, not time or political
I like this.
circumstance, from making sure that you face justice under our constitutional rule of law.
Oh, yeah, man. I love that.
As Dr. King once said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Humbly, I would add, it doesn't bend on its own. History tells us we often have to apply what's needed to make sure that the arc gets where it needs to go. This is one of those times. I look forward to taking your questions in a few minutes, but first, I'd like to hand over our podium to...
All right, we watched that portion. Cool. Alrighty, well, we'll move into more news on what's going on here. This is going to be the first portion of the show, guys. I know that you guys are very used to me doing just kind of a, welcome in and hang out session, but yeah, once I saw that news, I want to say around like 11 o'clock that Trump said, okay, so this was like the way that it broke down. He said that he was going to send the National Guard in, was asked about it at another thing, and that's when he said it on camera. So, I guess it hit a little bit harder that way. But anyway, everybody, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. If you guys haven't already, please hit that like button. It really helps out the stream. Let's get me out into the algorithm. support leftist content creators. And also, like I say, it just makes it cool. It's something you should just do that. Ooh, stocks are down. That's not good. No bueno. Every once in a while, I'll just see them. It's like, oh, they all went down, eh? I thought there were record highs. It's almost like every time that there's a record high, it's always at a very suspicious time of like in history, like the Great Depression, the .com bubble. But don't look into patterns. Come on now, it's for dorks. Economic dorks are the ones that follow patterns, guys. Come on. You need to gamble all your money over at, whatever it is, the draft thing. DraftThings.com. All right, guys. If you haven't already, follow me over on Twitch as well. Trying to get the channel out there a little bit more, and I will say we are hitting a snag as far as the new AI thing that they instituted. They definitely do not like leftist content creators. And I'm still one of those ones that's honest about what I'm doing. So I say that I'm doing politics. But if you haven't noticed, when you're over on Twitch and you look into it, it's all like Russian channels and right-wing channels. It is very odd how that one worked out, right? Oh, Groovy Hot Rod left. Well, he's not so groovy. But like I said, guys, welcome in. Also, hi. Everybody say hello to our new viewers, Serena. So I was able to go out and do a little political action, if you know what I'm saying. I'm actually really proud. You guys can... I'm not sure if he's in here yet, but when y'all see Kaz, say congrats, because... he is doing some things within the local Democratic Party, so I'm very, very proud of him. Yeah. I also was able to talk to some wonderful people that are they are doing way more than obviously me, as far as I'm trying to get the word out there, but this is why I always say I have more respect for the people that are better suited for being in a political situation. And at one point, somebody did ask me about like a political position, specifically a county position. I'm just like, I am very much I am not qualified in any way for that. I don't know. Like, I have a hard enough time balancing my own fucking budget. Like, but hey, if it means not having a MAGA chud in there, yeah, I guess I might do that, but we'll see. I'm more interested in seeing what happens with the primaries coming up and where we're heading. So I'm gonna be having some interviews with some of my the people running for my local district here. I am lucky to be in one that is very let's see, publicly well known, because I mean, Cat has definitely boosted the attention on the 9th district, so it's interesting. Boost. Notice us, Twitch. Yes. Yeah, do the magic fingers. Macho Man proved they work. He did the thing where he talked with his fingers and he used to say that's where the magic was. He said that once. I remember even being like a kid and just being like, Then again, this is Macho Man, so this is the cream of the crop, you know. It wasn't exactly what I would call like in any way normal. And that's why I loved him. Exactly why I ran, to ensure that the position doesn't go to a MAGA chud. Yeah, well, it seems that happens a lot in our district, where just somebody doesn't want a certain position and they're just like, oh, you know, I'm Republican, I'll go do it. I did notice that on the last ballot, where I was like, why are all these going uncontested? And then it's like the guy that's running as a Republican. I'm like, I don't want to vote for him. the Roger Jackson story. All right, I can go into that real quick, but Macho Man minus a large amount of illicit substances equals normality. Yes, that is true. That's why, like, near the end of his life, one of my favorite interviews is him just kind of sitting on the beach, reflecting, and he's not, he's Randy Poffo at that point, where he's just like, yeah, I got something to tell you. It's a big story about a big character named Macho Man, but you know what? It wasn't all the work, but it was definitely... like you were saying, he would always kind of like lean towards, yeah, there might have been some illicit, but he never really wanted that to be like part of his story. Anyway, Roger Jackson. So if you guys don't know this story, there was a situation at a small indie event where Roger Jackson, son of Rampage Jackson, if you don't know who that is, he is a UFC fighter who also kind of crossed over into Hollywood. He was in the A-Team movie. He played the Mr. T character. But his son, and this is from what I have come to find out, and I have no reason to think that there's anything more to it than it was a work gone wrong. So, at one point during the night, Raja was part of an angle with another wrestler that kind of required at the end of the show that the guy who beat up Raja's friend, Raja was going to step in, and they know that he is a trained fighter. So, like, there was a little bit of heat there, and he just beat the hell out of this guy. The thing is, he didn't pull his punches, and at one point, he cocked the guy so hard that you saw it, like, his head hit the back of the mat, and he just went out and did not, like, he didn't wake up, and everybody was, like, pulling him off. And I think that, I mean, the fact that he went back for more, I'm not sure if it was like an adrenaline moment, if it was his, like, lack of training in wrestling, and the fact that this, no matter what, the promoter is getting in trouble. They're probably going to lose the promotion over this, because that, with how publicized it was, you can't have that. Especially when it's like the guy that got knocked out was like the main attraction of that promotion. That's insane. So lack of composure. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like he got in, like he actually thought it was a shoot at one point, or like, I'm guessing that at some point he might have gotten hit. And like, even in like the work situation, if you guys don't know what work shoot is, work means fake, staged. Shoot means real. So many 80s callbacks here in this section. I love wrestling, so it's kind of my thing. I also, like, I was a big wrestling nerd, so I know, like, NWA, 80s NWA. I know territorial AWA wrestling. Like, yeah. I'm a dork on that end, but that's also where I do have a special, like, view on politics, though, because even when I was a kid, I was just like, there's, like, the Bill Clinton, like, I kind of remember making a joke about, like, we got Bill Clinton versus Bob Dole. So you got Sax Man, and Bob Dole loves Bob Dole. Like, they were always kind of, wrestling characters, and even if they, Newt Gingrich and the other ones were the worst. Could you imagine? Oh my god, I should just do that, a wrestling promotion where everybody's based on a political character. Wouldn't be bad. Even for a single show, that would be a lot of fun. But anyway, so yeah, the end of the situation with Raja, apparently he is in jail for assault. And the guy, he woke up in the hospital, but he is still in the hospital. There were reports that he was already discharged. That is not the case. His career is probably over because of the way that he got beat. They're saying that his injuries are going to be permanent. So, I don't know, man. This is not looking good for Roger Jackson. It doesn't matter if he was called into the ring as part of an angle. Facts are facts. He still let it go too far. he was responsible for his actions in the ring, and unfortunately, he also put the promoters in the situation where they're responsible too. So, Mug Club Kirk. Oh man, hold account. You all simp for left-wing devils and bash on Trump even though he is saving our country. You all conveniently forgot all the good he's done, like end taxes and illegal migration and end welfare. Well, we have someone new here, so I have to establish that that's a parody account, just so you know. So, if you get riled up, yeah, you want to talk about feeding the troll? That's literally just like, here is all my food. Wasn't me. Hey, what's up? Are you still not able to be on Twitch? Because, man, I need to know what's going on over there. Awesome. Because, yeah, man, my Twitch has been weird, I have to say. Like, I know what's going on. I've had a discussion with another content creator that is exclusively on Twitch, and I kind of feel bad for them because they're seeing the same thing. That's also why if you do have a hard time finding some of your political streamers in other sections, they're gonna be like kind of listing as like video games and a lot of that stuff just to kind of boost their channels throughout. So just a little heads up there, guys. It's true. Everyone stop. I can't even say that. Let's not. Come on, Pinkerbell. Let's not get me into trouble. Here, I got a well, Kyle Kalinski's always fun with the way that he covers things, but he has been on top of the whole like Chicago mobilization specifically because he was one of the guys that did not let up, where he was like, they are like coming for a city tour like near you the second that they went to LA. When they went to Washington, because that's where he lives, he was like, oh, I didn't see that one coming. Ooh, interesting. And then but he was just like, well, if this is happening, Chicago's next, and sure as shit. So let's take a look. Oh wait, it's true. Pep can't hang.
It's another one of those moments, y'all. It's shit.
Hey.
Here we go again, but it's happening. We're looking at Chicago. So this is in the Washington Post. Pentagon plans military deployment in Chicago as Trump eyes crackdown. Military officials are sketching out a plan that could deploy a few thousand National Guard members, officials said. The use of active duty forces.
That's what got me, was the fact that it wasn't just him being like, I'm thinking about it. You know what? I had a little brain fart and they left the state, and now I have to investigate.
Has also been discussed. So a few thousand National Guard active duty forces. Remember, this is coming immediately after Trump ordered that all of the...
Pep, it's all about the haggle of the...
federal officials that are in D.C.
The angle of the angle, or something like that.
Be armed. So he's not stopping. I warned you about this a while ago. The second he did this with L.A. and effectively got away with it, federalized the National Guard in California, sent in the Marines. There's court cases and stuff, but they take a while to come to a conclusion. There's no fast lane, which there fucking should be.
I need more snacks and plushies.
Right? But,
well, snacks and plushies, I do.
Got away with that effectively. And even if they start ruling against him, which some of them did now, it's like, okay, but they already did it and they left, at least temporarily. And you think if
this is the one thing we can agree on.
He wants to do it again, he won't just go right back in. So now, same thing in Washington, D.C. Now, military invasion of Chicago is on the table. Military invasion of Chicago.
Oh, God. The Tim Pool take on this is going to be wild. It's all right. We need to play Tim Pool bingo when he does come out with his take, because I guarantee it's going to be like, when I grew up in Chicago, we knew that there was crime. But, you know, we had skateboards.
Is on the table. And he's not done after that. You think he's not going to do New York City? What do all of these places that he's invading, what do all of them have in common? I'll wait. This is not very hard to figure out, is it? Los Angeles, massively blue city. Chicago, massively blue city. D.C., massively, massively blue. New York, massively blue. I guarantee you Trump's going to do this as well in New York. Perhaps he'll wait until Zoran Mamdani gets elected, and then, we got to protect people from the communists. Now, by the way, the Dodge, as they say now, we're just trying to protect people from crime. That's all we're doing, bro. Meanwhile, You look at the data,
Man, I actually might have to put a T-shirt on.
and we all know this,
It's actually warm down here for once.
especially in D.C., crime dropped like 30%. Crime was plummeting.
It's actually plummeted even harder in Chicago. Like now, now I know all the statistics. It's 35% for violent crime. Carjackings went down 37%, which is nuts.
And so this has nothing to do with crime, not even close. It's obviously...
Although I have a feeling that that is specifically because of there's a new camera initiative where they can track the car pretty much to its endpoint. So there's realistically very little incentive to steal a car in Chicago anymore because you can't like get it scrapped either.
About power for the sake of power, control.
Like good luck.
Control for the sake of control. It's about intimidation. It's also about laying the groundwork so people get used to seeing stuff like this. So when it happens around the election, when they try to rig it, you don't bat an eyelash at it, or you don't bat an eye at it.
1,500 National Guard divided by 17 states is like 90 National Guard per state. It's stupid.
Batting an eye.
Well, and also to JB Pritzker's point, they're not trained for this. They don't actually have police training, which is insane when you think about this too, where how much did they spend on that police training center? Are they going there for this in any capacity?
Eyelash. That's a funny way of phrasing it, but you get the point. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we also have this. So this is Trump decided to go after the governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. Governor Wes Moore of Maryland has asked in a rather nasty and provocative tone.
Dude, the whole thing with the bridge. Oh, here, let me move my screen here. I can't believe he did that. Or it's just like, because he doesn't understand that his own economic advisors are like, no, Trump, you need that fucking bridge. That is literally a giant chunk of our economy. And when that bridge went down, it was a major disaster. So if you just quit it, then we're never going to recover from those ports. And that's not just Baltimore, dipshit.
That I walked the streets of Maryland with him. I assume he is talking about out-of-control, crime-ridden Baltimore. As president, I would much prefer that he clean up...
I do love how, again, the mainstream media is so inept at their job that they don't bring up just small points like that where it's just like, oh, yeah, you know what? He even if he does mean this, he's stupid because he doesn't understand what he's doing there. And again, it's not like his people are going to come out and be like, yeah, you know what? He's right and he's fine. No.
This
is one of those things where it's like, Trump said this, and then we freak out because, you know, he loves trolling the left, and that should just be something in itself with every conservative where it's like, okay, but you do understand that in the middle of trolling us, he's fucking you too.
Disaster.
So now you're just like, that's just Trump being Trump. And he's just like, yeah, it's just me being me. I know, I'm a stinker.
I go there for a walk. Wes Moore's record on crime.
Gonna take your Medicare, gonna take your money, but you know what? I'm gonna blame it on the Democrats, and you're all gonna take it hook, line, and sinker. You're gonna blame the Democrats, just like I tell you to.
Is a very bad one, unless he fudges the figures on crime like many of the other blue states are doing. By the way, this is his dodge. He just lies to say, no, I had to send in the troops because they lied about the crime numbers. There's no evidence of that at all. Of course they're not lying about the numbers. You're lying to justify sending in the troops. But if Wes Moore needs help, like Gavin Newsom did in L.A., I will send in the troops, which is being done in nearby D.C., and quickly clean up the crime. Why is crime capitalized? Like, this guy's brain, man, it is so fried. After only 1 week, there is no crime and no murder in D.C. When it is like that in Baltimore, I will proudly walk the streets with the family.
Oh my God, this little pussy's afraid to walk the streets of Baltimore.
Because of crime, governor of Maryland.
It's so bad. I watched The Wire once. Did you know? Stringer Bell.
P.S.
Stringer Bell. Now he's gone, and now crime is down.
Baltimore's ranked 4th worst city in the...
It's because I arrested Stringer Bell. Sir, he's a fictional character. Nope, I arrested Stringer Bell.
Nation in crime and murder. Stop talking and get to work, Wes. Then I'll see you on the streets. Also, I gave Wes Moore a lot of money to fix his demolished bridge. I will now have to rethink that decision. Thank you for your attention, this man.
He didn't give him any money. That was Congress. That was Congress and Biden. After they declared a fucking emergency because of it.
They're making America great again.
What are you talking about? That was one of the things that was bipartisan. Like, they knew that was a poison pill for like anybody to swallow, so they all got behind that one. What are you talking about?
Okay, now by the way,
oh, that's right. He literally counts on our entire just country being a bunch of ignoramuses about this stuff.
He points out, Biden and Congress fixed that bridge. Trump had nothing to do with it. Yet another brazen, performative lie. This man lies as standard operating procedure. This is what pathological lies look like.
Yeah, I mean, he lies like a he literally lies like the little kid lie. Like he's probably lied the entire time that he's been on this earth the same way.
So he throws that in at the end for good measure.
My mommy said I made the biggest dookie. You know what? She says I make the best dookies. They don't smell. They're always clean. My mommy says that I'm such a clean little boy.
Oh, I'm going to threaten your bridge funding, which I gave you. You didn't give it to him. By the way, this notion, and this is what the right runs with all the time, that, oh, these blue hellholes are overrun with crime. Well, I looked up the statistics.
My milkshake brings the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
And you're not going to be surprised to learn.
Damn right. It's better than yours.
The truth is the exact opposite of what they're saying. So the highest crime in the country, New Mexico, red state. Lowest crime, Vermont, blue state. 3 worst states for homicide, all red states. It's like Alabama, Louisiana.
Don't do it's like, come on, have that list ready, bro.
And
hey, Kyle, you're so good at this. Don't do that.
And Mississippi. So in every, they reversed everything. They flipped it and reversed it in every imaginable way. They whine and cry and bitch and moan. They do this when it comes to poverty too, right? Look at these disgusting, horrible blue cities and their extreme poverty. Meanwhile, look up the numbers on poverty, and what do you find very quickly? It's the red states. It's the red states. Look at, GDP and production, and what happens. It's the blue states that are producing most of the stuff. Look at which states are net taxpayers and which states net receive federal taxes. It's the red states that receive the money. It's the blue states that pay the money, right? Everything is backwards. Everything is backwards in MAGA land. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But now threatening the governor of Maryland and basically saying, look, I'll do the same shit. I'll invade Baltimore as well. Is this normal? What we're looking at here, is this normal? It's kind of disgusting how much people have been desensitized to what they see here. That you have a psychotic fascist buffoon who's already invaded multiple blue cities and is threatening to invade multiple other blue cities. Like, do you not see this is already like soft Civil War type?
I'm sorry, I had this moment. Buffoon. Good one. Like, we don't use that enough. I'm glad he's bringing that back.
Shit. The difference is only one side is fighting. Like, that's what's happening. What are the chances he's...
I was about to say, 3 cities in my state are in the top 25 worst. Of course he's only sending them to St. Louis.
I'll go invade...
Is he sending them to St. Louis?
Invade a rural red area.
Yeah. Yeah, again, the rural red areas.
The chances of that happening are fucking zero.
Yep.
Zero.
Yeah, because the other thing is, for everybody that's talking about protection, the second that they do a checkpoint and sure as shit they pull out a fucking, I don't know, a breathalyzer, you're going to see a lot of white dudes that are MAGA go, what the hell? I thought this was America. I thought this was America. Sir, well, we just want to make sure that you are driving legally and not imposing any threat. You're doing this to Mexicans. I thought this was America.
Even if it's high crime and has all these problems, 0% chance of him invading any red city.
Oh, Angela is in. Oh, sorry, I was reading a comment. No, I'm in Chicago. Like, I am dealing with this up front.
Or, red area. Not happening. Not happening. So this is...
You know what? This could be my fault, folks. Look at the timing of my channel. Look at the growth. Look at the growth. I'm almost...
Civil War.
I break into my own Trump where I'm just like, nope. The second that the ego comes out, it's like pep talks all of a sudden becomes a little bit of a thing. I joined this space and all of a sudden Donald Trump comes after. Gotta go after pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is pep talks? Well, I know who the heck pep talks is.
Or type.
He's a trendsetter, that one. We gotta go get him.
Yeah. And by the way, stop and think about it. Who are these people who are being deployed? As you all know,
I never tried to frame my show as being anything but ridiculous, but hey.
No, they're mass hiring people to be federal law enforcement officials. They're mass hiring people to be ICE agents. Well, come to find out, a lot of these people are white nationalists. They're Proud Boys. They're right-wing extremists. And so they're hiring all these new people, basically deputizing these freaks who are looking for trouble. And then, these
they're
are the
all
people
Proud Boys. I mean, haven't you seen the fact that half these guys couldn't pass a physical if they
the blue cities and start cracking skulls?
But here's I found this out. Did you know that with that $50,000 bonus and all of this, that you have a lot of cops that are really pissed off?
Uber Eats drivers, right? Because they happen to be brown. That's what we're witnessing. We have to call it what it is. That's what it is.
And now that they're locked into their contracts for pensions and everything, they're just like, oh, so you're telling me that, fat Jim Bob over there who, definitely has a history, also maybe a pretty extensive arrest record. You're gonna not only deputize him, but you're gonna pay him more than us and give him more freedoms. Huh.
I should show you this.
I don't know. If I was a cop, I might start thinking about protecting my community, and not really getting all your military toys, because the thing about the cops is they don't have to abide by those rules.
To at least 10 cities in states whose Republican governors are deploying National Guard troops to Washington, D.C., had higher rates of violent crime or homicide than D.C. last year, according to a CNN review of FBI data. Stop and think about that. So what Trump is doing is he's going to Republican governors in red states going, send me some of your National Guard so I can invade D.C. with them. So again, going to red state governors, send me a National Guard. I want to invade D.C., a blue city. And they go, sure, of course, here, have it. But when you...
One of those trucks, by the way, like flipped over a car and trapped somebody in it in Washington, D.C.
Go and you crunch the numbers, a lot of the cities in these states that they're sending it from have higher violent crime than D.C. does. God, this is all a ruse. If you can't see through it, I don't know what to tell you, dog. If you can't see through this, I genuinely don't know what to tell you. All right, more. This is from Melanie D'Arrigo, and it's a great point. She says, Trump outlined his authoritarian takeover of blue...
LOL, if you can't pass an extensive background check, you're not becoming a Fed. Yeah, sure.
Cities on April 20th.
That's kind of funny because if you look into like the requirements to join ICE, they got rid of a lot of that shit.
28th. Step 1, deploy the military domestically.
I have a feeling that they're also going to, you know, have those background checks where it's just like history of white nationalism. Oh, I mean,
militarize
who hasn't had a little bit of that?
Police. Put police above the law. Encourage aggressive policing of protest.
You're in the that's not the real Springfield. We got the real Springfields.
That's protected speech. That's First Amendment.
As an Illinoisan, I will actually hold to that.
Protected speech. It's constitutional for protest. Encourage.
Notice how I'm not a Chicagoan when you try to take my capital from me. It's like, no, I'm an Illinoisan, damn it.
Aggressive policing of protest and target political dissent, opponents, and those protecting marginalized people. That's what's happening here. They are trying to bait people into an overreaction. They're trying to, and honestly, it wouldn't even be an overreaction. It would just be a reaction. It would be a fair reaction when you're militarily invaded, right? But they're trying to bait people into a reaction that they can then use.
Conservatives here are also itching for the National Guard in some places here, too. One of the places being Hoboken. I was about to say, Hoboken's kind of yuppieville, but okay. A rich, safe place. Apparently, it's full of crime. These people, you mean that there's like 2 homeless people that they have to see occasionally?
To really turn the screws and really...
They went to Target and they saw a guy holding a sign. They're like, oh, the degradation of our society.
Crack down and really go full police state. That's what they're doing.
It came to the suburbs, George.
And again, it's happening right in front of our eyes.
Time to move.
Now, if only people had been warned about this beforehand, nobody would have voted for this, right? If only there were prominent people who were, you know, in the political realm who were saying, hey, just so you know, Trump is going to invade the United States of America and use the military against people who dissent and disagree with him. Well, would you look at this? Oh, what's this? Kamala Harris at her closing campaign rally? Well, what did she say?
Donald Trump intends to use the United
Say what you will about her. She was right about
States
this.
military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. America, this is not a candidate for president who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power.
Every part of that, 100% spot on. Yeah. Don't ever hit me with some false equivalence, both sides bullshit again. Don't ever do it. I mean, this man is literally declaring war on the United States of America, going after blue states and blue cities on purpose. Intimidation. This is on top of multiple maneuvers attempting to rig the 2026 midterms, never mind 2028. And everybody now is just so desensitized to it, and they're so used to it that, you know, everybody goes, oh yeah, that's just Trump being Trump. But if you really stop and think about how far gone we are, it is terrifying. It is terrifying. There was
the new fight over the very petty bourgeoisie who all wants military to protect them against the actual.
An argument early on of like, oh yeah, he trolls. That's what he
exactly
does. He trolls, and his people like it when he trolls, and so he trolls. Well, now he's not. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, no, actually, that's a good point because I have kind of seen that where it's like you got a bunch of these like, you know, suburbanites that all of a sudden when there's like a homeless encampment, like it becomes the biggest story in that little town where they're just like, we need to do something about this homeless problem. And it's never building them houses.
He's not fucking trolling anymore.
That's what bothers the shit out of me. It's never doing that. It's we out of sight, out of mind. We got to get these people out of here.
More. He is serious.
Meanwhile, you got places like Rockford, Illinois, that they experienced this when Cabrini Green shut down. They just essentially sent like buses into Rockford, and then all of a sudden Rockford was just like, our crime rates, no!
He is serious. And so we better adjust accordingly.
Our homeless rates, no!
Or we are cooked as far as the eye can see. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as
Again, this out of sight, out of mind bullshit really does suck. Oh, did he say coup? Damn. I need to go get some water or something because my voice is starting to crack. Oh, man. Hoping I can sick. I hate to say it, knock on wood, but right around this time is when I start to get like a sinus infection. I hate it, but it's the fall. Hey, Anna, how's it going? Welcome to the show. Zach, what up, dude? It's good to see you. How you doing, brother? Oh, you actually got some stuff going on that you might understand. Yeah, in my area, they were like burying a bunch of lines. It's kind of funny because I saw it. I was like, oh, and then I just kind of thought, I was like, I wonder if that's what he's doing. Weather change. Yeah, no, that's what it is. And it got like significantly colder here. So, also why my AC has not been blasting and it's like now I'm sweating. So it's the first time I think that I'll be able to like wear a proper t-shirt down here and not like feel like I'm freezing. So I'm gonna do that real quick too. So I'm gonna take a little break. So only gonna take me about a minute. I'm gonna start the next video. I saw the very beginning of this, so I will be back to give my commentary on said video. But here is Kyle Kulinski's wife with her take on exactly what's going on. I've been working, drinking after work every day. Oh, buddy. We can discuss that a little bit when I come back.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday.
Well, that was weird. The latency on that camera was...
Have an amazing show for everybody today.
Oh my God, were they using like one of my old Logitechs? Holy shit.
We have Crystal.
Indeed, we do. Many things to discuss this morning. We have...
yeah, I'll also be back for the Mountain Time 420 celebration. So just give me one moment. Be about 90 seconds.
Trump announcing plans to do to Chicago what he's already done in D.C. and L.A. Sagar and I will have a chat about that one. Ghislaine Maxwell's interview was released. A lot to say about that one. You should definitely take the word of a sex criminal, for sure.
Yeah, I'll break it down.
Should definitely take that one at face value. Okay, the U.S. is taking a 10% equity stake in Intel. Actually, very interesting move. A lot to discuss there and some broader economic indicators we want to take a look at as well. Zoran is facing a new scandal over how much he can bench.
Whether he can bench at all. Whether he can bench at all.
And he also had this big scavenger hunt in New York City. Thousands of people turned out. So kind of an interesting development with regard to his campaign, too. Meanwhile, Eric Adams, yet another corruption scandal encircling his campaign. The details are preposterous, just utterly ridiculous, which is kind of par for the course for Eric Adams. Mm-hmm. So we'll dig into all of that. I'm taking a look today at modern-day Holocaust denial with this starvation denial in Gaza. And we have a special guest, this will be, I think, some pretty significant news, who was fired from the State Department apparently for his views on Israel. So he's going to join us, and his first interview that he's given, right, on
yeah, I believe
any
this is
sort of podcast or YouTube or cable news or anything like that.
We were able to arrange it after he was fired. And so, yeah, trying to break some news here over at Breaking Points, which is a good reminder, by the way. Thank you to everybody who's been signing up at breakingpoints.com and help supporting the show. It's because of you that we become the first place to be able to interview, do some news-making stuff here, have people in power actually pay attention. I don't think it is an accident that he reached out to us very first thing after talking to the Washington Post for first on-camera interview. And so that's what you guys enable, breakingpoints.com if you're able. Otherwise, by the way, no worries if you can't afford it. Just please hit subscribe on the YouTube for the YouTube button. I believe that's what it is. Hit subscribe for our YouTube channel. And if you're listening to this as a podcast, just go ahead and send this episode, any episode, whatever your favorite interview it is, to a friend or family member. It really helps us grow by word of mouth. So with that, let's get to the show.
All right. So President Trump announcing that he is planning to expand his National Guard deployments, of course, started in LA, both with National Guard, federalizing the National Guard there, and calling in active duty Marines here in DC. Of course, we've been dealing with that over the past couple of weeks. And next, he says, is Chicago. Let's take a listen.
And we haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do if we have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent, and we'll straighten that one out probably next. But they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago.
Oof, not a good top.
Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I think Chicago will be our next. And
thanks.
Then we'll help with
favorite bands.
New York.
So apparently this...
Oh, for her. I thought you were talking about me. I was like, wait a minute. I go and do a quick... I'm wearing my first, T-shirt on stream, and, I think this might be the second time.
Plan has been weeks in the making. We can put the reporting up from the Washington Post on the screen. They write, Pentagon plans military deployment in Chicago as Trump...
The fonts on those red hats keep getting bigger.
Crackdown. Here are some of the details. They say the Pentagon has for weeks been planning a military deployment to Chicago as President Trump says he wants to crack down on crime, homelessness, and undocumented immigration in a model that could later be used in other major cities. Officials familiar with the matter said the planning, which has not been previously disclosed, involves several options, including mobilizing at least a few thousand members of the National Guard as soon as September to what is the third most populous city in the United States. They go on to say, in additional piece of reporting with regard to the deployment.
We're still the second city, damn it. Don't you forget it.
Here in D.C., that troops here are soon going to be allowed to carry firearms, which is a change to their initial orders. Let me give you one more piece of reporting here. This from Jackie Heinrich over at Fox News in a relatively lengthy Twitter post. We can put this up on the screen and I'll give you the TLDR here. So she reports that 1,700 National Guardsmen are set to mobilize in 19 different states in the coming weeks to assist DHS amid sweeping federal interagency crime and immigration crackdown. Documents obtained by Fox News show planning for activations in Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Louisiana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, Ohio, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, and Wyoming. So these are states with Republican governors. So this would be presumably in cooperation with the federal government. And Sagar, turning back to Chicago, this would be, in terms of the legal framework, this would be more akin to the deployment in LA because in DC, they're,
really is not a good time.
The federal government is more directly involved. They have more legal authority. Now, even here, it's supposed to be a quote-unquote emergency. Unfortunately, the courts have sort of broadly defined.
What mirror told her otherwise?
What constitutes an emergency? There may be a court challenge there as well. But the LA National Guard federalization and deployment was much more legally contested, and still, there was at least one federal judge.
I love her, but she dresses so weird.
That actually said you can't go
lots of pastels there, guys.
Forward with this. So this would be, this is the LA model now coming to Chicago.
That's right, and it hasn't wrapped actually, that court case, as I understand it. And this is very complicated, so just stick with us. But
I used to say that I dress like a 17-year-old because I literally haven't changed my style pretty much since then. But now seeing the kids these days, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done. Oh,
on DC, people need.
It's like, God damn it! Now they're all dressing like me.
Remember that because it's technically,
it really did go full circle.
Technically, under federal rule,
she's pregnant. What? Really?
What it allows is the federal
congratulations
of the MPD in a quote-unquote emergency, but that emergency has to be renewed by Congress every 30 to 45 days. There's obviously still an open question as to whether that is even going to pass. Obviously, most Republicans are probably going to go for it, but that is why the DC the DC government and police department can come under genuine federal control, and they have much more leeway for the mobilization of the National Guard on top of that. So, we can, I've said here, I think the mobilization is stupid, broadly, especially because, in my traipsing around the city, the only place I can find these guys is down by the National Mall, protecting the food trucks and the tourists. So, I guess, thank you for keeping us safe.
I have actually yet to see them.
Take a ride down to the mall. You'll see plenty of them. They're rolling around. They're all eating halal from the halal truck. So, I guess that's great. Yes, apparently they'll be carrying weapons now. The White House is like, oh, well, we have, we've arrested all these people and there hasn't been a murder in DC in 9 days, which, apparently DC was averaging like 2 murders a day, or 2 murder every 2 days. So you can give them that, I guess.
Colorado.
Exactly sure on the actual causal effect. But Chicago is a whole other different story. And I think that's actually, if you read the Jackie Heinrich
you love pastels
reporting, what you're...
I don't know. I don't know why I have a thing like it's not against pastels, but I've never really enjoyed pastel coloring.
Seeing is about that assistance with ICE and with DHS. But honestly, even that is very dicey legally because there is a prohibition under posse comitatus that the federal government can't even mobilize National Guard for civilian law enforcement purposes. They're currently being mobilized under something called, I have it in front of me. It's called
I think that might be it, mate.
Title 32, Section 502F of
Pastels suck. It's a public service. This has been a
to
public
which
service.
posse comitatus does not apply. Now that section
All right. These have been the spicier takes on Pep Talks, okay?
actually sets out, quote, required drills and training for the National Guard. And it says a member of the National Guard may be ordered to perform training or other duty in addition to their regular drills and annual training as prescribed by the Secretary of Defense. They're saying that they could be used for federal benefits, remember this, for things like, quote, Homeland Security Operation, counter drug, airport security, border support, COVID-19, and natural disaster relief. So that would be the deployment. But even if it were to come about, it would not be even remotely like Washington because you can't quite literally.
Literally, it's posse comitatus. And the thing is, if he wants to, like, this is where Sagar, he keeps saying he literally can't. But if he does, then he's gone too far. But I would love to see how Sagar would spin that.
Cannot federalize the Chicago Police Department for for example, they can't, here in DC, they're rolling back like cashless bail. That's something that they're allowed to do because they have federal authority. And same with the police commissioner who can report up. Over there, it is entirely a matter of the locality that reports up from Chicago police to the mayor, Brandon Johnson. And also, people should keep in mind, like the governor and the mayor have both openly spoken about against this, and it would be very different, much more akin to Los Angeles, where National Guardsmen can like guard federal property. I don't even actually know if federal property is in Chicago, but anyway, so like they can do that.
We literally have the federal building. It's called the federal building.
Things like that.
Anyway, they can do that if they want to. They can help, quote.
Dude, this totally proves my point that he really is like the guy. But I bet he does have like a opinion on Chicago crime.
Assist with ICE operations, although apparently even that is like a little dicey in terms of the way that it all goes about. So it would be a deployment, and almost certainly at this point, as we know, for show purposes, which is mostly what we see from the administration.
Yeah, that's right. I remember when we were digging into the details with regard to the legality of the LA, the California deployment, it's supposed to be done in conjunction with the governor. Like, it's really supposed to be the governor who asks.
Yes, the governor asks for it.
The president. And that's a key piece of what was being debated in court. And as I said, one federal court judge said, no, this is not lawful. Then you had at the appeals level, they issued an injunction against, saying, okay, well, we're going to allow it to continue while this all plays out in court. But this is continuing to play out in court. I'll save some of my commentary because we're going to talk about Bill.
Which is insane because you'd think that the courts would see that there would be more lawsuits if they were to rule against it.
MARON, his commentary on this, and then we can.
Where immediately, could you imagine that? Where they're just like, oh yeah, that was unconstitutional. How many people did they lock up and beat up? Oh shit.
Talk a little bit more broadly about the implications. Obviously, I find this, incredibly ominous. It's both a combination of buffoonish and pointless and a waste of money, and also, quite, in my opinion, ominous to see these normalization of the military in American streets for domestic law enforcement, all of these masked up agents. There was actually a horrible incident just recently where two guys who disguised themselves as law enforcement were, pounding on the door of a homeowner. Smartly doesn't let them in and ends up actually shooting and killing them. There have been other instances of mass people coming in, claiming to be ICE, claiming to be law enforcement. And, it's not to say that has never happened before in the past, but when you have the normalization of these masked, unidentified agents who refuse to even tell you what agency they're with, let alone what they're there for, let alone show you a warrant, nobody should be surprised that.
According to Twitter, she is not pregnant, guys.
Those are some of the consequences that.
I know that you were kind of joking, but there was also that part of me that, gullible Pep.
Unfold. I can go ahead and put up on the screen A4, which is Governor Pritzker of Illinois' response. He says the state of Illinois at this time.
I had this like really like, you know, Chicago Union guy come up to me at the event this weekend, and he was just like, you know, I didn't really like Pritzker, but the guy's come out. He's proven that he's got some strength that represents the working class of Chicago and Illinois. I gotta say, I've changed my mind on the guy. He's also lost a little bit of weight. Gotta say, he might be good for some president, huh?
Has received no requests or outreach from the federal government asking if we need assistance, and we have made no requests for federal intervention.
It's pretty cool.
The safety of the people of Illinois is always my top priority. There's no emergency that warrants the President of the U.S. federalizing the Illinois National Guard, deploying the National Guard from other states, or sending active duty military within our own borders. Donald Trump is attempting to manufacture a crisis, politicize Americans who serve in uniform, and continue abusing his power to distract from the pain he's causing families. Will continue to follow the law, stand up for the sovereignty of our state, and protect Illinoisans. Is that Illinoisans?
Is that right?
Illinoisans?
What's a
Illinoisans.
Is it Chicagoan? All right.
It's a Chicagoan, so it's Illinoisan. This has been your public service announcement by your local Chicagoan Pep Talks.
People there can let us know.
And Illinoisan.
In any case, obviously, you know, not lost on anyone that it's blue states that are facing these, you know, military deployments, even though, look, it's not about crime. I think we can all be honest about this has nothing to do with crime. This is about domination. This is about a show of force. This is, I think, you know, in some ways, yes, a distraction from you didn't like the storyline about Epstein and other things going on. I think that's true, too. But, you know, at bottom, it really is not about crime, because if it was, this would be it would be an entirely different approach.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no, because we've talked about this. Violent crime is not the only metric. Quality of life crime has to, of course, be one. There's no question. Quality of life crime, especially in the biggest cities, which are all Democratic or blue or liberal in some form, are much worse to be in. Now, I think there's a lot of questions as to why, and Chicago is a very good example. I mean, this is part of why, honestly, Chicago's probably the best pick out of all of them.
Told you this nerd was going to somehow be like, oh, Chicago has a real bad crime problem. I've heard that they have more homeless people. I've heard. You ever heard about O Block?
Because it's the one with the most clownish mayor, Brandon Johnson. What does he have, an 80% disapproval rating?
He is kind of a clown.
20%.
That's why, like, legit, during the press conference, I was like, please don't fuck this up.
Approve. He basically was
He is not. Hey, listen. Lori Lightfoot was way worse.
Elected as some sort of like DSA /
Lightfoot,
you know, BLM style candidate, and he's been a disaster mostly for the city. Don't listen to me. Listen to the people who actually are his own constituents who can't stand him. The violent crime rate there has technically fallen, but if you look at the overall spike,
I just thought of Gordon Lightfoot. Have you heard of Gordon Lightfoot?
Spike in homicides. I mean, they were 60% higher in 2021 than in 2019. That feeling,
age test,
and general, you know, like safety into the city of Chicago is one that was like the #1 cause for people who were leaving the city, which is destroying their tax base. That is empirically the same problem across the entire like major cities in America. And this isn't just about Memphis or any of these other places. And it's also a bit of a cop-out, in my opinion, because like Memphis never claimed to be like the Memphis is not the third largest city in the United States. It's not a center of commerce.
It's lost on no one. These are all blue states.
I'm not.
Right?
I'm not disputing.
Can we like?
No. But I'm just disputing that I like to walk on streets and not have those pesky black teens on the other side because I don't know if I'm being racist or not.
Just be honest about what's going on here.
That's realistically what this guy's all about, man.
And can we also be honest?
This guy sucks.
Imagine if you had a Kamala Harris.
Like if there was ever anybody that kind of deserves to be like, I don't know, held up in a way, Sucker kind of fits that bill.
Administration or a Joe Biden administration that was deploying the National Guard into red states to enforce COVID.
Stuff like littering and existing while homeless. Yeah.
I mean, everybody would be freaking out.
Actually, we have a pretty good littering, like, anti-littering policy. Also, like, we have, our street cleaners are pretty good.
And yet,
somebody tried to tell me to my face that New York is somehow is cleaner than Chicago, and I was like, we don't have trash everywhere, dude.
Pretext of it's
like, I have
about
trust me, I have seen everything that's going on in New York just from social media posts outside like certain comedy clubs where you're just like, oh, look at all that trash.
That's
interesting.
Just complete and total bullshit. DC is not even like in the top list of cities for violent crime.
Plus, did they ever solve that strike, or is that still ongoing
in the country?
I am not saying that this is all about crime. What I am saying is that I think it's bad and a bad idea for Democrats, particularly, to not acknowledge the fact that most of their cities suck to live in. And I think that that is
no, this is where you're wrong.
Is one of those.
What are you talking about?
Which needs to be like centered at the heart of blue governance. This
Chicago's cleaner
is
for
one of
sure.
the things I appreciate.
That's true.
No, it is true. I mean,
absolutely
these
such
are
a dork.
all like net population lost cities.
And here's the thing: if you want to get violent crime down,
but it's
to
again,
like
it's
European,
not just about violent crime.
If you want to get crime down to like European capital levels, then okay, let's have European style gun laws.
Well,
let's have European style.
It's just a canard. That's a conundrum. No.
Social safety net.
All of a sudden, I'm not exactly. Well, I like my Second Amendment because I'm so party before actually having any logical thoughts.
Canard because we've always lived in a gun.
He really is just the biggest nerd, dude. Like this,
we've always lived in a gun ownership country. We haven't always had this level of violent crime. Now the point is, if you go back to the, let's say 2000, the year 2000, if you check,
come on guys,
both violent crime and just generally, were you walking down the street seeing homeless vagrants?
Dude, how many of his friends growing up do you think that he called their parents to just be like, yeah, they're sneaking out from the sleepover.
Constantly
I don't want to be implicated in this.
Harass people on the street. It was not happening. We had plenty of guns. Yes, there are 400 million guns in this country. Our violent crime rate and our homicide rate.
And then he has like a stick up his ass about that. Nobody liked me in high school.
Rate is always going to be orders of magnitude. That's why it's not necessarily the metric why you need to look at. You need to look at the fact that a lot of these places have sky-high taxes. They have sky-high cost of living, and they're very unpleasant to be in.
And so
which is what's
the National Guard and federal. I mean, that's the thing is like I hear you on the crime.
That does nothing because again they don't have arrest powers either. It's literally for show. It's this like, look at them, look, they have their military stuff. Don't mess up because they might not do anything because they literally can't.
We had the debate, like we can continue to talk.
And if they do, then they kind of break some federal laws. Fun.
Talk about this. This is not about crime.
I agree.
This is about domination. This is about dominating democratic.
Yeah, shut him. Honestly, this does get annoying when she really doesn't just call him out for being kind of like, again, just a dweebus.
Cities and states. It's about a show.
Like, at some point, she just needs to be like, Sagar, you sound like such a scared suburbanite.
It's about what he can get away with, and
like we understand you definitely live in a gated community because you wouldn't have it any other way.
It's about distracting from whatever else. So I just don't even want to like.
But that's the problem.
I don't even.
That's what I think the issue is.
No, I think the issue is the scariness, the quality of life crimes.
No, it's not because
the smoking the pot on the streets because I have to smell other people's stuff.
The minute that you go down this
but then he wants deregulation on things, like, fossil fuels and anything that causes, the actual smog issues and just in general quality, air quality like problems. But no, let's not do anything about that.
Let's talk about
same thing with the guns. Well, that's a canard, isn't it? That's just a canard.
What's really causing crime in DC?
Quality of life crime doesn't seem to include wage theft or landlord overreach, two things that would absolutely affect homeless. Exactly.
Chicago versus
not just homeless. That affects like your average like person, not just Chicagoan. Like everybody has experienced that who has ever lived in a fucking apartment in America at this point.
Memphis, blah, blah, blah.
That's why it is such a meme where it's just like the apartment paint jobs.
You are playing into his narrative that this has anything to do about crime, and it does not. If you cared, if he cared about homelessness, if he cared about juvenile delinquency, any of these things, the Republicans wouldn't have stripped $1 billion from the DC budget. They wouldn't have cut so many of these programs that were just slashed during Doge.
To be honest, it's annoying when a smoking person walks some distance in front of you.
Across the board.
They just run in front of them. And then just blow in their face like nothing. Just be like...
He wouldn't have pardoned.
They'll look at you weird. You'll just be like, I don't want to smell that. And it's You walk too damn fast.
January 6th,
walk slower.
Violent rioters. So that's why I just have no use for this conversation that even gives credence to the idea this has anything to do with crime.
Yep. Rent keeps going up and paychecks stay the same. Well, it's also they're getting rid of administrative positions at a record rate. Like this AI boom. Look at who is losing their jobs.
Because it doesn't.
The counter case.
And then look at what they're giving these people as an alternative.
Case for that is that
low wage, high labor, high intensity labor, which again, most people do administrative jobs because they usually they're just on the cusp of needing disability.
Trump.
You know how many people aren't on disability because there is remote work? There's so much of the systematic shit that everybody likes to conveniently ignore until it hits them.
Still has the approval rating of where Obama was in his second term. And the fact is that and was elected with a popular vote of some 1%, the first president since 2004 for a Republican to actually win it. Why did all of that happen? Now, Kamala is a part of it. I think the city governance is a big part, especially if you look at the blue state swings towards Donald Trump. People are broadly fed up. And if you look at the fact that with these polling around this, people say it is a bad use of taxpayer dollars. People say that it's buffoonish, but they acknowledge the crime. And if it was being done properly, they would be very okay with it. Now, I'm against just generally the federalization, and I agree that it's being...
So what is it, dude? What are you missing here? Do you not just want an out of sight, out of mind mentality where they just go in and just get, honestly, this guy, again, this is rich dude mentality of just get rid of it all. This is somebody that will clean out their house. They'll get rid of all the furniture that they had because it's out of season.
Being buffoonish and the way that it is being done is for political purposes. The reason...
God, I hate this guy. I'm actually starting to really come to terms with the fact that this guy, he represents so much of the contingent in this country that just truly sucks because they are just scared all the time.
And why I think, again, the crime, the vagrancy, the homelessness, the drug addiction.
You offer nothing. You offer nothing. And then on top of it, you guys also incentivize contributing to this.
All of that.
He is pregnant. Junior.
Has to be put on the table.
What up, Etch?
No one can objectively look at Chicago and say, yeah, this place is doing well.
So
people like him are why we are here. Yep.
Put it on the table.
Well, the most egregious part is he's only 33 years old. I am 5 years older than fucking Sagar. And the thing is, to hear somebody who I consider a generation, high school, he's a generation below me. He wasn't even in high school when I was already graduating and gone. So, he was just a dweebus that just heard a bunch of his dad, who probably owns a small business, post 9/11 definitely got racially profiled, but they also did the thing where they probably made enough where they're just oh, we're one of the good ones.
But it has nothing to do with this.
But even
it always turns into that. I swear to fucking God. And then they're just no, we need to close the door for everybody else that had an opportunity.
It's a totally separate topic.
But see, what you said is exactly the problem. You said, oh, $1 billion. If money could
Great shoe.
fix DC, DC spends more per capita per student than any other public school.
I don't have shoes on.
District in the entire nation. It has nothing.
I hope you meant show.
To do with money. It's literally about criminal enforcement.
It definitely does have to do with money. And by the way, once again, crime is way down in DC. DC is
from
not
2020.
Well, I never left the punk rock scene, so I'm automatically cooler. He can fuck off.
DC is not
sky high.
This guy.
No, we have the lowest.
He probably thinks punk rock. He's I listened to Blink 182 once.
On track for the lowest level of violent crime in 30 years in this city.
But I hated it. They were crass.
Baltimore, same thing. Baltimore is having their lowest level of homicides in 50 years.
Yes, and actually the Baltimore AG is the one who's been prosecuting the hell out of all these people.
There's significant. Okay, so you don't need to send in the friggin' National Guard.
Oh, do you think he was a mod? He might have been a mod.
Listen,
I love Oasis.
This is the thing. Is this is not about crime. So, yeah.
Send him to the gulag. I mean, again, these are the guys that honestly, where it's nah, bro, you want to be if you want your secure little zone, it's called a prison. Go live in your prison. You guys want to support the industrial, the prison industrial complex so much. Well, there you go. Go be safe in prison.
Yes. Do I think that there
Take up that space. Give them your rent. Like, since you're so gung-ho for this.
is, you know, a narrative about...
And leave the big scary cities to everybody else, you know? Let us survive in our fucking dystopian hellhole.
Democratic cities in decline and chaos, blah, blah, blah. A lot of which is bullshit and overblown, by the way. But do I think that...
Meanwhile, there's a bunch of kids playing basketball, you know, right down the street from me. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
There's a narrative about that has some political salience. Yeah.
Oh, wait. That actually might be considered crime, though, you know, because some of them are black. So, you know, just automatically someone like Sagar will see a bunch of, you know, black teens playing fucking basketball and immediately just go, the ruffians are out.
Let's be honest that this has nothing to do with solving that problem.
I don't think
nothing to do with it.
I agree. I'm with you. I don't think that we're.
That's it. That's all I want to get.
Apart, but I do.
Nah, even libertarians, like, I would love to hear Dave Smith just disown this guy.
I mean, again, it does.
These mod libs are scared because they know their actions literally hurt others. They're afraid of intersectionalism because 100% they know they have to change, or they have to change.
Me and a lot of other Republicans crazy when they look at people like, oh, Washington. It's like, no, it sucks. It has sucked for.
I just realized that no wonder it's so hard to read chat. Give me 1 second. I gotta reset something. There we go.
A long time. Chicago sucks. Like San Francisco.
I want to give this guy a swirly so bad.
So there are parts of Chicago.
I just want to hold him over a fucking toilet and just swirly time.
Which are beautiful.
Like, oh my God, is anybody more bullyable than this guy?
When we were there, I was actually, wow.
Like, holy shit.
Wow, this is actually quite nice.
I don't condone bullying, but in this case,
a lot of the media narrative.
It's like, no, he really does make the case for like, oh God. Like, no, some people really need it.
It's wrong, but the overall per capita crime rate in many of these neighborhoods is a
He totally narked on the entire class constantly, you know it.
Disaster. And that is the part.
Chicago sucks based on what specific metrics? Again, he admitted that he doesn't even know the city. He doesn't come here. He did, like Serena, he didn't know if it was Illinoisans, is it Chicagoan?
Where politically,
like, dude, shut up.
Again,
unless you've ever ridden, like, if you can name the colors of the lines, let him. Oh, I actually screwed up. I should have just been like, if you could name the name of our subway, then maybe I'll listen just a little bit.
You cannot just like, oh, it's not about crime if you don't have an answer to crime, because then Trump is going to win every single time.
Crime is down. Okay. So clearly there are some answers to crime which are being deployed. I mean, and that's the other thing is like, what frustrates me is
I just want like an old style fucking, you know, guy in a Chicago Cubs hat to come out and just be like, look at this famoots.
When there's all this hand wringing about crime, which justifiably, like, people deserve to be safe. They deserve to live in neighborhoods where they feel comfortable. Yes,
since Democrats are in Chicago doing a great job, go to Parkway Garden Apartments and live stream for an hour.
With all of that. But then there's no willingness to talk about, you know, changing gun laws, right? That's completely off the table. If you look at us,
Illinois got one of the strictest gun laws in the nation.
If you look at us as a nation.
Yes, but they go to next door where they don't have those same gun laws. They also, here's a fun fact. They buy them legally, like through, you know, girlfriends, family members that can, you know, they have FOID cards and they just constantly go buy weapons.
Versus other countries around the world, the big outlier.
Talk about a canard, indeed.
Is in terms of gun ownership. So, you know, if we're going to talk about why this country is overall so violent, and by the way, some of the red...
If you don't have an answer to the leader's made-up crisis, you have lost.
States have the highest crime rates in the country. If we want to talk about that versus the rest of the world, you have to talk about guns. You have
the fact that most of these people lead not even with emotions. They like
to talk about
they lead with that little bit of like it's like that gross part of you that, you know, like you get when you have like acid reflux. They just have that all the time, and that's what they regurgitate into the internet.
Social safety net. You have to talk about the fact that we have this vast inequality, and we have...
Soccer triggers me so effing much. Honestly, I mean, am I not triggered? Am I not entertaining to you when I am triggered by soccer?
Very little in terms of social safety net. We have very little in order to support people, including young people.
My watch just told me to shut the fuck up.
Who feel utterly hopeless.
It's like, it's very loud where you are. It's like, oh.
But Instead, we're just going to like roll in the National Guard and pretend like that's any kind of a real solution. It's just so frustrating and preposterous.
I think it's completely fair, and it is true that the National Guard is not the solution. And I do think the gun thing has to be acknowledged. It's obvious we have 400 million guns in the country. I'm not for gun control. Also, by the way, it's just not going to happen. And Illinois has some of the strictest gun laws in the entire nation. So within the framework of like, quote, the possible, where we're going to acknowledge, yes, we're going to have violent crime. We're never going to be a European capital. We don't live in Geneva. We don't live in Zurich. We don't live in Vienna. That's in Tokyo, any of these places.
We're also, again, per capita, way larger than them.
That is not politically feasible. What is feasible is the year 2000, in my opinion. And now we have to all...
The year 2000, he went to New York once with Rudy Giuliani running it as mayor, and he is just like, I was at Times Square when they dropped the ball. Oh my God, it was so safe. You saw so many cops.
How exactly did we get to this point here? Is the National Guard... I continue to emphasize it for a sole reason. I continue to see...
You're a scaredy cat that wants to institute your scarediness onto everybody else. And you have this thing where you live your life in such fear that you wonder why other people are not afraid. And you're just like, look at these fools. Look at them. They live with their ignorance. They are so not afraid.
See this BLM style. Oh, it's all...
Yes, again, like he does the thing where it's just like the BLM, the riots. They burnt down the cities. Portland will never recover.
All because of social...
They're still cleaning up after the Godzilla mess that was Antifa, the Antifa kaiju.
It's like, no, it's not. It's addiction, a huge part of it, and it's soft on crime policy. And the fact is...
You don't want to fucking institute anything for that again, and you just want to lock them up.
Is that if you embrace...
And then you do the thing where you're just like, mandatory two-year rehab programs. It's like, what?
It's like a narrative.
So you're just sentencing these people to 2 years for just using drugs. Like, God damn it, dude. Like, you ever seen that movie where there's a guy like this and his punishment is literally getting like stuck with all this the drugs that he rails against, and then he turns out to get addicted to them because he didn't understand exactly what it was, and that's literally like the whole... I think that was The Punisher. No, it wasn't a movie. It was a comic book.
Of actually crime is down, when in reality... It's
I'm into a lot of different mixed media, so I do that occasionally.
Still very high.
But still... It applies
compared to 2009,
but how does
especially 2000.
Because honestly, there are guys like that totally deserve that. Where like they have these just very like set in their wave.
How does
just like no sympathy at all for anybody going through anything. Too like no acknowledgement that they could ever lose their gig.
Our incarceration rate compared to...
Always love how it's those guys.
Other countries.
Yes, we have one of the higher incarceration rates in the world. But
it's not because we're soft on...
But it's not just what? It's not just what? It's not just what, Sagar?
Crime. That's nonsense.
You can't simultaneously have prisons that are overfilled with nonviolent offenders and just say, well, we need to build more prisons. But we also lock up more people per capita than any other, large country. That might be a problem.
Well,
no, it has nothing to do with the fact that I just this entire time was talking in a way that just backs all that. It backs the fear. It backs the people that just, I want to send them to jail because they exist.
Yeah, but there's been a great shift since the year 2020, of which the consequences have been disastrous. And it isn't just about incarceration.
Well, if those policies are still in place, then why is crime going down so much?
Because they're not being enforced.
Because, Sagar, I mean, those policies, I'm not going to say that they don't have any impact, okay? I think that would be dishonest. But
he's also being dishonest in the way he's representing it. And also, again, a dweebus where he doesn't understand. Like, dude, like, I feel for these people where it's just like they would never, like, stand outside. Like, God forbid, like, there's a line at Mr. Beef, right? And he wants to have the tourist to, I saw that on the Bear once. Oh, but the line is out the door. I might be caught in a drive-by. Whoa.
We talk about, okay, what has really changed between, like, let's say the year 2000 was the benchmark you set out, and now we are suffering through a national societal breakdown, right? Inequality.
Sagar, I told you, buddy. We're Diet Coke buds. You always got your Diet Coke. I always warned you, Chicago's unsafe. You don't want to go there.
Skyrocketing.
That's part.
Never trust a city where their pizza's a casserole.
Social misery and stress and political polarization, like all of these things are pulling us apart. It is no surprise that at a time when you had the COVID lockdowns and an additional level of stress and
Crystal has so much. Well, again, she's a mom to a 12-year-old boy. That's actually that is hilarious. Oh my God, that's why she can handle him, because oh, that's so real.
Isolation and loneliness.
Oh,
that yes, out of that you see a spike in crime. Not to mention, kids being out of school and all these sorts of things. So, I'm not going to say the policies don't matter, but I think the bigger picture is those broader societal trends, which is why this is not a blue state or red city or blue city thing. It is a national epidemic that we struggle with, which has
But this is also where she needs to point at hammer this point that this is just optics. That's why they just want the B-roll footage of Donald Trump came into office. There was a crime wave. Chicago was a hellhole. Then he took over. I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message. Lot of contributing factors.
His penis is teeny tiny, but his love for us is so big.
And none of which will be solved by the National Guard standing outside of Georgetown Cupcake.
One of the things you didn't mention is illegal immigration, which actually some of this probably will be targeted towards. And so that is an important part of the story as well, where you have...
So again, you're just sitting here well, they'll take care of the illegal immigrants. Well, at least we'll get rid of the pesky grandmother that was selling tamales.
Mass illegal immigrant population, which has ballooned since the year 2000. So look, this...
Again, oh my God, since the year 2000. This guy, Y2K happened to him, apparently. He lives in a world where Y2K happened.
This is why, even if you look at violent crime...
What a fucking... I can't get over how much of a dork this guy is.
Compared to my benchmark?
Seriously. How... Have you ever met somebody like this? Because, wow.
Violent crime is actually, if you look at 2000, it wasn't a great year for violent crime. That's why it's not the right benchmark. The benchmark
talking to our
is
future
quality
kids
of
like
life.
this?
Quality of life has many different constituent...
We do not promote false information. She is not pregnant.
Parts to it.
She is just I don't know, a questionable dresser, specifically with I mean, it's the sleeves. Let's be real. It's the sleeves.
Quality, certainly. But, again...
I'm so sick of these creeps and weirdos trying to normalize this. This is not normal. No, but that's the thing. They need to normalize this.
Culturally, juveniles here today are not getting prosecuted. Juvenile, delinquency is a genuine BLM creation, from 2020, post on here in Washington. ATV gangs, lawlessness,
This guy is such a fucking racist. It's actually gross. He literally just said a BLM... It's BLM created, guys. Black Lives Matter. It created ATV gangs.
Cashless bail. These
oh my God.
These are BLM policies directly implemented.
Teenagers never did crime before 2021. No, they locked it down.
As a result of the protest.
Target parking lots were they were policed by the National Guard at that point. What are you talking about?
Which have skyrocketed crime in New York City, in Washington, D.C., Chicago, Brandon Johnson, 2023. They went ahead and implemented cashless bail. I get it. If you think about cash bail, it sounds inequitable, but the consequence has been a disaster. And so, I mean, we cover that story of
Dude, and before that, it was even a bigger disaster because then they just turned it over to these fucking bounty hunters that would constantly get it wrong and they would rack up civil infractions on their own, thus ruining the case.
The guy who...
You know how many times that's happened, by the way, that nobody wants to talk about? Where they're you have a bunch of these suburbanites, right? Where they'll constantly just be they'll see a story and they'll comment on Facebook on Channel 5 News specifically. It's always Channel 5. And they're just it's because Kim Fox let them out.
What did he do? He ran...
Literally, this bullshit.
And into it was in the state of Illinois, I believe. He ran in.
And then they don't see it's oh, wait a minute. That was before the whole cashless bail situation.
To some parade and killed a bunch of people. Released on bail. I mean, these are cashless bail. This is always the issue, is that we don't evaluate all of this.
No, they also have to do this thing where it's intake rates can only, you have so much capacity. So, again, dweebus, this, since you're like such a big mouthpiece for the prison industrial complex.
New age politics.
Like maybe, just maybe, at least get your talking points right, or maybe be smart about this and at least talk to a lobbyist.
Oh,
like, Jesus, you're not even good at grifting.
We need to talk about addiction and not criminalize it. It's like, well, look at Skid Row, look at San Francisco, look at the most non-criminalized areas for people in addiction. It has destroyed the quality of life.
Wait, you knew a guy named Hunter and he was a bounty hunter? Hunter the bounty hunter.
For the residents of those cities.
So we should definitely not criminalize addiction. We should have much more forceful rehab.
He's also a recreational hunter.
As you and I discussed. Again, I come back to the point. None of this has to do with the National Guard.
Fair.
None of it.
All of a sudden, it's a predator just...
None of it.
Yeah.
And so that's why I find it frustrating to even like indulge the conversation when...
Get him out of here. He's too much of a hunter.
It's very clear what is being done.
Get to be chopper hunter.
Here. It's the whole attempt is to get...
His favorite show is Hunter.
This conversation...
Oh my God.
And put on the table.
I love this guy.
Even though Trump has no...
I hate him, but I love him.
...interested in solving it, has been more pro-criminal than maybe any other president, given the way that he's pardoned not only the J6er, but all these like, white-collar criminal fraudsters who just pay the right person and are able to get their pardons. So that's my core frustration with the way this conversation is unfolding. Let me get to the Westmore part because this, this relates.
Well, white-collar crime, it doesn't hurt anybody.
So what we're discussing, we can talk about Bill Maher and get into, some of the sort of darker possibilities of what Trump is doing right now. So let's go ahead and put A5 up on the screen. Trump going directly after Westmore as governor of Maryland, talked about as a presidential candidate. He's
Statham's
not really
new movie,
my
The Hunter.
Style.
I used to be able to do a Statham.
He's a little too moderate, corporate, et cetera, but in any case. Trump says Governor Westmore of Maryland has...
Did you see the movie where I was a beekeeper?
...asked in a rather nasty and provocative tone that I walk the streets of Maryland with him.
I need to watch specifically the scene from Snatch.
I assume he is talking about out-of-control, crime-ridden Baltimore. As president, I would much prefer that he clean up this crime disaster before I go there for a walk. Westmore's record on crime is...
Oh my God, TLDR, Mr. Trump.
...a very bad one unless he fudges...
At what point do you think even his, MAGA followers are just like, Jesus, dude, can you do, your short tweets again? At least those were funny.
His figure...
now I just skip over these.
...on crime like many of the other blue states are doing. But if Westmore needs help like Gavin Newsom did in LA, I will send in the troops, which is being done in nearby DC.
New material, man. It's actually getting tired.
And quickly clean up the crime. After only 1 week, there is no crime and no murder in DC. When it
Did you also see that that's not the first time that happened even this year?
It is like that in Baltimore. I would proudly walk the streets with the failing because of crime governor of Maryland. P.S. Baltimore is ranked the 4th worst city in the nation in crime and murder. Stop talking and get to work.
Until it tanks the market and drains everyone's 401k. But at least don't have to see someone piss outside, I guess.
Wes, I'll then see you in the streets. And then he goes on to say, I gave Westmore a lot of money to fix his demolished bridge.
The weirdest part is, it's half the time not even homeless dudes. It's usually a drunk college frat bro that's at a concert nearby.
Even true, that came from Joe Biden. And he says, I'll now have to rethink that decision. Okay. Westmore responded to this on the Sunday shows. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what he had to say.
Are you so...
I will say this. There's a few bars downtown that do not... and it's the proper touristy bars where they don't have bathrooms in them, and so you get these guys that go there on St. Patrick's Day. They go bar hopping with their friends, and then it's just you want to talk about the city smelling like piss? Yeah, check out Chicago on St. Patty's Day, and then tell me that it doesn't smell like
opposed to this deployment,
piss and frickin' corned beef and cabbage. Well, I mean, the fact that they're also eating corned beef and cabbage, it's it's that bad.
There's plenty of reasons. One, it is not sustainable. You cannot continue this.
But again, it's all these fucking frat bros that come in from the suburbs.
Type of pace of operations, particularly when it's costing over $1 million a day in order to do this. The second, it's not scalable. You're not.
Jason Statham is very talented. He's a very talented man. He's a transporter, a beekeeper, and a construction worker.
Going to be able to do.
He's not as talented as Idris Elba.
Do this in every single major American city, particularly when many of the cities that have the highest crime rates.
I wish I could watch that video. I already tried. I remember early in my stream, there's a video of from BBC, they did a skit where Idris Elba can just do anything, but he can't.
Are the places that have
He just
actually
thinks he
deployed
can.
their
It's very
National
funny.
Guards to Washington, D.C. So who's going to go do the work in their cities? The third, it's unconstitutional. It's a direct violation of the 10th Amendment. The fourth reason is because it's deeply disrespectful to the members of the National Guard. You know, as someone who actually deployed overseas and served my country in combat, to ask these men and women to do a job that they're not trained for is just deeply disrespectful. And so when we're thinking about all of these lasting factors, when we're thinking about the fact that it serves as a distraction from the fact that the president's disastrous economic policies are making everything more expensive for everyday Americans, and making life harder for everyday Americans. There is a multitude of reasons that I am against this, and I will not authorize the Maryland National Guard to be utilized for this.
So his reasons where he said it's unsustainable, it's not scalable, it's unconstitutional, and it's a distraction. So that was his take on all of it.
I mean, look,
None of which, you know, I mean, he didn't downplay that obviously Baltimore has long had a crime issue, although they have done a better job this year in particular. Violent crime is
They have done it. They have done it. Yes, the social worker part of it is not the whole story. Prosecution is a big part of it, having dug a little bit into it. But yeah, let's give it credit where it's due. I will say Moore also.
How is that giving credit where it's due when you just shit on it, where you're just like, it's not just the social workers? Like, dude, what the fuck? You just need like the sexy military, like, you know, scene where they come in with their guns and that's what fixes everything, instead of, you know, those gay social workers that, you know, they do things with compassion. Ew.
Also is diving into, what is it, into the gerrymandering fight, and he's gonna
That's
make
right,
it so
yeah.
there's only one Republican seat in this.
I can't again, these conservative dorks
No,
that just
they're-
like constantly all right, I've overused the term, but I can't look at his stupid face.
There's currently,
Or sorry,
I
no,
think,
only one, and they're just going to take it away.
They're going to get rid of
Yeah,
that
they're going
too.
to take it away. So race to the bottom, I guess. I mean, Maryland
here.
is, it's been a blue state, I guess, now for quite some time. Might as well just make it official. I think.
Again, Crystal, will you push back by pointing out that Mississippi and all these other red states that he loves to talk about, like I love the red states. I love them. I love them so much.
Moore is, I think he's quite talented, actually. I mean, I don't know. It's like you said, I'm a bit suspicious of the more corporatized
I'm going for a walk before I lose the will to do so, but I'm still listening.
element
Nice.
of it, and he does seem very cut of the mold of
Have a good
like
walk.
exactly what the centrist
didn't get
Democrat
to do that today.
would want, and almost wears it on his sleeve a little bit about like practicing with the football squad and all of that, making it go quite viral. But I mean, there's no question he's
Move to Alabama. He should.
quite popular actually in this.
Honestly, like he loves sucking like Republicans' dick so much. Like how come he has to do the thing where he's just like that's liberal hellhole.
State. It is generally smaller, and in terms of national profile, like I don't see it as much for him as with Newsom. But if Trump picks a fight with him, obviously, then he's going to get his.
That'd be very elevating for him. Yeah, and I think a lot of Democrats, ambitious Democrats, are looking at the Newsom model, and they see that like
for
this
sure.
is working for him, you know. And I don't know why it took them this long to realize that, you know, trying to troll Trump, like get in his face, make a lot of noise, be controversial. Obviously, that's what you have to do in this era. And so I think Wes Moore is trying to do kind of his own version of that. And the fight that Trump has picked with him is obviously very elevating for him.
Right. Anyway, I think broadly, look, to wrap up our discussion.
I was about to say, wrap this up, but
National Guard, and most Americans are smart. I've always believed that.
I was gonna check out, but honestly, like I at least when I hear it, like, how is he gonna at least be like, yeah, this is disconcerting, or is he just gonna rah-rah
can
like
see
even more
through a lot of what this is? Even people like me who are like, yeah, I think crime is a huge problem. I think illegal immigration and all of that is a huge problem. If they view it as showmanship and as not serious, then they're going to get upset. I do wonder politically how it shakes out, because it sounds, quote, unpopular and all of that today.
Well, the thing is, if Democrats have any sense, like, as far as running against this, they just show, like, the military in the streets and just go, like, he brought the military to the streets because he didn't understand crime. He actually defunded the police by doing this. Like, just point out how each of these things is bad for the people that he's claiming to protect.
What I continue to wonder about is the actual merits of how the Democratic opposition fights this. And that's why, you know, that's part of what I thought our discussion is important for, is if the alternative is seen as still like soft on crime, then it will be a genuine question at the ballot box, and especially for the future of the discourse as to like what.
Sure it will. Yeah, because, you know, again, the gerrymandering, like, this is where I hate this. He's already setting up for it because now, even if the so if the gerrymander happens and he knows it, and he'll just constantly be like, you guys lost the election because of how unpopular you are. It's just like, oh, that's why, eh?
This will look like in terms of preference, because we have to be honest, like, you know, even if you look back at the height of BLM, sending in troops to the cities was broadly popular, and especially in retrospect, if you go back and now look at some 1 or 2 years later on the question of that polling, people were very upset by the breakdown of social order.
As well as the ungodly amount of money that this costs.
Chaos.
Well, again, everybody was talking about Doge and like cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Like,
and
I just really am sick of anybody like on the right that pretends to be politically engaged, and they absorb every like bit of propaganda that they are spewed, and then they just regurgitate it.
They're not going to,
and like they do it in a way that like that makes like, because when it comes through their mouth, then it like the evil in their heart that's already there, they're just like, I get to feel better about this because I know I'm kind of a bad person, but look, other bad people are out there too.
to pick. In general, in my opinion, people will pick social order over everything. That is not actually a good societal natural instinct, but it is broadly true.
Yeah, that also means giving up freedoms where, like, again, the second that this becomes about you not having your freedoms, like Sagar, with all due respect, my guy, your name is Sagar with a double A. At what point do you not see that it's going to then be like, if they keep going with the whole white nationalist trend on these things, do you not see yourself in those fucking crosshairs?
The question politically is how this will sustain it. I think Gavin, one of the ways that he was smart was talking about rule of law, and they weren't doing the BLM style, like, actually it's mostly peaceful. Most Democrats were criticizing.
He's wearing 2 watches.
The
He's wearing 2 watches.
Mexican flag.
Oh my God. This dork is wearing 2 watches. Yeah, I don't need to even try to bully this guy. Like, if you guys are going to take your political commentary and be like, I like the Sagar guy. He wears 2 watches.
Burning, you know, like the
just know this.
Burning of the cars, rioting, and any of that.
Like, dude, that's next level dork. Like, dude, oh my God. Like, that somehow outdoes Double Denim. Like, he actually outdid Double Denim. Good job.
Seems to be a politically palatable position that I think.
Hey, Sagar, what time is it?
A lot of centrist, more Americans could go with, but it is still.
I'm gonna shout that at him if I ever meet him.
A very live question today. I can see where the centrists are going, but I also see where the activist base is, and so I'm still curious.
It's Sagar time
to see how that actually shakes out.
Oh my
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very different.
Oh, this guy sucks.
Moment.
I used the other one to gauge my steps.
From the moment of COVID.
That motherfucker couldn't get a Fitbit.
And BLM, because there is.
He's double on time. Oh my God, he lives by the like literally like, oh, if you're not 15 minutes early, then you're already late.
The sense that, like, you know, things have calmed down.
To be honest, I kind of live by because I used to have a hard time being on time.
These cities, and it's not this heightened moment that it was at that point in time. I was just looking there is.
Ask me what time it is.
A little bit of polling. I mean,
oh my God, he really is. He's Filbert Turtle. Oh my God! If you guys don't get this reference, Rocco's Modern Life. Here, I'll look it up. Well,
who knows how this shakes out, what people really think in the long run, and all of that. But Data for Progress found a majority of voters, 51%, opposed the Trump administration.
Hey, Rocco.
And taking over D.C. police force.
I have a great idea.
And deploying the National Guard
on how to tackle crime
in the city. So 44% support, 51% oppose. That's basically right in line with Trump's approval rating.
Yeah.
So I think it really is just like a vector for
negative polarization.
Do you trust Trump?
Yeah.
Or do you not trust Trump? And you've got a lot of people, too, who think that it is indicative of authoritarian. Trump is being authoritarian, 57%.
Oh my God, it's
Trump
Sagar.
is just doing this to distract from other issues, 51%. More than half of voters, 51%, also agree Trump is doing what's necessary to crack down on crime, though voters are closely divided with 46% disagreeing with that statement. So that's it seems like it's kind of a wash and just matches up with partisan sentiment around how you feel about the person of Donald Trump at this point.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave.
Why are you the one who gets to do it? Honestly, like, yikes. Yikes. That's all I gotta say about him. Holy cow. What the light up watch? I mean, like, do you think that he's gonna do the watch arm? What were those called? You remember the swatches? Swatches. Yeah, he's got. Guys, I'm bringing the swatches back. Look, I have a pink one. I have one from my favorite punk band. My favorite punk band, DC Talk. All right, intermission. Let's break this down. That was a lot. Also, again, like, oh my God, the way that guy just needs to be openly made fun of. Like, seriously, I'm not even joking about this bit. If I ever meet him, I'm going to ask him what time it is and just be like, come on, dude, we know you wear 2 watches. There's nothing more punk than being punctual. DC Talk. That's a deep cut.
What would people say if they knew how much it is? That's freak.
Oh my God. He does the. Oh my God. Never fear, chat. I am back. Welcome back, Sean. It's always good to have you in the house, man. Cars have windows and they can move. Houses have windows and they can't move. So it's not the windows causing cars to move. Wait, what? The fact that... All right, this is what I love about my stupid brain is immediately I was like, whoa. Like, where are you at, man? I'm trying to meet you there. Hold on. His favorite rapper is Toby Mac. Oh my God. Oh, I can't. Oh, dude, all right, unironically, like, not even a joke, do you think that Sagar's favorite music is country music? Like,
oh yeah, that Morgan Whalen guy. Oh, he really gets me fired up. Nothing says Americana like a man named Sagar bumping and grinding to, some Toby Keith. I love Red Solo Cup. Despite the fact that it's a song about degeneracy. That's the degeneracy I like to be part of. Woo!
Yo, what's up, Zach? Oh, right on. Yeah, for this intermission, you had mentioned that you're drinking more and that your family is kind of getting on you about it. Oh, I don't know, as your little internet community here, I do worry about you sometimes. You are, you're still at that age, so don't, yeah, man, don't give into it too much, but, cheers, guys. I will not be hitting that just yet. We got, 6 minutes? But, yeah, brother, oh wow, guess who farted? This guy. So is this like, are you guys like going through like honeybee, like, are you missing her or something? Because yeah, it seems like she just kind of does not stream anymore, which that's too bad. But yeah, man, you Black Lives Matter but not in Chicago. What? Oh. Are you trying to get auto-modded? Because I didn't even have to do anything about that one, dude. I know you guys don't see him. Because he's an edgelord. He likes to, the chemtrails got her. Oh, dude, the deep state. The deep state got her. She was breaking the news on chemtrails, and, it's just like, nope, can't have that. Her influence was being felt all around. This idiot named Pep Talks popped in, and all of a sudden, oh, do you think that maybe it was my fault? It's like I got her off course, started making her question their shit. If you guys don't know who I'm talking about, there is a streamer over on Twitch that I've interacted with previously. She claimed not to be right wing, but she totally was. Yeah, she hasn't been on for a while, so sucks. Because she is entertaining. And she was always fun to have a discussion with, because she was at least willing to learn and, like, engage with you in good faith, you know? But every once in a while, she could also just be a bit of a jerk. You know, I'll just say. Not like I wasn't, though. I will say, that was one of the chats that I would stir the pot, and I knew what I was doing. What's her ad? I'll follow her. Yeah, here. When is the last time she streamed? I didn't even say. Crazy. She sounds like me. Well, unfortunately, again, I don't think that she's even streaming anymore, so it's all right. All right, so let's move on. We have covered the Chicago thing, Pentagon planning military deployment in the coming weeks, 1,700, National Guard, 800 million from violence prevention programs. Great. Tacit admission that being right-wing is socially embarrassing. I've never heard a person espouse textbook leftist rhetoric and deny they are left-wing. Huh. You know, that is actually a good point, you know? She definitely was something like different in that regard, because yeah, she was very much like, I'm going to just I just realized, though, she was doing the Joe Rogan thing where she's like, I'm just asking questions. It's like, but you got strong opinions about it, though. That's when you got to stop that. Just gonna say. All right, guys, real quick, if you guys are enjoying yourself and you have not hit that like button, please do. I really appreciate it. And also, if you guys are interested in checking out a very good sponsor. And I know sponsors are, everybody kind of tunes out whenever there's a sponsor. So I'm going to do it in a way that I got to be honest with you guys. They're not exactly thrilled about, but for real, I use Ground News, and I'm going to use it for this segment. And if you enjoy the segment, I will drop a link. So very organic. Also, for real, I don't know what I would do without this. Because every morning before I had Ground News, it was always like, you know, Yahoo News or whatever the hell, MSN or Apple News. And all of a sudden I was like, oh, these are all like, this algorithm is pushing a bunch of garbage. And I realized how much I wasn't getting like left-wing viewpoints at all. Like the algorithm specifically was giving me a whole bunch of stories that were just made to piss me off, because again, that's how the internet works, right? Well, I noticed after I started using this, that's not happening as much. And I love the fact that I have like a degree of control where I can just, again, click on the story. Like for this one, I'll just click on it again. You can see 28% right, 24% center are reporting on this, and then 48% are reporting on this from the right wing. You can see who's reporting with what faculties, what they're saying in the headlines, just to kind of give you like the judge absolutely forbids Trump administration to deport Kilmaro Garcia for now. Obama judge says Garcia needs a chance to defend himself against the charges. Yeah, again, it's almost like you're trying to do this thing where you don't give due process. Again, for the second time with this guy. It's like, have you not learned? And why Uganda? Gotta say, Uganda, that was a weird one where I was just like, oh, now we're just doing things where it's like, I'm gonna send them to Uganda. You want them? It's like, what? Uganda kind of sounds vaguely Spanish, doesn't it? All right, but then you get stories like this, where there aren't a lot of people reporting on this. You got Newsweek, The Hill, Independent, and the Epoch Times, go figure. But Trump says he could rename Department of Defense to Department of War. Now, again, I play grain of salt anytime I read this right here. Trump says. So, he says a lot. Now, it's like the Chicago thing where it's like, no, Trump does. Trump orders. It's like, uh-oh. Yeah, that's bad. So, gee, yeah. Yeah, right? And do you think that he's doing it because I want to call it the Dow. I don't like the Dow. It's my least favorite on the stock index, so I want to rename the Department of Defense, the DOD to the DOW, so I can call it the Dow. All right. Also, here is the link for Ground News. Check out Ground News. It really helps me out if you guys do so through this link. So you guys can get pretty much the same deal from all the larger channels and support a smaller streamer. But yeah, check out Ground News. And then, hey, cheers. I know I'm a little late. Cool. It is much more accurate with how we use it. It is. Like, again, I've talked about this openly on the channel, which doesn't make everybody happy. Let's just put it that way. Without saying too much, again, to put myself into an awkward situation. They kind of said, like, hey, can you do script? And I'm like, well, I do live streaming, and they're just like, well, how do you approach it? I'm like, oh, well, so yeah, no, but it really does help me out, guys, and it is also funny because I've had a few, let's just say surprise emails where they're just like, oh, thank you. So, we have fun here. If you guys are new here, I know, again, if Serena is still hanging out, you are new here. I hope you're having a good time. Dird 313. Yo, what up, Dird? How you doing, man? Etch, why the best approach is to or why the best approach is to have no approach. Do it live. The Pillow Riley. It is funny. Doing pretty well. How about me? Oh, I'm actually doing okay. Got a lot going on in my personal life, but you know what? Even though that is the case, still doing pretty well. Always have fun coming in and hanging with you guys. I think that I mentioned it last week. I have a 15-year-old lab that is on her way out. It sucks. Actually, I thought that I would have to put her down today, but she gave me an extra. She gave me an extra day at least, and gonna try and get her through the week. But we're taking it day by day, man. She's definitely not doing all that well. I kind of have a rule where if she's not, eating, then yeah, she is very old. I gotta kind of, her hips are not feeling great. But she's a good girl. If you guys want to see her, here, you guys can check her out in the Discord. She is a sweet pup. She is the best. I'm dead serious. Like, everybody says that about their dogs, but she's just so good. I love her so much. It sucks. I think I had mentioned it's like the worst social contract that we kind of signed, but oh, interesting. What's going on there? I used to have a Doberman dog. Aw. Doberman. Yeah, cool dogs. They are cool. Alright. Sagar debunks Ghislaine Maxwell transcript lies. Now, here's the thing. I think that I've had my daily dose of Sagar. So we're going to skip that one and go to this one. Alright. Speaking of crime in red states, from our last segment with everything going on, do I like soccer? Kinda. Kinda. I don't really follow, like, the Chicago Fire or anything like that, but I enjoy me a good, game of FIFA. I'm more of a hockey guy myself. Although, if you do, I like AC Milan. Nice. Yeah, are you excited for the World Cup coming to, the U.S.? All right. So, our last segment, we were talking about crime in Chicago. Well, get this. This happened in Mississippi. Yes, but I don't think I'll be able to go see it. Oh, that sucks. Well, you know how it goes. Sometimes it's even better to watch on TV. I know atmosphere is a thing, but realistically, for a viewing experience, you can get the atmosphere from going to a pub. I know that. I know pubs and football that go together, right? All right, so comedian Reggie Carroll killed in Mississippi shooting. South Haven police responded to a shooting in an area of Burton Lane and took one person into custody on a murder charge. Comedian Reggie Carroll died in a shooting on Wednesday in South Haven, Mississippi. South Haven police, we already read that. Carroll, 52, of Maryland, was found suffering from gunshot wounds. Officers and medical personnel attempted life-saving measures, and Carroll died from his injuries. So now, sorry, I kind of trailed off reading that because I'm wondering if the guy was like a heckler and like they got into it, because I'm gonna be real, this is like every comedian's worst fear. Like, every comedian has got a story about, some kind of out-of-pocket experience with a heckler. Most of them do involve, they just wait for you in the parking lot because they're they're literally psychotic. So you have to call the cops and then they just have to be removed, from the premises before you can even leave. I've seen that multiple times. But with this one, again, this is it, where it's just like you piss off a guy in the audience and then he's just like, hey, and then just, it's over. Sopranos. Details about what led up to the shooting remain unclear. The South Haven Police Department had a representative for Carroll did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Monday. Due to this being an active investigation, there is limited information. Okay. Carroll did stand-up comedy and toured across the country. Club Mobtown Comedy played tribute to Carroll in an Instagram post. Rest in power, comedian Reggie Carroll. Thank you for being one of the OGs who... Yeah, he was like on BET. I remember seeing him on, I think it was Comic View. Here. But you know what? Rest in peace, Reggie Carroll. Here is a bit of his. I will give you guys a little bit of a content warning that if you guys are not into like a little bit more crass humor, you can just kind of mute this until I clear him off the screen. But he just talks about, penis size.
This boy like 6'8", wears 16-inch shoe, and he's only like
I said he was 16, right? And he was 6'8", and he wears 16 this year, and he's real dumb. I guess that shit runs in our family, man. Because the other day, he asked me some dumb shit. He said, Uncle Reg, don't you hate when you sit on the toilet and your dick in the water? Yeah, it rocked me to sleep, too. I'm like, nigga, your dick is in the water? You know what I'm saying? I looked him dead in his eyes and I lied. I said, I know exactly what you're talking about. Boy, you family, baby. That's how we do this. Man, I ain't know what he was talking about. I went upstairs. I tried to sit on that toilet all kinds of ways, man. But I'm going this way, that way. Finally, I laid across and flushed it just to get my dick wet. My nephew, this boy like 6'8".
All right. Yeah, I wanted to find one of his bits that really represented the kind of comedy that he does, and that was actually one of like the more viral ones. So, like I said, rest in peace. That sucks. Again, every comedian's worst fear. But while we're that was pretty funny. Just doing the dip. I was dipping it all kinds of ways. Oh man. But yeah, here, while we're keeping it on comedy, here, a little viral story that kind of popped up this weekend. Jesus! Okay, USA Today. I see your game. I see your game. Oh, wow. I really do see your game. That's wild. So I can't even, like, click on the story? That's fucked. Okay. Sorry about that. Gotta find a new one. Oh, you know what? It just says Maron won't be joining the Bill Maher fan club anytime soon. Maron, host of the long-running What the WTF podcast, slammed the comedian during an April 24th appearance on Pod Save America. That is pretty much all the lead-in I needed because I pulled up 2 clips of the interview. So let's see what Mark Maron has to say about the state of comedy.
I do think we can get that the collapse of society can be tied back to crowd work. I think we can get it back to crowd comedians that are just doing crowd work. In the same way, we can talk about how what goes viral, what spreads, what gets people's attention is conflict, it's anger,
satisfying things.
Satisfying things.
Because cats do too, you know.
Right, sure. Yeah, the things that scratch some sort of a primitive.
Why does he wear his freaking watch like a sniper?
Itch in there.
He does this. Where it's just like, wait a minute. You waiting for, you know, what are you doing?
Yeah, whether it's like sweet or sad.
Yeah, cats too. Yeah, you know, rescued.
How did he die? He got shot. He got. I don't know if it was outside a comedy club, but it sounds like he was on tour because he's from Maryland. So it sounds like this was a situation where he. I don't want to speak out of pocket, but again, I'm worried that it was a heckler situation that turned into something much more.
Puppy.
Again, it's literally every stand-up's worst nightmare.
Getting a growth removed will also get millions.
I can watch a pipe evacuate itself for a minute.
You ever see a video of someone pulling a tire through a pipe?
Oh yeah,
oh,
great. It's the best.
Oh,
So
I'll watch that
satisfying.
all day.
I guess that's
I'll watch that all day.
a kind of primal fecal thing.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, there's something
odd
about the boom. Like that's deep in us.
What is? Oh yeah,
like the pneumatic tube.
Boom. Yeah,
that's satisfying.
That's good
It's
stuff.
one of the most primitively satisfying things.
You know, which is also the sound a person meant to make if they get sucked out of a plane.
Well, not something I want to watch, but
No,
I
but I'm just saying
probably
in terms of
would.
a noise.
Sure, yeah. Boom. It'd be a little more aggressive, like pop. It'd be like a pop. Yeah, and it'd be messy
and windy.
So.
And windy.
So trans people. No.
But bring it back to crowd work is that they're
okay
with all this othering and with all this sort of idea. This is one of their big debate points when you come at them. They accuse liberals of being.
Oh my God, is he wearing 2 watches too? Oh no, Maron. Just because I think you're cooler doesn't mean that you get away with this.
In terms of really embracing other people's point of view, and for me, if that other point of view is shut the fuck up.
I don't want to hear it. Yeah, right. Well, look. I mean, so go on about the crowd work. Sorry.
I just think what happens is once the othering is successful, and I covered in the special that real rights are.
Is it a thing? I don't know. If it's a thing, I don't know. It's like the Aura ring. All of a sudden, now you just see a bunch of old assholes wearing this Aura ring.
Denied, and real lives are at stake because of, you know, what comics thought was an anti-woke, was just about their language issue, and now they were used.
Why the again? I kind of get the Apple Watch, but like again, the whole point of having a watch is to tell the time. Do you just need to always tell the time? Because why would he do that? Why 2 watches? Is a clock not enough?
Under the,
I bet he actually looks at his phone for the time.
the sort of auspices of anti-woke, you destroy all the policy that helps people who are vulnerable or marginalized.
Hey, as a male that likes to accessorize, cool it.
Or in trouble. And I can't separate them. I will remain committed to the fact that they did that comics helped that. But I think in the bigger picture with, say, crowd work
Maradona
or
Maradona,
the kind of, you know, hackneyed tropes of tribe.
Wait. Is that a Fitbit? No, his actually looks more like a Fitbit. I think his is a Fitbit.
Comedy is what ultimately happens, and I said this to.
No, I think his is a Fitbit, which that's okay. I'll allow a Fitbit and a watch. You just and
with all the proliferations of podcasts, is that because the production values are shitty, and everybody knows them now, and because crowd work is kind of established as this way of lighting kind of having an improvisational moment. What happens to all this stuff that is really good and truly creative and interesting is that the bar gets lowered to the point where regular people just adapt to the garbage, and they don't seek out the other stuff, and the sort of outlets that make the other stuff are kind of marginalized. Mainstream show business is kind of marginalized. So all this stuff fits into that anti-elitism kind of frame of right-wing thinking.
Yeah, and it does. It's about taste too, which is that this stuff performs well. It does well in the world, for good and for ill. All the gatekeepers are gone, right? Like that, you can kind of build an audience on.
That is not true.
That's good. A lot of amazing people have started online. Human connection was a limited resource, whether it was through art or through having to go somewhere to meet a friend. Like, you didn't know who was fat until you went to the high school reunion, right? You didn't know what happened to people in your lives, so you saw them at a party. The party had real meaning, because you connected there.
That's it.
Okay, I see where he's going with that. All right, I understand.
The availability of all this removed the meaning of liking a comic, discovering someone, going to a club and seeing someone's hilarious, telling your friends about
people with researched and respected opinions.
Right.
So yeah, I look, and I did a joke that was, turned inside out by one particular kind of libertarian, thinker. I don't even want to give him that. He's a comic. But I said it was better,
Dave Smith,
better when everybody didn't have a voice. It's a joke.
Yeah, it's a joke.
But it's the same thing as saying, like, everyone's got a podcast now. But I just said it like that, so I left myself open to, like, that guy, see, the liberals are, they're totalitarian.
Well, it's everybody, the cancel culture, anti-woke comedy, it was about feeling like there's feedback that they didn't want to hear anymore. But I also, like, being a celebrity got worse too, which is why I think it was able to spread so far, right? Like, because if you were famous in the 1950s, you could do coke, get drunk, drive your car through a plate glass window, give $200 to the maitre d' at the hotel, and it was gone. Now, like, James Corden gets into a fight pulling a suitcase down from the overhead, and it's news, and it follows him forever. There's a way in which attention, celebrity, and feedback have made having the power of a platform less fun, and I think that annoys very powerful people.
It's predatory.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they have to insulate themselves, but I do still think that outside of just the kind of emaciated world of press and this chasing of clickbait, I do think in terms of the ideological bend on it,
might just touch
it, is that it's anti-elitism, it's anti-intellectualism, it's anti-expert. I think it's all part of that.
Yeah.
I think that Hollywood has been framed as elitists. I think that, not unlike with the universities, and the intellectual thing was always part of fascism. But I think that Hollywood represents elitism to the right. And I don't believe that's true. I mean, movie stars are movie stars, but I really think that's where a lot of that comes from, outside of just clickbaity stuff.
Yeah, and then there's also just a big audience for it, right? Like there is, it turns out, an audience for.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it right. Like,
no, of course not.
I think that.
What does that tell us about the people listening? That they wanted this.
Well, but most people, like, so what do you got? 75 million vote for Kamala, 77.5, vote for Trump, and there's 150 people who did what? What are they doing? Who are those?
Yeah, and those are the ones that didn't vote from that voted in the last election. Like, that's not stated enough, because I've heard other people get confused. They're like, really? That was only like, I thought that there were like way more people that didn't vote. It's like, no. There were.
Those people, are they just floating? Are they the ones that's watching? It's a lot of people.
Yeah.
What are they doing? So I think that in terms of how fascism or authoritarianism, like, we've got a president who is a thug. So, his way of doing business is like, oh, you got a pretty nice university here. Hate for anything bad to happen to it. Like, yeah, it's a nice state. No, hate for anything bad to happen to it. Maybe kick into the charity. Yeah, it's straight up mob shit. But but like people like Let's Vote. I mean, that's the guy that's doing it.
Yeah.
So like, however you see Trump, he's still a puppet to something that is bigger, that he doesn't give a shit about, as long as he can be the guy out front. But those guys are the guys that are dismantling the federal government in the name of Christian nationalism. But
conservatives make part of their worldview being hostile to artists, and then wonder why the media created by those artists doesn't cater to their specific tastes.
I think that the way that business, see, what you're saying to me feels like
they do that with comedy more than anything. But yeah,
that fascism is good for business.
Yeah,
because if you like Netflix will just co-opt anybody that can take that algorithm. And I think I used to do a joke about it. Netflix can become Reichflix, very quickly. And I think the pivotal moment was when they had pushback from the trans community about Chappelle. They realized after several days that community was not going to affect their bottom line at all.
Yeah.
And they cut them loose. And that is how fascism works in business.
Right. Well, right. When their argument and response would be, well, we believe in being a home for everybody. So there's Chappelle, there's Ricky Gervais, there's all these kinds of comics that do the same fucking joke, and we have a bunch of.
And then they do this thing where they're just like, "Aren't I edgy?"
Gay movies and films and queer stuff, and like, we're a home for everybody, and that's our answer.
Sure, but ultimately, who's getting the big deals? Which shows stay on the air?
Yeah.
What do they keep repeating? It's like the bigger audience.
Absolutely. And then they try to shoehorn conservative ideals into comedy and wonder why no one laughs.
Yeah, that's them saying, like, we got.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing more pathetic than all of a sudden when somebody, I don't know, like a Theo Vaughn, when all of a sudden you get more of this.
This other stuff, and we know,
because that's what you're gunning for in comedy, is the applause, the righteous applause.
No, there's a few of you, but we're throwing you a bone. So
shut
up.
TED Talks.
But the big money's on the ones that you're talking about that titillate in a certain way that is not always right-minded. And look, I'm people can say whatever they want.
Yeah.
Like, my belief is that eventually this stuff would have found its level. That ultimately, in terms of left-leaning or specific marginalized cultures, creating grassroots action, by overwhelming Twitter and stuff, that when Trump was campaigning for the second time, that was ebbing, that it would have found a level where tolerance would have maybe reigned. Because, like, I believe that in order for democracy to work, if these guys are doubling down on intolerance and hate, that you got nothing to work with. I mean, it used to be like, you'd get a guy who'd be like, yeah, gay marriage, now the gays, they want to get married. It's ridiculous. Fuck the gays. And then it passes in his state. And over time, he's like, I don't know. I work with a guy. They're nice. And then it evolves in the way that democracy is supposed to work. But I think it should always be said that what these guys are fighting for is not democracy, and they're shameless about it. They can say that, you know, democracy enabled us to vote for that guy, but that was the fucking end of it. And that's the loophole in democracy, is that you can freely elect a fascist. And then who the hell knows what's going to happen, right? But I do feel that they are shamelessly anti-American in their political ideology. And I imagine most of them would own it. Sorry.
No,
it's good. We're going to win. We're going to win.
No, I'm glad let's talk about it.
Yeah, 2026, everything's going to turn around, you guys.
Well,
oh no.
You know,
oh, fucking Mark.
Yeah, we can do oh, we're so fucked.
We're so fucked.
I will say, like, the hope, right, too, is like, this is hacky shit, right? A lot of this like anti-woke comedy is like hacky shit. And the way you beat that, you can scold people. I'm not saying you're doing it, but people on social media can try to scold their way.
When you do see TV shows that do cater to conservatives, it's banal pandering and heavy-handed, obvious messaging. It's boring and one-dimensional, and they love it. Think Tim Allen, anything, yeah.
To the other side.
Yeah, that Tim Allen show that was just, you know, Tool time without Tool time.
Side of it, but the answer is to just be fucking funny. And the answer is to have a bit about Theo Von that people really like and sort of turns something on in their brain.
It's subjective.
That makes it silly to them.
Sure, right, but it's not going to make it silly to the guys that are brain fucked in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to make it silly to the believers. And the problem with like comedians as news influencers is that now anything any comic says is a representation of their personal ideology.
Yes.
So the ability for them to be objective about humor is gone, and they are subjective, which most humor is, to a specific ideological bent. And sure, you can make it as funny as you want. There's plenty of beautifully funny people doing amazing comedy all the time, but they're in the shadow of this momentum of the tribalized comedy of
like the Rogans. Yeah.
Rogan, and again, those documentaries, which I highly recommend, from Elephant Graveyard.
Oh,
you know,
dude,
Rogan is.
Oh my God, Elephant Graveyard getting the major shout outs there.
Positioned himself as the arbiter of what comedy is. And the way I framed it in my conversation with Howie was like, you know, how long can you kind of claim the victim mantle?
Right.
It's like, my question is, it's like, you guys won. Woke is dead. What do you got to keep beating these people up for? Some of them are losing their rights. Some of them are being, you know, literally killed. Some of them are being deported. And these were all the big funnies for you guys who claim to be victims of this horrible policy.
Yeah.
So then why not stop now?
Well, but also part of it is,
because again, it's not what's got them popular. It's not what sold the tickets.
But then also,
you know how many people show up to comedy shows where they actually like expect to hear jokes they've already heard? That's insane to me.
There's this sort of, well, we're just
like, they get mad when they leave. They're like, he didn't do the bit.
We're just comedians. We're just telling jokes here. And then it's like, well, hold on a second. You can't.
They're going to be victims until the end. They always find something to be victimized about. Trust me. Dude, it's the same thing with Christianity. Christianity can always find a way to be a victim, except for where they actually are being victimized. Like, I don't know, Israel going to the Christian churches in the West Bank? I don't know.
You can't have the president on in the run-up to an election and give that person a forum, Trump, and not push back. You can't get behind him, and then when you don't like the consequences, say like, "Well, I don't like any of this."
And that's what they do. Like, they'll, like, say for instance, they know a guy, and then it all of a sudden becomes a talking point in their life where it's just like, yeah, but didn't you just make a point how losing some of those guys from, you know, the Home Depot crew just made it that much more expensive to run your business, and that's why you just increase your prices? Yeah, you know, but Trump says that the outcome is going to be worth it. So
immigration stuff. But I'm just a comedian. I just had him on. He was a guest.
Yeah, but
I
still,
heard what he had
I
to
can't
say.
forgive it. I can't forgive it.
Don't think you should.
And it's like, in the sense that, like, well, you should have done your fucking homework, you know, before you come out and say.
Josh Johnson is actually, he's led a new wave of comedians that they're not focusing on doing new specials all the time. They're actually like, their specials are their, like, you know, their appearances. Like, you do have guys that are still doing the old way where they'll definitely rework jokes and they do not want to be filmed. But guys like Josh Johnson, where it is just like, no, I'm just going out there. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Which that is also leading to a new wave of comedians where they're not so like uptight about the whole special thing, because guys like Rogan, they did this thing where they put it on such a pedestal that when eventually his last one just bombed, he's kind of just like, yeah, I don't know, the tides are turning, dude.
This is the guy to your army of kind of minions who look to you for intellectual fortitude and the proper diet and what is real and what isn't real.
Well, to be fair, that's also why guys like you have, I don't want to say responsibility, but when you do have good takes and like people listen to you for those types of things, I don't know, like,
so in a sense,
there's a problem, yes, when you fancy yourself kind of a moron. Trust me, I struggle with this a little bit. It's like the true imposter syndrome, where you're just like, no, I'm just kind of at the end of the day, I'm trying to make people laugh. I want people to enjoy themselves.
It's like they're going to backpedal, and they're going to back.
I also do want to make people think.
Pedal in relation to what's kind of like moving through.
How many times can you really watch Joe Rogan fuck a barstool? It was one of the funniest that, like, hey guys, look at him. He's about to mount it. It's glorious.
Yeah, and I don't know that it matters. I mean, I think it does matter. Oh, I think it does matter. No, I mean, I don't know that it matters.
Pinnacle of comedy right there.
Oh, if MAGA buckles, and they have to accommodate them?
I think we have to be practical. And I can't go back in time and make people not endorse Trump, but people with big platforms realizing that they were... Look, this is a decadent and depraved era in American politics and American society. And part of that is a glibness with very serious things. You have...
I was thinking about that today, where it's just like kind of shocking how little your average American knows about just everyday news.
Zelensky in the Oval... he's getting questions.
Come on, Joe. Why do you mock us?
About putting on a suit. His country is being murdered by Vladimir Putin. He's getting jokey questions. Donald Trump is showing him his fucking hat collection. This is a depraved and decadent era. And as part of that decadence, there are people being glib about life and death decisions, including endorsing a monster because it's good for the gram.
Yeah, the Jesse Wells episode. I do actually kind of want to check that out.
And
I'll probably check that out, like if I mow the lawn or something.
That happened. How do we help? Now there's a good side to that, which is there's a shallowness to that support and that embrace, which means, yes, we can say that was stupid, I don't forgive you, fine. But we got to get those people to realize, we got to make ourselves feel open to them, because those people with those platforms are maybe gettable, as are the kind of soft Trump voters that maybe got on board because all their favorite hosts liked him.
I'll agree with you with that.
Okay.
But I think you're taking out of the picture, they're afraid. They're in, man.
Yeah.
And they're in over their head. And, there's real consequences when you push back against your authoritarian overlords. And who the hell knows what they are? Because once you get above Russ Vought, I mean, you've got the tech oligarchs, all right? So they're the real ones, whoever's, pawned out, Vance is a stooge for those guys, for Elon and Thiel and those guys.
Mm-hmm.
So once you get above Project 2025 and you get above Trump, then you've got these guys who really seek to destroy the fabric of democratic society. Okay, so if you're on the payroll of that shit, and and you want to soften up, there's a lot at stake. So it's not just sort of, well, we got to say the right thing to these people and change their minds, because you don't think Scott Rubio is shitting his pants every fucking day?
Marco.
I mean, you don't think like any judge that rules against him is getting like hundreds and hundreds of death threats? I mean, this is straight up, terrorizing shit. So, I know we were heading towards hope somehow, but.
And we don't need to. Let's turn around.
No, but I think that.
Needs hope. Who needs it? What?
In terms of voters and whatnot, if they are still capable of empathy, underneath this mania of grievance validation, then in so much to say as if they're still human, that maybe something will speak to them.
Well, I think that's where there is genuine hope. Trump has many powers, talents. One of them is he is very good at making what's the worst thing about you the truest thing about you. He's very good at that. He's very good at kind of reaching into somebody and saying, this thing, this weakness you have, I'm going to make that more true, whether it's animus towards immigrants or embracing their ambition over their politics if it's a politician. But one reason I think Trump was able to get back is because there was a big hole, and everybody listening will be annoyed at my saying it, but whatever, but the bully pulpit, Joe Biden, he left it open. And we didn't understand how big of a price we were paying for not having a vocal, aggressive, relentless advocate for democracy, for just empathy, which is something Joe Biden, I think, is very good at, but had lost his ability to communicate well. And if we can start getting leaders and influencers, it matters now, it's the world we live in, to kind of reflect those values more, suddenly a lot of people that were open to Trump might remember some good parts of themselves. Because I think people are complicated. And you're right, in every person there's a bully, but in every person there's always an empathetic part of them.
Yeah, anytime I see Sagar, immediately I'm just like, oh.
Well, Donald Trump does a crackdown on immigration, terrible crackdown. And what happens for the
I honestly don't know.
Support for immigration, just itself.
When they said pod save, I thought it was like going to be, I don't know, the pod save guys, but I don't know.
It's good. Rises.
No, anti-immigration.
Anti-immigration sentiment plummets.
Yeah,
support for immigration itself, irrespective of the policy, rises to 80%, highest it's been in decades. There's something that you can turn on in people. That's what leadership is, and we need that. It's been absent. I think it's possible.
No, I agree with that. I mean, of course, and like historically, it happens.
Yeah.
You know, you can push back, and you can, change people's minds.
I don't watch Pod Save really. I watch a lot of like the interviews. So he didn't interview any of like the people that I've seen recently. So don't recognize them.
The sadness, the weight of it. But like, what happens to like I've become sort of obsessed with this idea of these. These angry white dudes that you were talking about that were untethered, and many of them, the whole sort of angle of Democrats used to be like, they're voting against their self-interest. That used to be the big thing.
Yeah.
How does that happen? Because it feels good to be angry. And
well, you can't tell people what their interests are is one thing.
I guess, but I'm just economic.
Yep.
Right. So, but now it's like I don't want to get more grim. I'll stick with yes, maybe people. Well, you get all these angry dudes. I mean, and then you offer them. I mean, South Park covered it. The second one, offer them a job in ICE.
Yeah,
as non-officer guys with guns for big money, and that again, then you get into that philosophy thing where they kill part of themselves to serve this because of their self-interest. And I guess that ties into me with what you're saying about influencers and about that. If you can get them out from under their self-interest, which sometimes is just posturing for a particular cause that determines their brand sort of appeal, but is rooted in almost nothing. I mean, how do you make
momentum?
He's kind of an establishment centrist Dem with a decent talent for communication. Lately, he's been more vocally left. Well, I mean, I think that a lot on the that were on that side are finally kind of waking up to this stuff.
Momentum almost.
They are. It's almost like they realize that, I don't know, trusting all these, centrists that we're talking about, like Liz Cheney, and then demonizing people like AOC, demonizing people on the far left. They kind of just went, well, hold on, I don't actually know anything about the far left. Let's hear them out. And then when they actually hear the platforms, they're like, oh, that's not bad.
It's like you're using it as a marker to sort of determine your brand. Everyone is stuck in honoring the context of the social media platform, right? So arguably, if you really want to do it, there's no free speech. Because you're trying to get onto this platform and get traction with what you have to say in the bits and pieces that you can do it, and make it appealing to enough people to get you some sort of recognition so you can get your grift going or move money into the right direction.
And subscribe to our YouTube.
But
it was one of those fake laughs, I think.
But also there's a difference between this hyper reality and just sort of like, going swimming.
Goes for me too.
So
honestly, definitely subscribe, guys.
I just think that it's complicated without a unified message. And
I will just say this. Since he said that, I have noticed, again, that there's a lot of you returning viewers out there that are withholding the sub. Don't understand it.
Entering
Come on, guy.
Political part of this last special,
Hey, come on, guy.
days before, I changed the tone of how I was going to do it. Because like I said, with that, alpha doggy or whatever thing that
alpha doggy
with the swagger, which is either genuine or just a means for me to confidently, a trick to deliver it. I decided in this one, just go under it, almost be passive about it. Like, hey, everything's great, everything. And then move from that tone, because I believed in the spirit of what you're doing here, that if I do it like that, people who aren't necessarily like-minded will listen.
Yeah.
And I did some of these shows. I had a guy come up to me in like Skokie or somewhere, and I did all that stuff. And he came up to me and said, I think I'm probably the only Trump supporter in here. And I said, did I get it right? And he said, yeah, man, he's crazy. Like, what do you even do with that?
I do think that's, well, I think it gets at something.
Yeah, actually, that's wild.
Important, which is, I feel like a lot of liberals, and it gets to the kind of buzzkill thing, a lot of liberals have had convinced themselves that if only we can reach people with the truth, they just don't have the facts. And once they have the facts, we got to get them the facts. We got to make sure the New York Times headlines are accurate, that they capture things correctly. Because if people had the facts, they really knew who Trump was, then they wouldn't do it. But no, a lot of people got behind Trump knowing who he was. And that's a harder, deeper, sadder problem.
Yeah.
And that, I think that is where we're at now. I think the first term was, we just have to reach people to make them understand. Now it's, wait. They did understand. They did this anyway. This is a bigger problem than we realized.
You have to, like you said, have a leader that believes in liberal democracy.
Yeah.
And can speak to why it's good. Even with,
even with its flaws,
creating policy that may, undermine businesses, maybe, creating policy for the benefit of all. You have to somehow re-engage people with the idea that they have a civic responsibility for those who don't have.
And it has to deliver. It has to deliver for people, because I do think
that's right.
That people have come to believe that it just doesn't matter, that Democrats they overpromise and they underdeliver if they deliver at all. And really, the federal government just doesn't affect.
It's almost like the actual left has been saying this the whole time.
That's me.
Isn't that annoying?
And
I mean, it is the bitch about always being right.
That's a
God, get on our level.
Health problem.
It's a wealth problem. I think it's also this is a kind of cultural problem right now, which is the assumption that as things that how things were is how they will be. That there are certain things you can count on, right? Like you can just, the Trump is crazy, but Social Security is going to function, and Trump is crazy, but like he's not going to ruin the whole global economy by announcing tariffs for penguins. Like there's
that was funny.
I think a lot of people learn from the first term that things don't really get that bad.
Yeah, but that was before they had 2025 in place.
Exactly. Of course.
And they, all they had was Bannon and, his mystical beliefs, churning out executive orders. But now you have guys that really know all the fucking weak spots of the government who are churning out executive orders.
And they had 4 years to prepare.
Totally.
And second-term presidents always know the job better than first-term presidents. They rarely get 4 years to be outside so that the policy people, the wonks, can get their plan together. But also, that's what's so different.
Sure. But also, how do you get the young people that identify with liberal democratic or leftist politics, to focus on getting involved in being involved in the government?
And I think
making us not feel like it's always helpless, not over like, God, I was just looking into a county position and they were just like so vague about it, where they were just like, well, yeah, you do, balancing the budget. You gotta, you have to look into like new municipal laws and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, okay, but examples would be nice.
This is where it's like, what brings all these
But then again, there is also like this push for, smaller county positions that are, like, some of them are, you have to be elected to, but some of them are just ones that you can just sign up for and they will they will just give you the position because they covered this on Majority Report that some guy did that where he was just like, hey, he went like down to his town hall and they were just like, here is a position because we are dying.
Let's bring groups together. What makes people see themselves as part of one movement? Leadership, and we didn't have it. And
for mayor,
and Democrats didn't have enough trust with non-Democrats to believe the threats, to believe what we were saying about what Trump posed, and
Make America spicy again.
Democrats didn't have enough purchase with less engaged lefties.
Oh my God, I actually would have like the best campaign slogan. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
To earn their vote and to believe that they could be trusted either to kind of
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody actually might own that. Damn.
get people excited. And Kamala did a lot to try to fix the damage that Biden
There's
had.
also, wait, there could be a double connotation. Hold on.
Had left, but there wasn't enough time. We'll be right back with more of my conversation with Mark Maron. But first,
all right, that means that I can move on to the next segment.
I'm glad he apologized, and you feel good about that.
Who else? Let's see. Let's do some more beefs. What do you think about Bill Maher?
I can't do it. I can't. I don't. Tone. I always had a problem with his tone. I think I did politically correct years ago.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
A couple of times maybe,
Yeah.
and I think I did real time maybe once or twice. But
That's when you were dating Ann Coulter at the time.
I mean, it's one of my favorite scenes in Short Circuit.
Oh yeah, that was.
I was like, I don't know, 4 or 5. And I remember that I was just like, "Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?" And I remember saying that to my mom. I'm like, "I'm a pepper."
Dark time. I tried to help her. There's no. She's lost cause. I couldn't do it.
I hate to admit this, but yeah, we've had more than one family function where Dr. Pepper shirts were worn.
There's nothing I could do.
Yeah.
With all my years of experience,
Pep running on a campaign and promising to put a baby in
in
it.
and out of bed, that could help her.
Okay.
So, no, I don't know. Like, I feel with Bill that there is this, and it happens with some of the other boomers.
Need someone who will fight for you and has a little bit of spice and kick. Vote for Pepper.
There's this desperate chasing of relevance that changes someone's mind in terms of how they approach what they do, and also kind of makes the whole undertaking feel desperate. And outside of his ideas,
I should do that. I should just throw my hat into the ring for a congressional race in Texas and move to a district over there.
It's about primarily,
there we go.
I think wokeness.
I would lose so quickly. They'd just be like, "Look at this yank," and then it's just like,
I don't know. It's.
Although, wait, I'll just end every campaign speech with the Taco Bell ding, and then I think that I might win.
It's just not for me. I know his joke writing.
Because I'll just say "Live Moss," and then everything will. Yeah, come on.
He's got good joke writers who know how to write for his tone, and I've known a couple of those guys. They were comics. And they're
talking about good joke writers, and I tell a bad joke, zing,
good guys. But I can't see past, the desperation and what he's willing to do to stay in the conversation.
And what do you think about the death of like?
Oh my God, that was such a burn.
Late Show's gone. Conan Show's obviously gone.
Yeah,
it's coming undone. This place that I know, I'm sure for you, was this pinnacle of where comics went, what comedy was, like from Carson to Letterman to Conan. What do you think of that?
I think it's just the nature of what we talked about before, is that if the bar has been lowered to consuming only clips, which is dictated by media platforms, that this whole idea of algorithms and what people's attention span can and can't do it's sort of I don't know if it's a catch-22, but it's like, even with any streamer you work on, it's like, well, our algorithm says people can't pay attention for this long. And I'm like, but not my people.
Oh my God.
And if you
Matthew McConaughey will fund my campaign.
Keep promoting that.
This Pepper guy's all right.
They won't. I mean, if something is good, they'll stay in it. I guess the format
Honestly,
and the
that's all I
nature of
need.
show business has just again shifted to entrepreneurs and media bubbles.
Have you smoked with pep talks? It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That are self-driven by, individuals or tribal entities, and that the whole framing of show business being this, it's the talk show. Here come the celebrities. It's just people don't care anymore, and they're all chasing clicks on, for clips of, having interesting people do dumb shit.
And we're going to bring those pies in a second. But
oh, God damn it. I knew there was a big closer.
No, I want to end with this. It's a serious question, and it's where I was going to before. But look, when I'm on the phone with Ari and the phone cuts out, I think they're dead. I just assume the building has collapsed. Truly, earthquake, a 9/11. Truly, if they're in New York, I think a 9/11 has happened. Like I really go there.
Takes a lot to adjust to the text just ending without a bye.
Right.
It's just like the last thing said is just hanging there. There's, you know, Fahim Anwar?
No.
So funny.
Oh
He's
my
a very
God,
funny
Tinkerbell.
younger comic, and he just does this this dating. You know, he was texting with somebody he met on a dating app, and he was he didn't know whether he was being ghosted.
Oh my God, Destiny watched that scene and was just like, "That's how it's done,"
or not, or no, he made a joke.
Oh,
she said
gross.
something, and he just
unfortunately, we are going to go through that.
Texted the
Hey, you're
dancing
back.
emoji,
What are you doing?
and nothing. That was all that was left. That was the last thing he said.
Forever.
Yeah, exactly.
Forever.
If you guys didn't know, if you want to help support the channel and also give this cute little effer a treat, you guys can donate $2 to the channel and he gets himself a treat.
There's no way to end a text conversation. It's a terrible medium. But
60 gigabyte Destiny.
it's actually
I thought it was 600.
to social media.
I'm very curt with text.
We don't think.
No, you're right. No, it's 60 gigs.
Me too.
You're right.
We don't think of texting as social media. It's a form of social media because it's an impression of talking to somebody. We're not actually talking to somebody, but that we can't talk about that anymore. We have no time for this. Here's my question for you, which is, you're a catastrophizer. You've done it your whole life, and you've been through a terrible loss. Your plane hit the mountain.
Yeah.
Did it change how you view catastrophe? Does it change how you allow your mind to create catastrophe all the time?
That's a really good
what
question.
it changed was my sense of mortality.
Yeah.
It did not change. Like it doesn't, tragic loss of somebody you love. That's not my go-to catastrophe. I didn't see that coming at all. I mean, my parents are both still alive,
See, I had
it's not great.
I mean, recently my mother passed away just unexpectedly, so I totally understand what he's saying.
But I didn't see what happened to Lynn. There was no way I could have ever seen that coming. So, when somebody dies tragically, all the other catastrophizing about me and cancer or, what someone's going to say about me or the world or the fires or anything else, when somebody dies, it does make me more scared in relationship because it's happened. But it also sort of makes you realize just how fragile it all is and how there is no real kind of universal order to it. And, there's no way to answer.
I think that's the biggest fallacy that our brains try to institute or instill.
Why?
Is that there is order to it.
Plug and jive in
everything makes
$5.
sense.
Did you want to supersize that? Big beautiful snacks.
Big beautiful
And
snacks.
that-
He gets
that's
on to
just
big
life.
beautiful snacks.
So I don't, it didn't diminish my catastrophizing, but it did make me realize how fragile life is.
And I think
Too
we're
heavy
not,
for an answer?
No, I just think now we're ready to start. Let's record.
Oh, good.
Let's
Finally.
get the things
Jesus,
going.
We got warmed up.
And
About time.
now-
Do you understand how many times that'll happen on a podcast where they'll even say like, "Oh my God, we really should just push record." I know that Soder, he makes sure to do like anytime that he starts a conversation, he'll push record and then he'll put the podcast out when he feels that it's just like, "Oh no, we're recording now." It's like, "Oh, cool." 2, 3. Oh, you missed. 1, 2, 3. Let's do it on 2 now. 1, 2. Oh, we got 2. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Look at him. Look at him get him. Adorable. All right, well, that was man. I like how that little rip on Bill Maher though. That's the one that did it. Like that little what? God, I feel like that was only 20 seconds long. Remember when Trump said he'd release the Epstein list? His whole cabinet was built on releasing the Epstein list. Now they say there is none. Pep Talks remembers. Pep Talks and Pepperidge Farm. They remember. Oh my God. The first time I saw that Pepperidge Farm bit, I laughed my ass off. That was a fucking classic Family Guy. All right. Let's see. Clear off some of this. Man, we went through tabs today. Holy cow. Appreciate you guys hanging out today and having a good time. What comic is big enough to make all these other guys eat shit and still have them on their show? Epstein Toast. Burr. I don't know. Yeah, I think Burr. I don't know. I'm a little disappointed that Burr did the Saudi show. There was this big Saudi gig that was for the prince or like the Shah of Iran or the Shah. Shah of Iran. That's not a thing. No, the Prince of Saudi. I keep forgetting the whole title and all that bullshit, but the royal family is getting a royal performance from none other than Bill fucking Cosby and one Bill Burr. You know? That's got to be wild. And you know what really sucks? This is the most egregious part about it. They have to sign like some heavy NDAs that it's like they can't even talk about it even though we know that he's doing it. So that's insane. Hey, that helicopter needs gas. Right? God. I always love the when I see like an artist that like they're still making huge money, but they live such a modest life because they're just like, you never know when this is gonna end, and honestly, I don't need more than this. Once I see that, those people like instantly become like one of my favorites because I'm just like, oh man, I love people that just like they know, where it's like, I don't need like. Even with FU money, they don't need to have, like, FU lives, where it's just like, I'm going to buy 7 houses and have a staff to take care of them all and use up all this energy and just blah, blah, blah. Hermit Horologist. Yo, what up, Hermit? How you doing, brother? Well, sorry. Brother or sister, you know, try not to do the gender shit. Man, I remember the first time that I had that. I was just like, oh, my bad. No, if you guys need to, you know, let me know. Please let me know. Just know that there is absolutely nothing behind any of it except just a stoner going, what's up, dude? All right, maybe I'm shortchanging myself just a little bit. Yeah, I think my football client is now ready to be modest after being in the NFL, then not being in the NFL, and now back in the NFL. Hey, that'll do it. Brother's good. Cool. I hope our oh no. I hope that somebody just like didn't get turned off by like the Sagar bullying thing, because I just saw something where I'm like, oh, I think they dipped like right around then. Well, that's unfortunate. Like this MFers car didn't start after training camp. Again, well, it's also the fact that like when you see that type of money at the beginning, you think you're gonna have it forever. Like it's the age-old story, but then you know the most successful guys that got out of like the NFL, NBA, any of that stuff, they just didn't spend it stupidly. They got themselves like a nice house, a nice car, and then put the rest of it into investments and fucking, you know, high yield savings accounts, and now they're fine. You know, a lot of it is that when like it's also like not sexy just to have your money sit in something that like your portfolio isn't something that you can always talk about, because again, the more money you make, the more that becomes part of your thing, like just your identity. So everybody like is just like, oh, how much are you? How much was in your like? Do you understand that this is what caused everything to suck is just billionaires like that, where it's keeping up with the Joneses on that level. And like, they can't comprehend how much money they have, but they just know, oh, well, Joffrey has another 0 in his bank account. Well, I can't be happy until I have, you know, a 0 above Joffrey's. Being young and thrown in a cannon of money is usually a self-destructive situation. That is also true. I know it's a lot less common though, because I did read a article recently about how like the new wave of, you know, NBA and NFLers, they took that to heart and they were just like, you know, we listen. We listened to everybody that, you know, God, what was the most, who would you say the most infinite one, or not infinite, oh my God, just had a brain fart there. Infamous. Because Gen Z don't leave the house. You know, as much as I don't want to generalize, they really don't seem to, because, like, think about it, like, yeah, they don't go to, like, you know, is the mall still a thing? I know we, like, have a mall, like, maybe, I think we have, like, 2 malls that are still functioning. Even the famous ones? Oh, I mean, yeah. But then again, I might understand not wanting to leave your house. I don't like, yo, man, sometimes you don't want to go places. I mean, I go to, like, you know, concerts and I go out to eat and shit, but realistically, I mean, if there's a way that I can do something without leaving my house, yeah. I remember making that, I was one of those guys where during COVID, I'm just like, not much changed for me. They're just like, you can't go anywhere. I'm like, oh, that's too bad. There's a bunch of Gen Z that got famous in their house. Well, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, yeah, streaming it's a new way of, you know, reaching out to people, engaging with audiences. I'll be honest. You know what? So here, I'll talk about this a little bit. Actually, you know what? Here, give me a minute. I gotta pee. I gotta grab some stuff too, because yeah, I want to talk about what I did this weekend. I went to a Democratic event in Illinois 9th, which I've been pretty open with, where I have representation there. So I will be right back. Give me 90 seconds. Let me just put the oh, you know what? Here. Let's leave that run. Barcade is fun AF. Nice. Yeah, barcades. Oh yeah, we got a few of them. We have like the most famous one. We got the Galloping Ghost. Have you heard of this guy, this Cobra guy that passed away? Cobra? What? Cobra. Is he from Cobra La? I mean, all these OF models? I mean, that's literally the don't hate the player, hate the game. I've always thought that. I will be right back, though. Ah. right, guys. Let's talk about what I did this weekend. Right. So, I was about to say, where'd my music go? Here. Scorpion Voice Sucker. I'm being mad that women make more money of men acting like men will always be the... Wait. I can't even read that. He's a YouTube celebrity of sorts? Wait, Cobra. Josh Saunders. Casper native, known as King Cobra. Oh my god, I can't even... Dude, there were like 6 different fucking plugins for that. I'm sorry. Wow. That was ridiculous. Sad story, though. What happened here? Like, because I would like to get the story, but dude, whatever that was about, that was insane. YouTuber musician Cobra found dead in his apartment, age 34. But what happened? Here, COD. Josh Saunders, his father found him. Initial support suggests organ failure. I recognize the guy. Yeah, I remember there was something with him and Jonathan Davis where they met and like that went viral. Okay, no, I remember that guy. Well, that sucks. No, that is sad. All right, so I want to talk about what I did this weekend. I went to a invite-only political action conference. As far as for the Democratic Party of Illinois. And it was kind of cool because we had Kat Abou-Ghazaleh was there. And you guys all know that I've been waiting to try and talk to her on the show. I did get the details on why that has not happened. You want to talk about somebody that has a very busy media schedule? That would be... that would be the case, and I'm happy for her, and I'm really, I'm glad that she's bringing a lot of attention, almost, dare I say, too much attention to specifically that seat, but at the same time, it is very cool to see her have traction. However, there is still a primary for that seat, so I am also going to be platforming some of the people that are running against her. Specifically, I got Mike Simmons. He is a actually, here, I'll just read his platform here. A product of struggle and tenacity, Mike Simmons stands for everything that Donald Trump is trying to erase. Mike Simmons was born and raised on the north side of Chicago, where his family integrated to Lincoln Square in the 1980s. Moving into public housing, his mom opened her own salon in Rogers Park while raising Mike and his sister. His father, Ethiopian asylum seeker, arrived in Edgewater as a refugee fleeing political violence. In 2021, Mike became the first openly LGBTQ and the first Ethiopian American person to serve in the Illinois State Senate. In 4 years, he passed nearly 50 pieces of legislation into law, fighting for the people and getting things done. He led the passage of Illinois' first child tax credit. That was always trust me, that's pretty popular with even some of the Republicans in this state. Go figure. Giving money back to struggling parents. He's also passed legislation to eliminate medical debt for several hundred thousand individuals in Illinois. expanded access to mental health care for youth, remove forever chemicals from our water supplies. Again, that one was a big one, and it happened quickly, I have to say. And ban discrimination against black hairstylists in all Illinois hairstyles in Illinois schools, which again has been insane. It's actually I went to a private school, but we weren't allowed to have hair past our shoulders, and yeah, always wanted to grow out my hair, so maybe that's why. Like, I'm just like, I'm never cutting my hair. Can't tell me what to do. Senator Simmons has been a fierce champion for public transit, bike and pedestrian safety, LGBTQ+, and human rights and small businesses. So, in Congress, so if he gets to Congress, here is what he says is his main platform. Tackle rising costs of food, healthcare, rent, and utilities. That's a good start. Create affordable housing for all. Love it. Fight back against cuts to Medicaid. Love it. Shield our kids from gun violence and mass shootings. All right. Stand up to the extremist attacks on abortion rights. All right. And immigration raids and mass deportation. Safeguard our environment. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I wonder what the top 3 will be. Because I will say this. Kat brought it to just 3. Affordable housing, cheaper groceries, accessible healthcare. Also, there you go. If you guys want to... there's the QR code. There's the QR code for Mike. Yeah, hit pause, you know what to do. But yeah, Kat says, affordable housing, cheaper groceries, accessible healthcare. It's not too much to ask. Paid for by Kat for Illinois. Grassroots, not rich dudes. Appreciate that. All right, now let's read her. Oh, hold on. I want to get the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so champion game-changing public transit investment. So public transit, defend our democracy, global peace and human rights, protect us, broaden rights, small business. Yeah, I mean, this is where if I just could like consult a little, I would just be like, I mean, I appreciate all that. Man, it's lofty. But hey, I'm for all of it, so boost our mom and pop small businesses, expand hard-won LGBTQ rights. All right, so now let's get Kat's platform. Spent my career fighting for democracy against the far right, and now it's time to keep doing it in Congress. This moment demands fighters, not career politicians who promised and don't deliver. That's why I'm providing direct support to our community right now, not waiting until after Election Day. The only candidate who will meet any district resident to discuss any issue. Haha! Well, as somebody who is a district resident, I hope that this reaches that campaign. No, it's actually nice to be in communication this time. I will say this, I think that I might have mentioned this earlier, but she has a lot of people that work for her, so there was something that happened. Are you looking at a white side or a pamphlet? I am looking at I'm looking at pamphlets. Yeah, Tinkerbell. Yeah, if I had the website up, then I would just be reading it, you know, a la that style. But all right, so let's see. All right, so he wants to meet with any district resident to discuss any issue. The only candidate vowing not to take Republican and corporate PAC money. Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. The only candidate providing food, clothes, and toiletries to constituents. I'm going to ask her about that one. The only candidate vowing not to take Republican and corporate PAC money. What other... Oh, is she... I think she's talking specifically for the opposing candidate for the seat, not necessarily the primaries. I'm wondering, though. The only candidate providing food, clothes, and toiletries to constituents. This is true. She's been doing, like, on the ground, you know, clothing, what do you call them? Oh, my God. I'm having a mind fart. I forgot what the hell they're called. Like food bank? Yeah, something like that. The only candidate who's been a target of the far right because they're afraid of me, and they should be. I would ask about that one too. No, just wondering if I could see it. Yes, here. All right. So there she is, meeting with somebody from Planned Parenthood. There. You're getting 5 more seconds of this. Hi. And then you can also, there you go, scan the QR code or whatever with your phone. All right, that's how it works. I like it. I like it. So, I am pretty happy with, after hearing the speeches and seeing the direction of the party. Again, just from the small bit that I was able to do, I got some hope. Now, whether or not, like, that's so cool. Well, until I have that date completely booked, I'm going to just say tentatively. But no, I was able to actually meet her at the event, talk to her, introduce myself, let her know, you know, that I really wanted to get her on the show. I think that I'm already on the radar. There was something that happened with one of her campaign managers where he kind of insinuated, like, yeah, I think we've seen you before. I was like, oh, cool. I'm wondering if it was the James Carville thing, because I'm really thinking, I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? I did, like, tag her campaign in that, so. Yeah. This is going to be cool. And like I said, I am a constituent, so I have, like, I have questions for her, but just based on this one, like, I actually do want to just ask her, like, the only candidate vowing not to take Republican corporate PAC money. Again, does that apply to the people that she's running against in the primary and being the target of the far right one? That's interesting. Joe Rogan of the... Stop it. You stop it, sir. But I'm, yeah, I am going to be interviewing Mike Simmons coming up here. We are also trying to, like, these, I have to work around their schedules. It's almost like they're, you know, kind of doing something. I don't know. If this was a radio show, by the way, you guys wouldn't even know about this, but this is a one-man show where I'm pretty open about this shit, so. She still hasn't addressed that mistake. One stop sign on your block. Why is she running from this? Oh my god. I should just ask her. It's like, hey, what do you think of these blinking yellow lights that, you know, they flash all of a sudden? Do you think they're causing more accidents, or you think they're preventing accidents? Dude, I almost got T-boned the other day because of that shit. So, like, for real, they have, like, these, our right on green arrow isn't just right on green arrow, because technically it's flashing yellow arrow, but it says right on green arrow only. It's so fucking confusing. Right. But I did this thing where, like, I waited for it to go red, which you're supposed to do, by the way. But this guy blew the red light and he almost T-boned my ass. I got very lucky where I was just like, whoo. Oh no, no Prepper Pepper interview. Oh my god. You know, after meeting her, she strikes me as, like, the type that would be fine with, like, any of, like, some not any of the shenanigans, but some shenanigans where she, like, if I just said, you're on the Pepper Prepper right now, we're talking about, you know, gay frogs, chemtrails, and why the left sucks. Some Godzilla questions. Dude, just oh my god, don't even address politics. Just be like, all right, serious, hard-hitting question. Rodan or Mothra? And do you consider a jet jaguar to actually be a kaiju? Those are always, like, the hot button issues with the community. You have to dress up like Kid Rock if you did that. My name is Kid! Let me ask you something, Kat. Do you baw with the baw? I thought not. Oh my god, that would be even funnier. She's like, yeah, I boon diggy upchuck the buggy. It's just like, all right, you have officially become one of my favorite people. Where was I going with this? Oh yeah, I was talking about yeah, this is the weird part because when I was there, it was kind of crazy, like doing the whole doing the politics, but also being me. Where, so this is also pretty cool. I got to watch my buddy get sworn in his precinct chair. So, don't know necessarily what he does, but I just know that he got himself a little booklet, and they swore him in, and it was cool to see. I was very proud of him. But, well, I mean, I didn't actually get to see him get sworn in. That was the thing that sucks. I saw him with this little booklet. And then I'm like, oh, well, he has respect now. So that was pretty cool. But it was also funny because, Mr. Politic over here, making all the connections with local politicians. It's still, me and him had to take the cousins walk, if you know what I'm saying. So occasionally I'm just like, wow, I am just respect the booklet. Hey, I mean, it's nice leather bound. It was pretty nice. Hey, definitely. The tax dollars hard at work, making sure that it's like, no, those papers will not get destroyed. Yeah, but we're actually, I'm gonna go knocking on doors, people. This is gonna be fun. Also, gonna be a little odd because I haven't really done that. I signed up for some phone banking as well. That I'm a little worried about because the degree of separation where it's like, all right, don't go into performance mode. Just buy the book. Yeah, no, I'm trying. I see what's happening, and like I said, just in one weekend, all of a sudden now we have to worry about the National Guard. This is insane. So this is important. And it's also important that somebody is in this seat that isn't a MAGA chud. So, yeah, political action is what we need, even if it's from I need to be better about that. Just a guy like me. That's really cool. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I'm excited. Really excited to see what the future holds. Also, I'm excited for the interviews. I'm still trying to figure out if it really depends on the schedule, because what I'm thinking about doing is cutting up the interviews and then putting them on Pepaganda on this space, as well as making sure that they're featured on the channel. So, but as far as Kat goes, I would really like to just talk to her on live stream, because she's very in her element when she is, also essentially with her stream setup. So, which I get, because again, that's where I was going with this. I kind of learned that, yeah, I'm a little awkward. I usually don't have that, but wow, where I have to represent myself and explain what I do, it is awkward. It was the first time I've ever done that, where it's just I messed up a bunch of times where I was just like, I'm a YouTuber. They're like, oh, only YouTube? I'm like, well, technically I'm a streamer. And then my buddy was just like, yeah, he's, and my favorite. Okay, this was really funny, where somebody, they kind of treated it like, oh, that's cool. We definitely need, more people that are on social media kind of trying to push this message. Or did you just start kind of thing? And I showed, I gave them the link to my channel. And then they kind of all of a sudden just went, oh, a lot more interested to talk to me. That was pretty funny. You just learned that? Hey. Come on, Sean. You know me. But anyway, I am going to do the Andrew Schultz thing. And then, no. I'd rather do the Andrew Schultz thing for the fun half. What do we got? 3:45. All right, let's do the Destiny crash out stuff. Cover some of the drama. Which I would say on a lighter note, but it's really not. This is kind of nuts. Gotta say, guys. Keep these handy just in case. Let's put this here. Whoop! Sex Pestiny loser. Yeah, dude, it's I can't get over the fact that this is almost taking that turn where he was going to meme himself out of it. I'll say this much: it is disgusting how many people are supporting him. That is, it really does bother me. Like, the people in the DGG community at this point, if they are still like politically active and they're still doing this thing where they're like, oh no, we have the idea of the left. It's like, no, stop. You need to stop. Like, absolutely, you need to stop. I cannot do this anymore. OG Destiny hater, stay vindicated. He is such an insecure dweeb. Oh, the fact that he had to go for, a teenager in general as a damn near 40-year-old man tells me everything I need to know about this guy. And what bothers me is the fact that, like, I had to hear from other people where it's like, did you know that Destiny, like, allegedly, like, slept with Denims? Do you know that Destiny allegedly slept with, X person or this person? It's just like, ew. But also, what the fuck? Usually don't like to police that stuff because I also generally don't care. But this is weird. This one's weird. Yeah, Lauren Southern, like, but then, like, because this is the thing. I was starting to think, I'm like, oh, well, maybe he does just know how to, like, mac on girls. If, show my age. Go, hey, yo, we're gonna go mac on some ladies. He's just it's just that he's a master manipulator, and that's it. Like, that's realistically what it is. That's how so many people fall for it. Yeah, I could see it. I could totally see it with the way that he debates, like the way he formulates his arguments, even with this stuff, the way that he talked about, the stuff with Pixie, like somehow again turning himself into the victim. Like, he did this twice now where he's just like, they came after me. They targeted me. They knew what was happening. But this stuff, leave it to Willie Mac Show to be the guy where he's just like, you know what? Fuck this. He totally DM'd me and it's this bad. And then you get Ethan, which I have to say, this tweet right here was, this sums it up pretty well. So, here we go. When Denims makes a joke about hummus, this stupid effing bitch terrorist. When Denims is 100% outed as a pedo, did I miss something? Please correct me if I'm wrong and I'll rewatch. I think that's what that means, but yeah. Completely unreal. And I also have to say that there is a contingent, and I think that it was Abba and Preach, which was disappointing, where they kind of made a video going to bat for Destiny, where they're just like, this isn't as bad. It's like, oh, God. Because, like, they're trying to do the thing where they're like, they're making this sound a lot worse than it. It's like, no. Nah, brother. Because, like, the way that he keeps memeing with it, too, where he's just like, the one that got me where it's just like, where he's like, have you seen 15-year-old girls? It's like, and the way they're built? What? How does that not just how is that, like, insta-cancel? Maybe I grew up in the day where that was, like, an insta-cancel, but then all of a sudden, this new online streaming audience was just like, He's just memeing, guys. He's just memeing. He memes all the time. Memes. Never serious. Memes.
Apparently, you hate to see besties go back and forth with one another. Old friends of the show fighting one another. It turns out Destiny and Ethan Klein are actively duking it out in the marketplace of ideas. I'm just watching from afar. Streamer Destiny tweet.
Why do I feel like we kind of might have seen this?
Video of
Sorry,
HD podcast host Ethan Klein reacting to hearing his mother and father being 16 and 21 when they first sealed the deal. Ethan, when he finds out his dad was also a pedophile, sad face.
Buttons are open.
Oh my goodness, I was 16 years old here.
Wow, look at you guys here.
Dad's 21 and I'm 16.
Dude, if that happened today, bro, you would not.
Oh, I know.
Trouble.
I know.
21 and 16.
Well, you know what? I was more mature than he was.
Well, I believe that. I actually do believe that.
But look at her. I mean, she
San
looks
Francisco.
like she just came off the cover of
21 and 16. Were you guys having
None of your business?
What?
Let's fucking go. Did you guys,
Not
feel
till
the deal?
she was 18.
Yeah.
Not till she was 18.
We were in love.
Almost.
Oh, you lie.
That's so crazy. Yeah, you could not do that today. I mean,
no,
that's crazy. That's
be just like, whoa there, buddy.
And it's just like a very
weird
way to argue when you're being called a pedophile. Like, because like Ethan called Destiny a pedophile because he was, in the process of procuring CSAM from a 17-year-old at the time. So he's just taking on the moniker, it seems. I guess this is a method. The method is to try and basically joke about it, make a mockery of like the haha, we're all in on the joke. Actually, like it's not that serious, when it's like it is a serious thing. It's a crime. So I don't know. And then H3 podcast host Ethan Klein praises Destiny in new Instagram story. You are a very smart and funny guy. I've been following your career for a long time. I took that same chance on myself, inspired by you to become a creator. He hopes Destiny finds the help and peace he needs. I could not believe it. For 22 months, Ethan Klein tried to claim that I and my community...
I mean, again, this actually makes a lot more sense when you put it in context now.
He was doing...
Where it's just like, oh, did he know that? I mean, dude, that alone is worth a hit piece.
CPS calls
to his like, bro, that's your parents, bro.
House, sending him skulls. I never for once even... said this is a good thing to do to Ethan. I was completely unaware of what was happening in any way, shape, or form, regardless. And now you got one of his allies that he has now turned on openly making jokes about it. Me, after smashing the post button on my last IG story, I don't post on Twitter directly because it's too toxic, so I limit myself to 25 stories a day about Twitter posts, and then stumbling into some free snacks for my kids. And the dude is like stepping on dog shit, so he's basically saying like he's feeding his kids dog shit. And Ethan replied to this in the most civil way that I have ever that I've ever seen him reply to anyone, which is, Steven, using his government name. You are a very smart and funny guy. I've been following your career for a long time, since you were cleaning carpets in between StarCraft 2 games. I saw you transition to streaming full time.
Anyone who hangs around and he downplays what he is, what he does is probably a groomer themselves. It's almost like anything can be normalized in niche online communities if people like that flock together.
Someone who was also working a 9 to 5, I found really inspiring. It was soon after I took that same chance on myself, inspired in part by you to become a full-time creator. Later on, I came around to your political streaming content, a genre you pioneered. You've had such a long and accomplished career that anyone would be extremely proud of. I am genuinely sad about the great potential that you had, and for what was thrown away because vices took over your life. As a parent, you know the implications and ramification of chatting with a 15-year-old. You know how a teenager looks up to adults they admire and how easily they can be manipulated. The time for irreverent jokes is over. You need help. This is a long pattern of sexual deviancy with teenagers. I hope you take the time to understand what's inside you is missing and why that would urge a grown man to flirt with a 15-year-old. I don't know where the 15-year-old came from, by the way. Is there like a new thing that dropped? I am not taking any pleasure in any of this.
You're telling me that
it's all very sad. I do hope you find the help and peace you need.
That kind of actually with Ethan, the way that he does that shit, or he'll make something a lot worse, like just by like being 2 years off,
because children deserve.
God damn it, dude! Like, God. Like he was just saying, is there no, no, there's no new information. It's literally him conflating it.
Better. Now, what's fucking insane about this is that if you're in this community, you knew this already, right?
Which I'm just saying, that gives fucking people like Destiny the fucking ammo to be like, see, these guys are already misrepresenting it. They're bad faith.
Ethan was a fan of Destiny and was getting his notes from Destiny's community. Destiny's community had like infiltrated Ethan's community and became like a useful tool that he used because they love cyber stalking people and
yeah, he calls his son a tourist for like nothing, and this is the kids' gloves he treats them.
Have sophisticated smear campaigns that they can apply.
Yeah, come on, Destiny. Come on, think about the people that look up to you, Destiny.
To whoever Destiny's enemies are. What's so crazy to me is that throughout this last 22 months, I kept saying, hey, man.
I don't know what the hell I said today, but specifically,
it kind of feels like you're using a lot of these talking points that you're getting from a nefarious community.
This pep talks guy.
And Ethan kept saying he didn't know who the fuck Destiny was. He had no connection to Destiny at all. And what's wild to me is that he only acknowledged how much he loves Destiny after it came out.
Yeah,
he was trying to procure child sexual abuse material. Like the timing on this is insane to me. Like you wanted to literally lie about your affiliations and your knowledge of this person for an entire fucking year, gaslighting me and anyone else in your community, only to just reveal that you actually were a major fan of his after you called him a pedophile. What is going on? This makes no damn sense. Like, this is crazy.
We'll see.
To be fair.
Yeah, we'll see. So do you want to tell me what is your evidence that I work with or talk to or have any association with at all with Destiny?
What? Destiny?
What? 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 The guy that I talk about fucking obsessively 100 times a day? That is like basically like the Antichrist, the Lord Voldemort in my community? Yeah, you accuse me of working with him, knowing him, talking to him. What is your evidence for that?
So yeah, I think that is not a ridiculous fucking claim to make at all.
It's actually insane. And it's a really convenient way of discrediting me when I've never spoken to,
no, I think
worked
you're doing
with,
enough
talked
to
about
discredit
Destiny
yourself
in my own.
What's so crazy about this is that after this conversation took place, he took one of the last remaining advertisers that the H3 podcast has is Destiny's second in command, like Destiny's podcast co-host. Like he's been getting all of his notes from Destiny's best friend. His entire community has been infiltrated, and now they're attacking Ethan for once actually calling out Destiny. It's crazy. How do you not see it? You fucked your own life up. You fucked your own career up. You fucked everything up. I don't need to bring that up.
It's a really nice way of you. You know what? I think you're hallucinating, buddy. I think you are Oh, you pulled a meme from his subreddit once. And no, there was a guy in your Discord that's also in his Discord. I think you're hallucinating.
I didn't say any of those things.
You sound fucking unhinged, dude. Are you crashing out, Hassan?
Ethan, I didn't.
Hassan, are you crashing out?
I gave you.
Do you have friends who?
He's literally just Ethan. Chill, dude.
Who are aware of the condition and can help you get the help you.
Do they ever understand that like doing the performative stuff that like he's doing, this didn't help him in any way? Like, are you guys seeing this where between the two, like, and the dichotomy between them, who would be seen as being a little bit more, I don't know, out of sorts?
You need.
Holy shit.
Okay, Ethan.
You're delusional.
I think it was like, I don't even know when. It was after October 7th when Hassan's chat was like spamming insane shit. And I went over it on stream and I think Ethan DM'd me and he asked me, he was like, wait, where did you get the chat message from? And I told him, I think this might be 2 years ago. Yeah, these are so, but I think Ethan is like so desperate to get away from the Destiny controls me narrative that he decides to do his little unhinged bullshit on a stream.
Great. Thinking about this comment just makes me so sad. I had never listened to what Ethan had to say, so thought he might come with some at least half reasonable critique, but it was just a truly crash out and really sad to see. God knows what's going on with that guy. Sorry you've had to deal with friends treating you like this. I mean, it's fine. It is what it is, boys, girls, MBs. The other thing that I was gonna say is that, like, not only is it crazy that Ethan chose right now to come out and be like, actually, I was a major fan of Destiny this whole time after he called him a pedophile, but what's also wild about this long and wordy response to a guy he's calling a pedophile who's attacking him with way more smoke than I ever did, okay, is that he has kinder words for a dude that, by his own admission here, is like trying to fuck 15-year-olds apparently. He has nicer words for that guy than he does for,
well, yeah, to Ethan's understanding even.
For people who have told Ethan, hey man, what you're saying kind of sounds like you're pro-Israel. Maybe you should reconsider saying things like this. That is the point of inception where our communities diverged, and all of a sudden Ethan decided, like, I hate Hassan. He is responsible for everything that's ever happened. If you're pro-Palestine and you're a female content creator, he will call you every name under the sun. If you're pro-Palestine and you know, a visible content creator that's like actively being attacked by the Trump administration, stalwart ally of the Palestinians / major liberal Ethan Klein will literally demand that the administration take action against you. He will sue you. He will take action against you. He will call you a terrorist over and over again. He will try to get attention from advocacy groups to try to get you deplatformed. You spend months trying to fucking humiliate these people. Now you got a guy who's actually fucking not holding back. You got a guy who's actually not holding back, and this is what you have to say? Like, the way he has talked about Denims, the way he's talked about Frogan, the way he's talked about me, the way he's talked about Ian, iDubbbz, Anissa, versus the way he's talking about Destiny, who is super pro-Israel, and by Ethan's own admission is a person who wants to fuck 15-year-olds, and he's like, I love you. You're the GOAT. You're a huge inspiration. You inspired my career. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I ever even actually attacked you. It just blows my mind.
Usually I would say that this is like kind of like, you know, the drama extreme, but no, like he's being completely fair there.
I mean, all that's left in his audience are DG's years. Yeah, I know. And it's clear. It's clear that that is like the...
I hope it ends his burgeoning mainstream relevance at least.
Lifelong.
The problem is, like, they're already doing this. Now you have right-wingers coming in and just being like, oh, so you're telling me that, you know, almighty Destiny, the representative of the left, like, oh, we all know that you guys are all like him.
Mind that he has designed for himself, which is ironic because, like, it was very obvious. The warning signs were there. He just didn't want to see it because...
That would be I hate to say, I mean, Legend of Sean. Appropriate that you would say that, because that would be legendary. What if one of these To Catch a Predator type knockoff YouTubers catfishes Destiny?
He was getting hug boxed, and they just like literally completely overtook his community. And now you look at his like subreddit, which is where Destiny thrives and his community thrives. They either like directly take over subreddits, or they actively work within the confines of existing subreddits to basically use it as like a.
Isn't Reddit becoming like less and less relevant though? Do you know how many times I've actually heard somebody like mention a subreddit?
A promotional tool.
Most of the time they're a certain age.
And now his own community.
It's like mid-20s, and that's the only time that they're talking about fucking Reddit. But you got like Gen Z, and then you got fucking millennials that are just like, nah.
Is actively criticizing Ethan. The H3 audience is currently in open war with itself. DGG infiltrators are upset that Ethan Klein stabbed their pedo king in the back, so they've immediately resorted to threatening.
Or not Gen Z, the one after them.
His children with extreme sexual violence. H3 fans who think snarkers are the height of evil in the world do not have the mental fortitude to
have a seat, Mr. Burrow.
Handle the unbridled psychopathy of Molestines Fedeyin,
the third,
who have been in denial about standing shoulder to shoulder with for the last year. This looks really bad for you, Ethan. The Destiny defense team in the comments is sick.
I was just coming here to discuss socialism versus capitalism with her, I swear.
Let's play a game.
Jesus
then
Christ.
Tell us, Rose.
Although he would say it so fast. I was just coming here to
birth year, and if you're right, we euthanize Destiny, and if you're wrong, we
excuse me, sir, can you please not speak at 1.25
bust
speed?
Open Theodore thoughts. Like, that's a psychotic thing to fucking say. They're talking about his son. They're literally actively presenting.
Again, and the fact that like this was understated in a lot of the reporting is that Destiny's kid was the one who outed him on the Discord for this. Like, what is happening? Like,
threat of sexual violence to one of Ethan.
Also, can we just, I don't know, address the fact that his kid kind of has that strong of a disdain for that, and like he's kind of acknowledging like, yeah, my dad's kind of a certifiable POS here.
Minor.
Here's the proof.
Children by name. That is unimaginable freak shit. Like, these people should not be online. These people should not, like,
no, honestly, like that. And it kind of does like blow my mind that it's just like, oh, like
these people should stop doing this shit. The H3 main sub, absolutely lousy with these. Well, shucks, I've heard of this Destiny guy, but he seems innocent.
It's
and
true.
all the videos I've watched from
That's
him
the
are
way that it is
100%
being
correct.
handled.
So I really
Well,
hope Ethan
shucks.
isn't just spreading vicious lies and rumors. And also, what about Hassan Law? Like, his whole community is blasted with people who are like, I don't really know who this Destiny guy is, but he seems awesome and maybe a bit misunderstood. And they're just like duking it out with one another now. The Destiny incident is exactly why live shows are important. I watched the VOD on Destiny today, not knowing anything about the situation prior. After reading the comments, it became clear the story is so full of disinfo coming directly from Snark. It's disappointing to see Ethan engage with another creator's Snark community without any research.
Yep. That's
It's
also
just funny because like
that's what Abba was saying. He was just saying like, yeah, this is, you know, there's a lot of misinformation. He actually brought up how Ethan misappropriated like how old the girl was. There's a lot of that shit, and that's why I even brought that up, where I was just like, no, because you already have assholes that they want to wax semantical with this for some reason, because they want to do the thing where it's like the same thing with Trump, where it's just like, oh, look at these lefties, they're just being crazy. We're not actually doing anything that wild. What are you talking about? And then to hear Destiny just go, oh, I'll meme my way out of this. Don't worry about it. Like, to hear him say that, like, on his show, and I don't know.
Doing to him the same shit he's been doing to me. And you check their histories.
The fact that he did meme his way out of the Pixie shit and then somehow also made it to where it's just like, she just disappeared. That's weird.
And they're like literally active members or anonymous accounts that just recently got reactivated. Yeah, they all hate the crew. They want to get the crew fired. It's just the evil cabal of snarkers. Meanwhile, the snarkers were in there all along, it seems. You warned Ethan that this would happen when he started.
Assad would like to be a pepper too.
Leftovers too? Yes. He's so scared of D is so obvious. Lamau, he knows D would ruin his life if he was mean to him like he is to you. I'm actually crying
Full
how
circle,
nice he is to
people.
this pedo. What a pathetic and scared bitch H3 is. Please help. Please get help, my dear. You're amazing. This is not you. At least I hope his remaining OG fans can see that he lied from the beginning about knowing anything about D. Absolute trash. No, I realize that most of this content creator world revolves around pure parasocial behavior, pure parasocial feelings, and it has nothing to do with.
That's not just content creation though. Like, that's been part of like radio, dude. Like, trust me, saw it with Howard Stern, saw it with Opie and Anthony, all those guys, even local DJs.
It's like any sort of like coherent, consistent worldview. There are obviously people that are in the.
Actually, that's just a thing in entertainment. If you are in any form of entertainment, people will look to you for like a parasocial relationship because you take up a significant portion of time in their entertainment space, even if it's for 5 fucking minutes. You know, like the average of how many people even get that
margins that when they find out about it, they go, oh, this is weird. This is gross. This is not for me. But most people are not tapped in to every single thing that's going on. Right. So when they do find out about it, they often find out about it through like.
Well, yeah, there used to be a degree of privacy and stuff like that. And there was also this weird thing where, I don't know, some guys just, when they got busted, they would literally like, that would be the end of their careers. Destiny seems to be the one where it's like, no, he's done some really egregious shit that would get anybody else canceled within the like commentary sphere, but then he just again memes his way out of it.
Commentary YouTube and commentary YouTube channels
debates his way out of it.
Are until recently directly under Destiny's banner of influence. They were actively sweeping for him. They were actively defending him. They were actively.
Which again, this goes back to like I'm more worried about the people that are in his audience that also, like I said, claim to represent the left in some way, where it's like, no,
going after his enemies with talking points that were established in his community.
Here I am trying to like bring us together, but then there's that where it's just like, dude,
I'm obviously one of the primary targets. So most people never actually see this kind of thing. Most people don't even see it. Most people are just onlookers that, you know Ethan is like the Vape Nation guy who yells a lot or something, right? And you can overcome that by just like consistently putting out content in some type of way. And then a lot of people will go, oh, he just seems like kind of pro-Israel and he's become kind of weird. I don't know what's going on with him. And then they just like move on. But the ones that remain that are always coming back and always tuning in and getting their notes from him, they're entirely invested in whatever narrative that Ethan presents. And it's the same for even someone like myself. And it's the same for even someone like Destiny as well. One of my biggest issues, I think, in this otherwise somewhat mean and somewhat toxic space is that if I don't actually agree with someone and I don't agree with their worldview and I don't like, and I see them actively like farming toxicity and hatred.
Right already attacks the left about being PDFs. Yeah, that's why, like, I don't know, anytime that there is some PDF shit that you just kind of throw them to the wolves and you just go, no, fuck this guy.
I usually don't warm up to them and suck up to them and try to...
Or play the semantical game of, well, 17, you know, and then I guess she lied, because that's the big one that you have some of the supporters coming out and saying, they're just like, no, like, there's evidence that she lied to him about her age.
Offer
it's
them
just like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Things so that they'll offer me positive coverage. Like, I don't actively try to do a charm offensive amongst people who I think are nefarious, bad faith actors. Obviously, Destiny doesn't give a shit, and neither does Ethan. That's why he went from shitting on Keemstar to becoming Keemstar's #1 fan in only a couple years. And when you behave like that, a lot of these other content creators are totally down to be your loyal soldier. A lot of commentary YouTube is down to do that, as long as you get a crumb of clout, as long as you can give them something.
Glad to see that Hassan's clip channel is actually producing clips now.
Right? And
I was going to say, because I noticed that this is his actual clip channel.
And that has been my biggest, I think that's been my biggest failure in terms of like trying to change the trajectory of an endless faucet of like fuck Hassan content, because I just don't like play ball with these guys. I hope that they'll arrive at the correct conclusion or reorient their moral compass without demanding something in return. And some are, especially with this last round of like revenge porn distribution and then the subsequent like pedophilia allegations have actually created a massive civil war within the commentary orbit of Destiny's sphere of influence, where they're now actively going after him. They realize that like this is unsalvageable, so now they're fucking shanking him. And ironically enough, Ethan is one of those guys as well. I mean, there's multiple active legal cases and a long drawn out court battle that he's gonna go through regardless. But it is obvious that this is like a parasitic force that basically destroys everything it touches.
Do you think that it's like, again, we say this a lot here on Pep Talks, the sunken cost fallacy, like with MAGA, where it's just like, no, they've been part of DGG for so long that that's just how their brain functions. Like, it's an automatic response to just be like, must protect Destiny and the DGG community.
Yeah, like... And they still post it like this. Ethan Klein leaks a story about Hassan when he first walked into the H3 studio years ago. Hassan allegedly went on a 5-minute rant about Destiny to Ethan and the crew. Don't talk about Destiny. Don't think about Destiny. Destiny's the monster. It's so funny that my #1 cyber stalker, I warned my new podcast co-host about that he was going to do everything in his power to like fuck up that podcast and actively try to brigade his community. And I was giving him good advice, which he was complaining about here because he was so invested in dick riding Destiny. And now everything I warned him about is unfolding in broad daylight in real time. Wait, so Hassan is bad because he poisoned the well like as a notorious sex criminal?
Oh my God.
What do you think the end game is for E? Do you think he's just going to quit YouTube? No. Remember, people don't care if you're right. They just remember how you made them feel. That's it. They don't remember what your words of warning were. They just remember how you made them feel at that time. And if you make them feel small, they will just carry that vengeance permanently. And at some point in time, when I was actively trying to explain to Ethan like how he was coming across in a heated moment due to his own social conditioning, due to his own inability to like remove what he knew about Israel from the equation when we were talking about like what Israel was doing to the Palestinians, he just thought, I'm right, Hassan is wrong, and he is actively ruining my community. He came in, he brainwashed me, he brainwashed my fans, and he stole my fans, and he's like trying to ruin my life. Some of the funniest things that these guys will also say is like, Hassan lies about being a social democrat. I don't do that. Membership canceled. The crew in the latest VOD is the exact reason the show has gone downhill. They were so vocal regarding the creep Destiny, but anti-Semitism and there's tumbleweeds. I'm a Jewish man and this was the last straw. From some of the replies, it's clear to see that anti-Semitism is welcome here. Some of you are disingenuous and this report is disgusting. Reddit reached out as one of you said, you are concerned that I may harm myself. Edit, calling me a Destiny fan and a snarker couldn't be further from the truth. And the people calling me have their profiles hidden. That says a lot. Our silence means something.
Jesus Christ.
iDubbbz was clowned on this for the statement and rightfully.
Can we just say that anybody that, like, I'm comfortable saying this, anybody that needs to go to Reddit to, like, do this and, like, have their little community of, like, let's get them, like, you're automatically the most fucked up people online.
Dragged by not just Ethan, but multiple.
Like, I don't know. There's this thing called therapy, but then again, our healthcare system is shit. So, yeah.
Use other creators for it is a statement that is rightfully being used against him and Anisa. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, so they're now actively in direct conflict with one another, and they're in a heated battle with one another. I'm sure eventually they'll turn the crosshairs back to a guy that they hate more, in spite of the fact that clearly
Vibes are
there
atrocious.
is more.
Yeah, well, speaking of atrocious vibes, Legal Mindset has his 2 cents about this. Let's hear what this gross MFer has to say about Destiny, because if he says anything that is remotely supportive of Destiny, I would like to have this so we can call him on what we've already suspected. Although he put out a video that says Destiny cannot debate this, so it seems like he's admitting that, yeah, Destiny's fucked. God, this guy's annoying.
Streamer Destiny may be legally trapped as we look at this new scandal.
I swear to God, you know, every once in a while, I do have these moments where I have to question, because I watch like a bunch of like these people's content. When I make fun of them and all of a sudden they change something that I made fun of, I don't know, like his hairline.
And we're turning to what may be criminal charges. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. This Legal Mindset, we teach you to be your own judge.
I literally brought up how you can see the threads.
Of course, it's a fast facts version, give you the quick and dirty and the latest of legal news.
He's going to give Destiny travel advice.
If you like this version, if you like the fast facts, make sure you like the video and leave a comment on the video below.
Are you going to tell him how to get his, you know, waifu?
So as always, we have a nice PowerPoint for you here today to kind of walk you through this situation with Destiny. Now, once again, I'm going to give a content warning because this is once again a very serious topic. Unfortunately, I've been covering some very serious topics lately that involve deep materials and deep subjects that can be sensitive to some people. So if you are very sensitive to this thing and anything involving explicit materials involving minors, this might not be the topic for you. I'm going to refer to it as CSAM. I know people like to use the cute cheese pizza stuff, and it's, good enough for an emoji or something else somewhere, but I'm going to use CSAM because that's the professional designation. And
just breaking, Rogers Park tenants form a 5 buildings form a union after the new owner of all the buildings spikes their rent.
And it just talks about it in a more professional way. So that's what I try to go for on my channel. Please be respectful in both the live chat and in the comments below. And I would deeply appreciate that, as this has affected many people. And this is something that really is truly hurtful to a large percentage of the world population. So let's go into the introduction. First of all, I previously covered his ongoing civil lawsuit, so you can check out my previous video for that information. However, this does relate and not relate to his ongoing lawsuit with Pixie. Of course, this will be information that Pixie's lawyers will be very interested in getting at, and there'll be all sorts of twists and turns. But what I'm going to really focus on today is the latest controversy and the legal issues presented. So I'm not focusing on the inter-streaming drama. There's a lot of stuff going on. I'm not going to bring up, St. Piker in this one, right? It really doesn't have anything to do with him or what Ethan Klein thinks or anybody else.
Are you going to cry about that because you don't get to try and rip on Hassan some more?
It really is.
My God, I'm surprised that you didn't do something about his GQ article. I mean, with all the man crush that you just have for this guy.
With Destiny and the legal hot water that he's put himself into. So that's our focus today. And the last thing I'm going to say, and I've said this before,
anyone who has ages of consent memorized is, yeah. Yes.
My videos. I have no personal bias or anything.
But you know what the internet's doing? They're going around saying like, "Oh, look at this." I just saw this on TikTok, or not TikTok, whatever, the reels, where they were showing a reel about this like girl from Tennessee, and she's marrying this guy in his 70s. She just turned 21, like, and you have a lot of people that are just like, "Get it, King." It's just like, this is fucking disgusting.
For or against Destiny. And frankly, I don't care how this turns out.
Like you said, Legend, you have clients that have, girlfriends that look sus. Yeah.
So it really isn't something that I'm for or against. And what I want to say is, if you're a fan of Destiny, if you're a Destiny fan who's tuning in to watch this, right, please watch this with an open mind, because this both presents the challenges, the things he stepped in, as well as, hey, what can he do moving forward? Because at this point, you're at where you're at. So what do you do? So listen to it with an open mind, whether you're for or against Destiny, whatever side you're on. Just try to focus on the law and what is objective in here, because all of this is really objective information. So let's get into explaining the controversy. Now, you guys can go over watch this 4-minute video. I reported Destiny to the police by Willie Mack. If you want to see the whole video, I'll have it on my live version. You can watch the whole thing there. But as a quick summary, on this expose video, the streamer Willie Mack contacted Destiny when Rose seemingly was confirmed as underage. She was confirmed on a third party as being underage at the time, and when explicit material is being shared with her. So this girl is underage and, receiving explicit material. That's not something that's good. So they were, talking, and as part of that voluntary conversation, once again, Destiny chose, this is a big deal, he voluntarily engaged with Willie. There was no legal obligation. This was not a deposition. This was not something that was required by any court of law. This is something he did because he just wanted to talk. He just wanted to get it out there. And this is a very common problem for streamers, because they often talk about stuff and get themselves in a hot water. And that's exactly what happened here today. Destiny voluntarily commented, likely without consulting his lawyer. I'm almost certain that he did not talk to his lawyer before he talked to Willie Mack. And he shared a video where Rose, apparently, according to all the data, appeared to be underage at the time. Therefore, he shared an adult video. Of course, a piece of it. He didn't share the actual video file itself, but he had the file name and he had a top of the video where she was underage, and stated, hey, yeah, I've got this. I've still got this information. I've got this on my computer, right, where this girl is apparently a minor. Therefore, this would be what would appear to be CSAM. I've got that on my computer. And Destiny's defense to that, his kind of pushback when he was questioned by Willie, was, oh, I have a legal duty. I have a legal obligation to preserve evidence. So, of course, Willie turned around and then reported Destiny to the police, in addition to making a video, which I'll put in the description below. So what happened afterwards? Well, of course, Destiny goes and fights back. He goes and comments back, saying almost everything at DM is wrong. Willie Mack is running cover. He goes in on Ethan Klein. He goes in on Hassan. He says he has no CSAM on his computer. I've only complied with my legal obligations for my court cases. The 60 gigabyte screenshot was read to a claim that Rose made, someone whose name and birthday have yet to be reliably confirmed. Well, I think that's where the problem is. It seems like that indeed has been confirmed, according to sources out there. And if those sources are correct, if those sources have indeed pulled up the right information, then
doesn't it seem like it's too late?
If that is confirmed, that would indeed be CSAM. So he may be asserting that it's not based on a mistake of fact, which we'll talk about today. However, that can entirely change things legally. So let's get into how this splices legally. So, preservation of evidence.
He corrected himself when he almost referred to the girls as women. So you were completely correct in saying that he entirely knows better when he's referring to women as girls. Yep.
So channel fans and you guys out there know the term.
Now, this guy, like, he sucks on multiple levels. Like, he's a chauvinist douchebag that, he's trying to also get in, like, with the young, ironically, with the younger crowd too, which is a little,
you're big fan.
Sus in itself. And then, yes, he's definitely somebody that knows all the state's laws on age of consent.
Fans of my channel, you know the term.
Allegedly.
Spoilation. You guys know about that. I've taught you that because it comes up time and time again with people deleting evidence. I talked about that in the Ethan Klein case with the Reddit and Discord mods trying to delete stuff, right, or hide stuff, or Denims or anybody else trying to hide stuff. That would be spoliation. If they're trying to delete evidence, hide evidence, that is a problem, because once a lawsuit starts, whether it's civil or criminal, does not matter. You have a duty to preserve evidence, and that applies to all evidence, physical, digital, anything relevant to the case. That's very broad, right? Anything relevant broadly, you have to preserve. So any attempt to hide or punish or destroy that evidence, anything that's relevant, and you try to hide it or destroy it, You can be punished by the court, including criminally, for trying to hide or destroy evidence. So Destiny, when he said he has a legal duty, and listen up, Destiny fans, Destiny is right about that. But however, pause, he's sort of right about that. And he's forgetting about all those other duties that are out there and all those other responsibilities. He's forgetting about privilege. And this is where I think he did not talk to his lawyer, because if his lawyer knew he was going to have this conversation, he would have certainly said no, because it made his job a living hell. Let's talk about that. So let's talk about candor to the tribunal. A lot of people know about attorney-client privilege. If you watch Breaking Bad, with Saul Goodman, put $1 in my pocket, engage confidentiality. And attorney confidentiality is strong. It's very strong, but it's not unbreakable. There is supposed to be, theoretically, a balance. Now, of course, I will say this too. Different lawyers are different and take different ethical stances on what is confidential and what they need to disclose to the court. But you actually need to balance what's called candor to the tribunal, which means confidentiality is on one side and candor to the tribunal, the court, on the other side. You have to be honest with the court. As a lawyer, you can't lie to the court. If you know you are lying, you cannot do that. So there is a duty to report facts, such as criminal behavior, criminal conduct, or fraudulent conduct, perjury, fraud to the court. All of these things you have to report. So if the lawyer knows, you have to report it. And that's the key there, right? That's the key. The lawyer does not have to report mere suspicion. So if you only suspect something, you don't have to report that. But if you actually know it, if you know it's true, you're like, I know this as a fact, you do have to report that. So the problem is, are you seeing the problem here? This moved from something his lawyer may have suspected because we do or don't know this person's age to, oh yeah, this person was factually underage. Therefore,
that's the difference. And honestly, that's where I'm not appreciating the Abba and Preach take on this, where it's like, wow, you're literally playing the game
factually CSIM
of, oh my God, technically she said that she was this age, and that's kind of entrapping. And that's like, no, he found out.
It changes the dynamic from something the lawyer might not have to report because he doesn't know one way or another, to something he'd say, well, now we've got to talk about this.
But he shared it. Yeah.
Now we've got to disclose this to the court. It's a mandatory disclosure. It's no longer an elective disclosure.
Oh, at that point, that is just like, somebody take his passport, please.
That's a problem. That's a big problem for the lawyer. The other problem is we've got privilege. So any information that,
I don't know, who knows? Remember that other streamer that was he did that thing where I guess he was streaming from living in like a really high crime area, and then he, died.
Had been protected by attorney-client privilege, that super strong privilege. You can throw lawyers in jail, and they
say people are pretty stupid out there.
Don't have to break attorney-client privilege. That duty is absolutely.
Actually, did you hear about that story? It's kind of wild.
Absolutely.
Like the guy was like a IRL streamer that. He literally recorded himself living in this, I think it was the highest crime area of Thailand, and he accidentally live streamed him getting kidnapped.
When you speak to a third party, when you disclose to a third party.
It's a crazy story.
There's a difference between inadvertent, accidental, and intentional disclosure. If you accidentally leak something, if it was something that, oh my God, I faxed somebody something, I should have faxed them that. Okay, you might get away. Who uses the fax anyways? Well, the Japanese do. It's a Japanese thing, guys. Trust me, I'm in Asia. But you accidentally send something over an accidental email, whatever else, that may still apply, right? There's no guarantee.
Okay.
You might have waived that privilege, right? It's possible you still waive it, but there's an argument that the attorney-client privilege is preserved. However, if you leak information intentionally, privilege is lost forever. So here's the issue. He spoke to Willie Mack voluntarily. There was no obligation. There was no court order. There was no gun to his head. There's no duress. There was no money. There's no nothing else. There's nothing going on here, right? There wasn't any sort of situation where this could be argued as an inadvertent disclosure. This was an intentional disclosure, fully intentional. There's no way this was not voluntary. So that's the problem. All the privilege on this is waived now. So all of, for example, talking about Pixie and that lawsuit, they can come after that because there's no privilege on that anymore. That's just wide open. So let's talk a little bit more about applying this to the law. Let's talk about mistake of fact. So Destiny argues that he lacked the mens rea, right? He lacked the intent to commit the crime because he had an honest and reasonable misunderstanding of a factual circumstance at the time of the act. That's the defense of mistake of act. This is a defense that comes up particularly to specific intent crimes. So the best example was, let's say you had a very expensive jacket. Let's say it's a designer jacket, and you picked up a jacket you're in a place that's cold, so you have to put when you come in the winter, you put your jackets up front and you take somebody else's jacket. Maybe it's their Canada Goose jacket, whatever it is. I don't know what's trending nowadays, but you take their expensive jacket, and it's
a North Face never goes out because North Face quality always stays.
Not yours. Well, that's a true mistake of fact. You did not.
Dude, I have a North Face that's probably damn near 20 years old.
No, it was identical. It was a genuine, honest mistake. It's a reasonable mistake, a reasonable, regular person can make. You're not going to go to jail for that, typically, right? However, that's only for certain types of crimes.
Actually, I think they had a situation like this with a phone.
So there are
they had similar, literally exact same phone case, and then somebody would try to be like, they stole my phone. It's like, but you ended up with theirs. It's like, no, you're dumb.
Certain types of crimes called strict liability.
Speaking of Reddit, I think that I read that on Reddit.
So most, but not all, criminal charges related to CSAM are strict liability. And what that means is, with strict liability means your state of mind does not matter. So your specific intent.
Yeah, you can't just be like, I was drunk, man.
Does not matter. Now, that's not all charges. Some of them, it does. Related to CSAM, some of it doesn't. There's other lawyers, shout out to some of my friends out there in LawTube that have gone over the law.
His inability to shut the fuck up finally caught up to him.
List of potential crimes. There are some that don't require it and some that do, right? It's a mix.
Hey, Kerbell, why do I feel like some people out there might have the same critique of myself?
And it's really up to prosecutors what they're thinking about, what they go for. That's not in the
Pep, shut the fuck up.
Control of any streamer. It's not in control of Ethan Klein or Hassan or anybody else. It's in the control of the prosecutors to decide, hey, how are we gonna go after Destiny? If we go after Destiny, that's up to them. And mistake of fact and mistake of law defenses typically do not work for strict liability crimes. No. They typically are not a defense. However, there are exceptions. Of course, there's a very complex and specific area of law. There's lawyers that dedicate their entire career just to this. I am not one of them, but I will give you an overview of some of the defenses that Destiny might bring up. So, of course, there's two main ones he might bring up. The first one is, of course, not having intent, and that would block anything with specific intent. So saying, hey, I genuinely believe this person was an adult, not a child, and argue I don't have the intent to possess or distribute. So a lot of the possession or distribute.
But he sent it to Willie Mack, which means, and Willie literally threw him under the bus with that question.
Distribute statutes might involve.
And he knew what he was doing, and I'm glad he did it.
Some specific intent to distribute.
He's just like, bro, are you really? And then he tried to be cheeky about it and meme it off.
Yeah, I don't have the intent to distribute, so it's not going to be a distribution charge. The other one is negating the element regarding child. So there's
actually, we should just watch that Willie Mack clip.
Usually language saying, okay, this is a child. So even if it doesn't require specific intent, it requires that person be a child. So if you say, hey, I honestly didn't believe they were a child, you would negate that element of the crime, even if it isn't specific intent. I know it sounds complicated, but it's just taking out that one little piece. Once again, not guaranteed, not foolproof. Not something you can necessarily get away with. I'm just saying and presenting out there, as always, professionally, hey, here's the attack, here's the defense, right? And it doesn't look good for Destiny. This does not look good. So my conclusion is Destiny is certainly now under criminal scrutiny. Absolutely. There's been a report. So law enforcement is looking into it, absolutely, without a doubt. And this is in addition to his civil case. So this has gone from something that is purely civil to something that is now potentially criminal.
Straight up
criminal. He gains nothing debating with people on the internet. And as much as I can tell him, and I'll probably make a short or something else like that, hey, look, this isn't useful. I mean, that's factual. I say it all the time. I put out the meme there on X, shut up, shut up, shut up. He probably won't, because that's his MO, and that's what he's been doing for the longest time. But that really isn't going to help, because it's not up to Willie Mack anymore. It's not up to Hassan or Ethan or anybody, or myself even. Arguing with me doesn't really help. The only thing that helps is to fully disclose information to his lawyer.
Shut up.
Stop talking.
Shut up and go to court and do your stuff there. I mean, oh my God, could you imagine being the attorney that's just like, you see Benel the third on the end and you know who he is. You're just like, nope.
You definitely don't give any other.
He's the worst client. He will snitch on himself. Nope.
And possibly engage a specialist lawyer. But even doing all that, there's no guarantee, and Destiny is certainly.
But he did distribute. That's what kind of kicked the whole thing off.
In for a very
we're gonna watch the Willie Mack thing to get the full context because we didn't. I actually didn't watch it yet.
Bumpy ride.
Watch his lawyer quit. I wouldn't doubt that he does. Angela, you're back.
I don't know what you guys think about this in the comments below, and I will catch.
Cool. Still trying to figure out what the hell I did to piss a few people off because right around the same time it was just like, bridge too far. All right, here we go. Willie Mack.
I reported Destiny to the police. This is not clickbait and entirely has to do with the DMs he sent me. A few days ago, a Reddit post showed that the girl Destiny shared Pixie's nudes with was seemingly confirmed to be 17 years old due to her getting doxxed. There is almost a 0% chance that she was not 17 during that.
Okay, I'm about to meet up with a guy from Tinder for S. Oof, more sexy times. Call him my boyfriend while I do it all. I'll record him to get it all and maybe I can send you
time. So I do what I usually do and
Jesus.
reached out to get a comment. He said the girl, Rose, told him she was 19 and in college at the time, and that the leaker Solo, who is her ex-boyfriend, confirmed that she lied about her age to him. This is true. In similar scandals, this is where people usually argue, is he lying? Did he actually know the age? Is it his fault if he was catfish? I usually wait for all the details to come out before I comment. This is not why I went to the police. It's because he continued to write. I didn't know this until way later, but the videos she recorded with other guys, the file names are like screen recording, blah, blah, blah. And then he shows me a screenshot of the top of a video clip and says her boyfriend was recording these on Skype calls. That's absolutely insane to think about him doing all of this if she was 17. Well, this is insane to me because he's saying Rose's boyfriend recorded CP while sending me a screenshot of the alleged CP. So I asked to confirm if he just did that.
He's legit. He had this moment of like, oh, he can't be that stupid.
If you were sending me this, I'm guessing you still have that video. Destiny replies, depends on why you're asking. But yes, I created copies of all of our messages and everything when that court case started. Just to be
lol
clear, he's
Oh
admitting
my
to having
God.
alleged CP
60 gigabytes of Skype calls?
downloaded on his computer.
What the hell? How much? All right, realistically, does anybody know like what format Skype calls are being saved in? Because like, what the fuck? That seems like a lot of memory.
Literally has the video open as I'm talking to him. I go, bro, there's been
Bro, I didn't know that. Oh, that hurt.
allegations at least since my last video that she was underage. And you
What the hell?
still have potential CP of her? He replies, I have an obligation to preserve relevant
Yeah, we should have watched this first. That was my bad.
evidence, etc. So I created backups of all of the important/relevant conversations. He continues, I don't think I'm allowed to delete it, LOL. I don't.
Oh my God. No, you hand it to your attorney, you dumb fuck. You dumb. Oh my God. No, because then you tell, like, you literally say to your attorney, like, listen, they sent me this. I don't even want to say it. You just log it so it's not evidence against me.
Don't know.
What the fuck is this?
It counts as hiding/destroying evidence. And I reply, talk to a lawyer.
Oh my God, dude. He is, like, again, he cooked himself in this. Why would you? What is wrong with it? I am fucking.
It seems crazy to me. Who keeps
I
this sort of
can't
stuff on
believe this shit.
their computer without 100% knowing if they're supposed to or not? Isn't that something you want to
Yeah. What the fuck?
confirm? I continued, you just let me know you have CP videos saved to your computer. You knew it was alleged that she was
Destiny is he is certifiably stupid. What is? Whoa.
underage. You still have them. Do you see how fucked this is?
And he like kind of went lol.
So now I've confirmed that this guy has child porn on his computer. In my 8 years of reaching out to people over allegations, I've never had anyone admit that to me. The last message he sent me
That's-
was one. I don't even know.
That just shows you how confident he is. He really does think that he's untouchable. Jesus Christ.
100% of her age was legitimately less than 18 when these were taken. So basically, he's not 100%
Holy
sure if
fuck,
he has
man.
child porn on his computer. He's just 99% sure. Got it. 2, I'm pretty sure I have an obligation to preserve stuff related to my court case. I've talked about it with my lawyer already, specifically with
That whole corner of the internet is experiencing mass psychosis. That is.
regards to the Rose stuff. So we went from, I don't know if I could delete this, to my lawyer says it's totally fine to keep. I don't know the law, but the idea that his lawyer would tell him to hold on to CP for a civil case just doesn't seem likely to me. I don't know. LawTube can...
No.
Figure that out. 3, if something were to come out of this, I don't know if I'd want to wipe everything and not have something to turn over
Yeah,
to
it was almost like an invite for a legal mindset. He's just like, please cover this.
the authorities. If hypothetically, whenever a political creator is about to give a hypothetical, you know you're about to hear some weird shit. If hypothetically her boyfriend or whatever was actually trafficking her or getting her to fuck other dudes on video for him, and if there was ever some kind of investigation into that, am I hurting the chance of looking into him by deleting all of this stuff? Oh, so now the reason he's keeping the CP is because of a hypothetical criminal case that he is not pursuing at all. Okay, maybe these reasons are legally sound advice that came from his lawyer. Maybe he's lying and just saying anything to make it sound better to me. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer. I just know this guy's admitting to having CP in my DMs, 60 gigabytes
right.
according to him. Seriously, how does he know the amount if he doesn't have it? Also, how does her boyfriend being in the wrong somehow make Destiny in the right? It makes no sense. For all he knows, her boyfriend could have been 17 as well. Dude, you were 33. I reported this to the police and recorded my interactions and calls with the detective.
William, how you doing? It's Officer again.
Hello, nice to speak with you again.
I have a question.
Sure.
You had screenshots or copies of the
Yes.
when you guys spoke about having child porn and all that?
Yep. I also sent him my DMs with Destiny. I don't know if anything will come from this. I don't like leaking DMs, as me respecting what creators want on and off the record allows me to talk to all sides of the situation, builds trust with the creator, and also allows me to get follow-up statements for when the drama develops. But when you tell me that you're in possession of and going to remain in possession of CP, that confidentiality is over. I shouldn't even need to say that. If Destiny ends up being legally in the right to keep it, then fair enough. If he ends up getting charged, then I'm glad I did something. I'm just trying to do the right thing in a situation I've never been in before.
I mean, you did cover your own ass on that one. That's for sure. Ooh, we will cover this Philly D thing. Give me 1 second though, because
Welcome, guys. Today I bring you a breaking story that was brought to us from friend of the show, Willie Mack. He broke a story here. He was
oh, so now he's denouncing it after his little tweet, like begging him to take it down.
Talking to Destiny, who's being alleged of sexting with a 17-year-old, including receiving nude videos of her. Uh-oh.
I have two more. I have one more video after this, by the way.
That's what they call dicey, or what Jared Fogle calls nice. Anyway, Willie's video is really short. It's 4 minutes long. I'm going to watch it. But I encourage you all to go show Willie some support, because pretty incredible stuff he's doing here. He reported him to the police. And based on what I've seen, I would not be surprised if the police have questions for him. Let's take a watch.
I reported Destiny to the police. This is not clickbait and entirely has to do with the DMs he sent me. A few days ago, a Reddit post showed that the girl Destiny shared Pixie's nudes with was seemingly...
All right, well, fuck that. Give me 1 sec to pull up the other video. This is nuts. This is one of the crazier things to happen online, man. Like, what the fuck? All right.
Big news if you're unemployed. But I'm employed. YouTube's not a real job. Now, with today's topic.
Shots fired.
Favorite girl, Destiny, Hassan Piker, and...
I'm catching some strays on that one.
Ethan White. Ooh, yay! Unemployed behavior. Guess
unemployed behavior.
Seen that shit right? I'm proud of you. Allegations of CP. Allegations of Hassan sharing nudes of women. What the hell is going on? This all started when Hassan said that Ethan Klein's wife is a valid military target.
The Israeli occupying force in the West Bank.
Wait, are they tying all this together?
Doesn't matter if it's your favorite podcasters like wife that participate in these raids.
Man, okay, I'll admit that when I watched this, I was barely paying attention. It was one of the videos that I ate while watching, or I was eating while I was watching it, so...
Who's Israeli, was part of the IDF 15, 20 years ago, participated in some raids. As a result, that's why he's making that comment. Yeah, of course. That being said, Coconuts in Barbados. Comment goes viral. Hassan gets a lot of bad press for it. Destiny reacts. He gets in a chat room, says some spicy things. I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking, murdering Hassan IRL for.
How does okay? I'm genuinely curious how the hell this leads up to Destiny's situation.
Statements like this. And this is,
are they trying to insinuate that somehow, some way,
where things, you know, start to heat up a little bit?
Destiny has nothing to do with what Hassan did to me. I don't know anything about what Destiny did. This is not a three-way situation.
I didn't even know anything about this. Apparently, Destiny, in response to Hassan's essentially calling Hila a valid military target, I guess Destiny, who's a total fucking dumbass, who again, we had a flawless victory here, and this dumbass went there and made him, gave Hassan the ability to cry and be the victim.
Right.
Which he did. Now he's been on his Instagram stories being like, oh my God, I'm getting death threats, you guys.
Yeah.
What do we get? This is unbelievable.
His coughing's getting a lot worse.
We need to do something about it. It's like, oh, you don't like it when people give death threats to you? That's fucking really interesting, dude.
And if you aren't aware, Destiny's been making an effort to try to build a bridge with the H3 people because they both hate Hassan now. So it's a good little thing. And Ethan's like, fuck you, I hate you. All right? Destiny doesn't really care about optics.
Good little thing.
Other people do, so they get annoyed when he says goofy ass shit or shit he thinks is dumb. Now, this is where the allegations of Destiny being a CP owner come into play.
I reported Destiny to the police. This is not clickbait and entirely has to do with the DMs he sent me. A few days ago, a Reddit post showed that the girl Destiny shared Pixie's nudes with was seemingly confirmed to be 17 years old due to her getting doxxed. There is almost a 0% chance that she was not 17 during that time. So I do what I usually do and reached out to get a comment. He said the girl, Rose, told him she was 19 and in college at the time. And then he shows me
Jesus, I really did miss a lot of this. If you guys must know, I smoked some chicken wings last night, and they were delicious, but I should have paid attention.
Screenshot of the top of a video clip and says her boyfriend was recording these on Skype calls. That's absolutely insane to think about him doing all of this if she was 17. Well, this
sounds like Ethan was saying he's an idiot for posting, not the act itself.
This is insane to me because
I kind of heard that too.
Saying Rose's boyfriend recorded CP while sending me a screenshot of the alleged CP. So I asked to confirm if he just did that. If you were sending me this, I'm guessing you still have that video. Destiny replies, depends on why you're asking. But yes, I created copies of all of our messages and everything when that court case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP downloaded on his computer. He literally has the video open as I'm talking to him. I go, bruh, there's been allegations at least since my last video that she was underage, and you still have potential CP of her? He replies, I have an obligation to preserve relevant evidence, etc. So I created backups of all of the important/relevant conversations. He continues, I don't think I'm allowed to delete it, lol. I don't know if it
again, still insane that you didn't contact your fucking lawyer.
Counts as hiding/destroying evidence. And I reply, talk to a lawyer. That seems crazy to me. Who keeps this sort of stuff on their computer without 100% knowing if they're supposed to or not? Isn't that something you want to confirm?
Yeah, you want to confirm with, like, I don't know, law enforcement and an attorney?
I continued, you just let me know you have CP videos saved to your computer. You knew it was alleged that she was underage.
Insane.
You still have...
Dude, we had a situation on this channel where we had to report a guy that was, definitely into some fucking, like, just egregious shit.
Have them. Do you see how fucked this is? So now I've confirmed that this guy has child...
Found out that he was, like, on other channels, too.
On his computer.
Okay, I think that's a good gist of it. Calls the police and reports him. Now they're saying the guy owns CP. So as this comes out, Ethan hears about this, and so you don't have to be very unemployed to keep up. But Abba, how did you comply? Nigga, I get paid. So they just start reading off his chats with this alleged 17-year-old, according to them.
Now I'm gonna warn you guys. This is gonna make you want to die. So he's talking with her. She said, gotta watch it on mute. He sent her a video. Gotta watch it on mute. Family and kids all over the place here in our house. He said, yes, ma'am. And then he said, if you can, give me a discreet vid of your little feets. But also, it's definitely doing a little age play here. Can I see your little feets? A secret video of your feet?
Little feet.
Okay, you guys ready?
Now, I'm not going to let him say the whole part without you guys having the greater context. They're trying to allege this is something involving an underage person, but this is with someone who's 26 years old. So when they...
Wait, what?
See little feet, they're just attributing to the fact that Destiny's talking to like a child or something like that, or someone who's underage, but it's a 26-year-old woman.
She says to him,
wait, who? Why? Yeah, then why is this even brought up?
My parents are super strict. Don't do this. Don't do that. Don't go there. Don't talk to me. So I mean, when you're like, oh, my parents don't let me do anything fun.
You mean the hands that the devil, the devil is on the feet.
It's like, oh, you're a kid.
And the penis.
His response is this, and I will read it verbatim. He says, well, fuck. It would be so hot to drive you home from a date and make you me off in the car. I'd love to send you inside your parents' house after making you swallow a full load from me.
Okay.
He knew she was a child and he liked it.
He knew he was a child and liked it. Mind you, this is a 26-year-old.
Where's the 26-year-old thing coming from? Here. I do need to rewind to like when he brings up their age. Reference to grape or orgies or anything else was literally in the context with a 26-year-old British woman. I've never DM'd that Rose person on IG in my life. Okay.
The 60 gigs of screenshots was related to a claim that the Rose person made, someone whose name and birth date have yet to be reliably confirmed.
I hate feet. I can't understand it. Same.
Ethan is literally reading off revenge porn leaks of mine and giggling like a regarded child for DMs that had absolutely nothing to do with the Rose leak. Rose is the alleged underage person. Any reference to grape or
why do you? Okay, so you keep saying alleged about the one that is not. It wasn't alleged. She was 17 at the time.
In the context of DMs with a 26-year-old British woman.
What the fuck, man? Jesus Christ.
I've never DM'd Rose in my life.
Holy crap, this is some wild shit. I didn't expect Abba and Preach to be doing this. Wow. I got nothing. Guys. Watch Tim Pool, I guess, my hero. Kickflip.
IG specifically. Then, Destiny, he adds a little part at the end. I think Peterson was right. You and Gila deserve all the CPS calls for the dog shit eating claims and everything else. You deserve zero sympathy from anyone else on the internet when you're so quick to turn around and rely on the same snark shit that's been plaguing you for years as soon as you think it's beneficial. I hope your prior maid takes you for a millionaire lawsuit against you guys as well. So, that's the end of this entire saga, as it is now. Everyone set the bridges on fire, whatever it is. And, it feels like you feel some type of way, so I'll let you go first.
I feel some type of way. It's just the last part that he said, I'm like, oh, shit. You had some people call on you and said some things that were not verified. CPS was on your case with your kids about lies and stuff like that. And then you turn around and you do the same thing. Mm-hmm. He's been doing that. He did that to us.
Thanks for the 10.
When he said, oh no, you guys are exactly those people. Then after that, turns around and claims that he never watched a video of us.
Oh, you didn't know what Tim Pepper was?
Abba and Preach. These guys are idiots. Now, did anyone actually watch this Abba and Preach?
It's Tim Pool's biggest fan, Tim Pepper. Help me, Libland. I can't send me to West Virginia. Take me home, country road, West Virginia. Kickflip.
Preach it. They made a video defending fucking Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, they have a lot of bad takes.
Thing about Abba and Preach that they don't know about me. I'm fucking insane.
He should be banned from the internet, period.
First time
the fact that there's still a subreddit that's committed to the guy that is sitting here going like, we have your back, Destiny. What the fuck?
Talked about me was defending Fresh and Fit. Okay, I didn't watch it. I watched some of it, but it was upsetting, so I didn't watch it.
Oh my! Even your team, nobody in your team call you out of that for that. So the guys that are supposed to do the research don't do the research, or if they do the research, even worse, they don't say anything. They run with the narrative, and it's fine, and that's okay, and then we don't care.
Why? Because they hate the person.
Views and we.
Where's this 26-year-old fucking? Where is this allegation that the actual thing is with the 26-year-old in this?
Hate the person, and we're.
What the fuck, man?
I think we're doing God's work. The same way that you thought you were doing God's work when you doxed that person that was, finally not that person.
God, I hope that man's life is ruined for this. I want this guy's life ruined. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Oh, is this him?
Yeah, I would just be cautious.
That's not him.
If we're not 100% sure that this is the right person.
I heard he's an Asian bodybuilder.
He definitely does music.
That account tweets
about.
about.
To know that guy's real identity. Well, we know his name is. We just don't know.
His name is But again, that's like
it may not
Dude, Dan is trying. He's trying so hard. It's like, dude, you're gonna get us fucking sued.
be the body.
one of the most common names you could.
If we find out that this guy is, can we ship him shit? I'm asking.
Person, you do that. Dox people. You did the whole thing. Doxing people, right? No repercussion. No, not even a sorry about that because you were right. You were doing God's work. You were doing the thing. You were right. You asked me the question sometime. At some point, you said, "Would you be able to?" And I said, "No. I'm not talking to this person because that person is disingenuous." But when it happens to you, you're like, "Oh my God." It happened to me. Of course, you just asked me.
No, you killed it. You killed it. You know, it's okay. You preached. Thank you for your sermon.
I'm done.
I'll say this. I think when it comes to anything related to child-related stuff, you guys should be really careful before you get online. Like, these are very serious claims, and you guys are just like shooting off the hip. Oh, this guy did those kids. This guy's like you could say Destiny's irresponsible. You could say a lot of things, but first off, the person's age hasn't been confirmed. Secondly, you guys are all admitting that Destiny didn't know the person's age at the time until years later. And that's only the alleged age. What are we talking about? There's an ongoing legal
Jesus Christ. No, it seems like you have a half understanding of this.
matter. He submitted this evidence to authorities, and now you guys are trying to make it sound like, oh, this guy's like, let's say I concede to you that this is an illegal thing that he's doing. Pretending that's the same thing as a predator is fucking stupid.
And there it is. There it is.
This man was dating a 19-year-old. It's legal. You might find it creepy. You might find it bad. I think...
No. Where did you get the 19-year-old? First you said 26, then you're saying 19. Bro. No. They're saying that she was fucking 17 when he was doing this. No, and he knew it. He's a fucking predator.
Like,
yes, thank you.
I've noticed there's like a grade.
What are you talking about, Abba? God damn it.
When it comes to hating somebody online.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of things and allegations that are going to be...
Oh, man. Oh, this is disappointing.
On your way for the most minute stupid
Damn.
shit. 100%. It'll start off at like you miss.
I love these guys' content, dude, but fuck, man. Like,
treat women, then you grate them.
And if you're gonna fucking look at stuff like this, then I really have to question like the way that you look at any of this shit. Like this strikes me like about the whole like I've already gotten the vibe, but it like because he likes to say the believe all women with like quotation marks, and he's got like a fucking hard on for that one.
And then you little kid.
You know what? Somebody said it in chat earlier that like if you start taking these takes, it's like maybe, just maybe, it's because you got some fucking demons or you got some fucking skeletons. Oh man, that's fucking wild.
Everybody goes through this process, and half the time when you look into the allegations, they're not even true. It's just people online are extra dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a lot of things about Destiny and critique him. This is one of the dumbest fucking ones. Recently, I saw somebody try to critique Hassan, for example, for sharing nudes of women.
What does that mean? What actually happened?
Right, because they're trying to say he's just like they're trying to say he's just like Destiny.
Exactly.
Because he shared or whatever, right?
But what actually happened?
So I look into it.
Because it means nothing.
Right? And people just are sharing it. They're like, oh, he's a piece of shit. So there's a news with Cosmopolitan where someone's interviewing Hassan. He's basically going through things that fans send him on Snapchat unsolicited. He says, I don't know if any of these are nude, so don't judge me. The first one is a nude. He reads the message attached aloud. I'm sure you have hot girls throwing themselves at you all the time, but I'm a huge fan of TYT and love your work. As promised, there are photos in his inbox of fans wearing the shirt, but it's about 70% nudes. Whoa, this is crazy, he says. Methodically open each message. That was like
I can literally hear
her blowing someone. I don't ever like talk to any of these people. So what he's talking about is the experience of being somebody who's known and having people unsolicited sending you their nudes. And he's showing that to the reporter. And people are talking like this guy's doing revenge porn. And I'm confused because I'm like, we would never see a woman is doing revenge-related stuff because she tells one of her friends that some guy sent her an unsolicited dick pic. You thought that was revenge porn? You're a retard.
100%.
You're actually retarded. It's super bad faith, but people don't care. If they hate you, it's fuel. We had the same issue with like.
I'm still missing the part where we're our words for listening to Willie and also going through this and having a better understanding, apparently, because I don't know where you got this 26 thing.
Fresh and fit. I remember Ethan got mad at us because he's like, why would you guys defend them if you're not just like them? It's like, well, I don't think it's a good idea to call someone a rapist on a completely made up bogus allegation, which you did. And then you can't turn around and complain about snark and when you are fine with endorsing these things when it's convenient for you. It just doesn't work. No. Report it to the police. Let them do their investigation and then talk about it publicly. But it sounds like you don't even know whether or not this shit is illegal. You aren't even certain that this person is underage, but you're calling this dude a child diddler. That's like, you guys are not mentally well online.
That's crazy.
You tell this story to half the people in the real world, they're gonna be like, you guys are fucking hearts. And I realize like a lot of people who cover this news online, they dramatize everything. The vast majority of people who do this kind of social commentary will talk about these issues, but charges are never laid. Wanna know why? Because most of this stuff is just sensational drama bullshit. In the backdrop of all of this drama bullshit happening is an actual political crisis.
The 26 came from Destiny's explanation dash response to.
This
Thank
is
you.
what's happening in the forefront. I realize when people send me this story, it's not because they care about the truth. It's not because
I kind of feel like maybe I need to be fair.
Because they care about the facts.
Do we want to hear Destiny's response? No, but
they hate somebody.
I'm kind of curious to hear like the context of what this 26-year-old thing and how this got misconstrued somehow.
And they want me to share that emotion with them. Doesn't matter how true it is, but I told you guys, I'll defend Fresh and Fit, I'll defend Destiny, I'll defend Hassan, I'll defend Ethan Klein when he gets CPS called on him. I don't care. But nobody wants to deal in gray because it's better to like amplify the emotions that your audience already feels about someone. Just say you root for your team. That's okay. That's why I like sports. You're delusional about your team. You know they fucking suck, but you're saying every year you're gonna win the chip. I respect.
Cubs fan, I get it.
That is sports. But don't do it about child. Don't talk about victims and how important it is, but you don't.
So they listen to Destiny rather than facts. They are listening to what sounds better. Still give Destiny a chance when he doesn't deserve
fact
it.
check anything. You don't give a shit about the people involved. You just want to shit on somebody.
A victim is only a victim when I like them. When I hate them, it's just people that I hate.
Absolutely. But anyways, listen, I just wanted to cover this topic because so many of you fucking potatoes were me. Oh my God, guys, fact check.
Got to see what happens. Still sus they kept the material on his computer. Yep.
If someone tells you someone's a pedo, you should 100% look at it.
Well, that's what I'm doing here, bro. I got to say, like, I'll take on this one. Here, let's see. Do they talk about Destiny's? They do. Here.
He saved even some underwear just to have, evidence. So they could change later.
Officer, I have all of these videos of me having sex with these children, just in case you needed it. They said they were 18, officer.
Oh, God.
That came from his lawyer. Maybe he's lying and just
Would I debate the black Israelites? Probably not.
saying anything to make it sound better to me. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I just know this guy's admitting to having CP in my DMs.
Listen, I'm not a
Not really a debate guy.
lawyer. I just talked to one on ChatGPT, and ChatGPT told me there's no you can't have child porn for any reason.
60 gigabytes according to him. Seriously, how does he know the amount if he doesn't have it? Also, how does her boyfriend being in the wrong somehow make Destiny in the right? It makes no sense. For all he knows, her boyfriend could have been 17 as well. Dude, you were 33.
True.
I reported this to the police and recorded my interactions and calls with the detective.
William, how you doing? Okay.
Hello, nice to speak with you again.
Quick question.
Sure.
You had screenshots or copies of the
Yes.
what you guys spoke about having child porn and all that?
Yep. I also sent him my DMs with Destiny. I don't know if anything will come from this. I don't like leaking DMs. It's me respecting what creators want.
Bro, it's a crime.
Okay,
it's
so
okay
they
in
don't
this
go-
case.
Oh, my bad. I thought that they went back to Destiny here. Jesus. Give me a second. Let me search this one out. Destiny responds to age 3. Ew, child logic, really? He's doing this? Here.
I don't know why. I do know why.
Going
Willie
to
Matt
watch this
decides to run and make a video like 2 hours after DMing me. Now I understand. I get it. Okay. We have to do the Destiny bad. because it's too much heat from other people. Which, listen, I get it's a lot of heat online. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, that's why.
I understand it. And Ethan, obviously, with his whole, I noticed all the comments.
Wow, he's under a mill now
on the video where people were like, "Wow, I noticed that the crew was like very giddy and excited and happy this episode." When it seems like they're usually very sullen and they don't say anything, because anytime Ethan is criticizing his son, all of them are in the sunken place behind their desks. But when it was me, oh, they're so excited to repost or retweet or retread whatever stuff pops up online. So the thing is, so you know what? Actually, this guy said it best. Hold on.
Answer here. I'm trying to meet your request of giving nonstop defense because your baby ass can't defend yourself. Keemstar will make insane accusations, groundless accusations, and then he expects you to defend yourself. In fact, he likes it if you'll come on his show and defend himself. That's how his operation works. And so he goes, oh, well, he didn't say anything in his defense, so he must be guilty. Have you ever lied to anyone on YouTube? What do you think? An FBI? I don't have to.
I'm not going to play this game of every single time some insane person releases some random screenshot or piece of paper or whatever, that I'm going to come and run through all these communities and try to give some crazy explanation for whatever else. Because one, the only thing that's happening is I see that every single thing I possibly say gets either misconstrued or drawn out to the most absurd reality possible, to where Nicholas Oreo Cakes or whatever is saying that I'm threatening Willie's wife because I said she was a Mossad agent, which, because I have to clarify, was a joke. Okay, I was indeed joking. I'm sorry for that joke. To the best of my knowledge, okay, I can't say 100%, but to the best of my knowledge, Willie's wife is not a Mossad agent, okay? Number one. And number two, it feeds the content network for all of these people who just make content out of all my responses based on no matter what I say, okay? I was hoping that, I guess Ethan wouldn't have his destiny. I know that he's like been hungry to like kind of show some disavowal of me, because every time him and Hassan fight, Hassan like uses me as some attack vector to go after Ethan, which is weird because I mean, at least it should be proven today. I have traded a total of 2 messages with Ethan in my entire life. I've said this before. I think it was like, I don't even know when. It was after October 7th when Hassan's chat was like spamming insane shit. And I went over it on stream and I think Ethan DM'd me and he asked me, he was like, wait, where did you get the chat message from? I told him. I think this might be 2 years ago. Yeah, these are so, but I think Ethan is like so desperate to get away from the destiny controls me narrative that he decides to do his little unhinged.
Does this have to do with anything?
Consent, but I don't know. Like, it's just funny to see the bar moving on this. I don't care. Whatever. Listen, I'll say what I said before. Okay, whatever you've read about me online, whatever you want to post about me, it's true and worse. Okay, all of it is true and worse.
This is him trying to meme his way out of this bullshit. And that's why it is like, okay, it's really disappointing to see Abba and Preach take him at his fucking word when he says shit like that, you know? And I get it. I get it. Oh yeah, believe it. Believe it. Brother, the problem is you're not addressing the allegations directly. You're going through and you're saying, oh, look, H3, they have it out for me. This person has it out for me. This person, X person has it out for me. You're not actually addressing the allegations, and that's the problem. Too bad when it has been true and it's also getting worse. Doesn't sound like a meme. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's fucking nuts, right? You know, there's gotta be a fucking response. All right, well. Hassan revenge? We're still saying that it's a revenge thing?
This is disturbing. Roger Jack.
All right, so here, bringing it all the way back to the beginning of the show. I want to go through this story with the Raja Jackson thing because it's brutal, by the way, guys. Yeah, here. You do actually get to kind of see it, too.
Jackson's situation is crazier than most people realize. I mean, he should be in jail right now. I have no idea how he's not. We break down the now public Ghislaine Maxwell DOJ interview, including the Trump Epstein of it all. As Trump has armed troops in D.C., he's now eyeing Chicago, New York, and Baltimore next, with now sparring with Governor Wes Moore. And Abrego Garcia has now been taken by ICE again. We're talking about all.
Stop normalizing this. You see that picture that he just used there, and like the tone that he uses, where it's like, oh, I don't want to lose any of my conservative viewers. So you know what? They know that I kind of lean left just a wee bit, just a little bit.
All of that today on your brand new Philip DeFranco show, you daily dive in.
Hawk your shirts first while we're at, cratering towards the apocalypse.
The news, starting with this. This Roger Jackson situation's insane. And if you're like, who the hell is that? Yeah. So he's Rampage Jackson's son, who, if you're not in that world, Rampage Jackson, very famous fighter. I guess now he's also a streamer. You have Roger Jackson.
What?
Who's streaming.
Wait a minute, what?
He's also an MMA fighter, and he wants to make a name for himself that's outside of his father's name. And well, I guess mission accomplished, because his name is out there, though it's not for good reasons. Because there was an event being held on Saturday by Knox X Pro Entertainment and Academy in Los Angeles, and it was getting streamed on Kick. And at the start of the stream, you had Raja and a wrestler by the name of Psycho Stu encountering each other. With Stu, seemingly as a work, right, something for the story, for the event, smashing a beer can on Raja's head. With things then getting pretty tense, but Stu apologizing a few times, explaining that he thought Raja was a worker, aka another wrestler.
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, it's gonna all work out. I apologize. I appreciate it. I didn't know. I thought you were working. Camera. I get it. We're working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, too. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
Right, with that last bit there, you can see that people involved in the event, they're trying to turn that into something in the ring, or where they can organize a way for the two of them to work it out on the mat. Then another person outlets have identified as wrestler AJ Mana seemed to suggest that Raja get real payback.
Even when we are working like that, you don't. And you know that's what I'm saying. But he doesn't tell him like that. He don't. He's a fucking idiot. Hey. So when you run on his, you can give him his receipt.
Or with the receipt being, like a real hit. And on the stream, you even had Raja saying, like, we'll be good if I get my lick in. And at various points on the stream, Raja seems to think he's serious about fighting back.
No, I'm beating this guy's ass, bro.
And while you do have multiple outlets saying that there was supposed to be a scripted response from Raja, he eventually said during the stream,
Ain't no script, bro. It's not gonna be scripted. I'm telling you that right now. I promise you. They told me to hit him and just leave. Somebody who pulled me off of him will leave. I'm telling you. I'm gonna hit him as many times as I can. Watch. I'm not gonna fake it.
Nope, there. I mean, that's him literally admitting that he's going off script.
Also responded to
so right there, it's not the booker.
People in the chat a lot, as it seems they were egging him on.
How many subs to knock him out? That's a good question. I don't know. 50 subs, knock him out. 50 subs.
And then once Raja jumps into the ring, the stream shows him lifting Stu into the air, slamming him into the ground, and then not just getting a lick in, throwing punch after punch after punch, even after Stu can't fight back and is completely motionless. I can't show you the video, but he punches at least 20 times, or with it seeming like he lost consciousness, without a bunch of people stepping in to remove Raja, get him off of Stu, and he was then walked out of the building.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna stand up for my fucking self, because I'm tired of everybody playing with me, bro.
With a journalist who's covered wrestling and MMA for
oh my God,
decades,
Dave Meltzer
saying that what happened here may be the worst thing I've ever seen in a ring. Right, and as far as what happened, you had another reporter saying that the spot was planned, but when Raja followed up with heavy punches, he wasn't planned to do that kind of damage.
No, he literally went off script, and that's assault. That's full fucking blown assault.
And after this attack, you had Stu being quickly transported to the hospital for treatment. And as you can imagine, there's been a lot of outrage among the reactions. With, for example, Knock X releasing a statement sending good thoughts to Stu and adding, what was supposed to be a planned and agreed upon wrestling spot turned into a selfish, irresponsible act of violence, saying this egregious act is reprehensible and never should have occurred. In the 17 years of operation of Knock X,
WWE also dropped them from their affiliate list.
X Pro Wrestling Academy.
Like Knox X is done.
There has never been anything as heinous.
I hope you had fun on Kick.
Take place.
It's almost like you shouldn't do business with Kick streamers. It's almost like these people are fucking they're not the people that you want to be doing business with. When you have people on a platform that it bills itself as being like, you can't get banned here, maybe, just maybe, you run a business, you go with the safer options.
And we apologize to our patrons and fans. Raja's father, Rampage Jackson, also responded, both condemning his son's actions, but explaining what he said was some of the story. Writing, Raja was told he could get his payback.
Shut up.
In the ring.
We get it. You love your kid, but Jesus Christ. This is literally, when people talk about the problems with society and how kids don't learn their lessons, it's because of shit like this. It's because you have parents out there that cannot take the fucking blinders off for 5 fucking fucking seconds. We get it. Parental love. But holy fuck.
I thought it was a part of the show, saying,
You know how many people I've run into that have literally, like, they think they have this badass, like, Southern mentality of, I would do anything for my kid. You know what? If he came here with, you know, covered in blood with a bunch of some, you know, and he just happened to have some cement, I would help him.
it was bad judgment and a work that went wrong.
Cool.
Adding Raja is an MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, and had no business involved in an event like this. I don't condone my son's actions at all. But then adding, he suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. I'm
Oh. So you're telling us that he shouldn't have been there?
very upset that any of this happened, but my main concern now is that Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. And as far as Stu's condition, you had a wrestler who stepped in to stop Jackson, telling USA Today that he was awake and talking on Sunday, but had broken bones in his face and lost a lot of teeth. With matting, he was choking on his own blood and teeth. Somebody reminded me there's kids there, and then I was like, oh my God. With Stu's brother also reportedly asking for prayers as he's in stable but critical care. And just tons of people in the wrestling
MMA people are psychotic and weak men. Yeah, they've also been hit in the head way too many times and usually develop CTE by the time they're 30.
World sounding off.
But yeah, you know, gladiator sport and all, and money and whatever.
Saying things.
Invincibility.
It's like, I've known and trained with Stu.
Trust me, the more muscles I see on a dude, the more insecure I know that they are.
For 15 years. He is a former U.S. Army veteran.
And then they see guys like me and they're just like, oh, look at this long hair, fucking weak asshole.
And an amazing guy. There are no.
One of my favorite things I ever did was when I was a goaltender. I obviously was like very, very lean. I beat a fucking like gym bro because they were like, oh, I bet you can't even, you know, squat this. I squatted double my fucking weight.
No excuses for what happened in that ring. That was vomit-inducing criminal behavior. You also had some pointing to the fact that Stewart had previously talked openly about how he turned
actually, it was almost
to this sport after being in the military and found that
I was about to
wrestling
say, almost a little bit more.
gave him structure, brotherhood, a way to channel his energy and fight through the battles within. I mean, you even
That's the only flex that I'll ever make because, yeah.
had the likes of Mr. Beast chiming in, offering help to Stewart, saying this hurts to see, especially because I read he was a veteran that used wrestling as an outlet to get over
Watch a bunch of YouTube videos and just practice your form in a mirror. You'll be fine.
PTSD. Genuinely,
get yourself a like a dummy that you can hit, like, or something like soft pad, like soft foam.
Anyone connected to him knows of a way I can help. Please reach out. And then with all this, you had some accusing Raja of nearly killing
MAGA fuel.
Stewart and arguing he should face charges. Which on that note, a spokesperson for the LAPD did tell multiple outlets that they're investigating the incident, but they didn't give any further details. And then as far as other potential consequences, it seems like Raj has been suspended from streaming on Kick for violating the platform's guidelines. And while of course, you know, I'd love to know your opinion, whether you agree or disagree with me, I gotta say, this motherfucker belongs in jail. I've seen some people saying, oh, well,
I'm glad that you finally gave an opinion.
Well, he got rage baited into it, whether it be that other wrestler talking about receipts or people in his chat going like,
oh, so you're telling me that if a Kick streamer were to, I don't know, get rage baited into killing a person, you're telling me that somehow, some way we would be doing the same thing?
Oh, you're soft.
Okay.
But I don't know. Call me crazy. I don't think, Your Honor, I got triggered is a defense. Your Honor, Clout Goblin 69 said I was a soft boy, so I had to let him know I'm not. And the way he continued to pummel this man while he looked unconscious. I don't know how you argue that's not a...
No, and it's also like he should be a trained fighter. He should recognize something like that. No, this guy committed a felonious assault.
Attempted murder. Because again...
Like literal attempted murder.
Having a fragile ego is not a legal defense. From Stu's apology and the handshake to just the assault, it's just documentation of what very much appears to be premeditation. But as far as the what should happen versus...
It's almost like we can fucking court of public opinion this one because we, you know, us public, we watch enough of this internet bullshit to know like, okay, so we kind of have more of a grasp on these kind of laws, we thought.
This is what will happen.
But goddamn, I will be fucked if like... This shit, if it doesn't get prosecuted, then it really is the whole, oh, so it's because he was Rampage Jackson's kid and now, you know, he's probably got enough money or clout to fucking, you know, talk to somebody in the court system? What?
Then we're going to have to wait to see. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to...
You love to know our thoughts. We know. Definitely let him know your thoughts.
So it appears like Bill Maher's Trump...
I mean, Kick is done. I mean... Dude, yeah, literally, you just had another streamer get fucking killed.
Glazing
no,
and
for
meat
real, for real. This is the second time in 2 weeks. What the fuck is going on where people are still looking to Kick and going, yeah.
Fighting has now backfired
This is insanity, guys. We like...
spectacularly. And
no wonder people think it's the fucking apocalypse.
Bill Maher himself seems to be aware of it on some level. So here we go. This is what he said on his show this past weekend. And
yeah, sorry, I have to pivot away from the all that shit, and then the Destiny stuff, and now being mad at the fact that apparently there is just absolutely, no there's no justice. Like, a pro wrestler just got beaten, unconscious, and we're sitting here wondering, like, oh, will he get charged?
And we'll listen to this.
What will he get charged with?
And
if he doesn't get locked up by the end of this week, I literally, I don't have faith in anything anymore. At that point, it proves that it's like, God, you don't even need that much money. You just need enough to just be like, oh, we got a better lawyer, and honestly, a little clout here.
I have a lot to say about it.
I was the first one to use the phrase slow-moving coup. I know I was...
I hate to, be mean here, but Rampage Jackson hasn't exactly been a fucking name in a long time.
Using it before he was... Thank you. I know I was using it before he was president the first time, so maybe somebody got to it first, I don't know. And people were laughing at it. I mean, whenever I said he was never going to concede power, they would say, oh, you smoke too much pot. Well, it turned out I smoked just the right amount of pot.
I actually have given Maher credit for that, because back in 2017, 2018, he would say, I don't think Trump is going to leave if he loses in 2020. And I remember thinking at the time, come on, man, that's... that is a little bit of TDS. That's a bit of Trump derangement syndrome. I think you're reading too much into it.
Following the shameful attack by Roger Jackson, real name Stu Smith, Psycho Stu. Fans have had an Army veteran. Oh, he's also an ex-Army veteran. I forgot about that. It was definitely premature. This is known because his nephew, Jonathan Smith, shared a photograph of his uncle showing he is clearly still hospitalized, blah, 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 blah. Video's gone viral, and still no arrest. There it is.
But I think it's much more likely that he will leave. Well, I'll be damned. He did every single thing in his power to try to make sure he cheated and stayed in office. The fake elector slates, all the lawsuits, calling people even after the...
I'll finish the story, but I do want to go through the kick one, too.
Violence on January 6th, calling senators and saying, do not certify the election. He was right about that.
What's going on in Washington, D.C.? I'll ask you this first, because he does this magic trick. He's passing out pizza, and it's all about big balls, and we're all laughing at what's going on in D.C. Yeah, he's passing out pizza to the troops. If there was a slow-moving coup, let me just describe some of the steps, and you tell me if I'm being paranoid. First, create a masked police force. Get people used to looking at that. Normalize snatching people off the street. Get them used to that. Normalize seeing the National Guard and the military on the street. Then start talking about crime in the capital, which is basically, has always been a fairly crime-ridden city. This is our nation's capital where elections are decided. And then because the crime is so bad, have other states start sending their troops, not just the National Guard there in D.C., but now at least 6 other states are sending their troops, which then Trump can then federalize. So you're having many states' troops on the ground there, and now they're under federal control. So you have in the capital a sort of permanent police presence. So when an election dispute might come up, just hypothetically, I don't want to be a big pessimist, and I'm going to pretend for the rest of the duration that the Democrats do have a chance of winning, and they might win the next election. I just don't think they're ever going to take power, because this is what's going to happen. Because I think this coup is going to go off a lot smoother than the last one.
You don't seem bothered by that.
I think that's exactly right. And I don't think it's hyperbolic. I think it's Occam's razor. I think, when you look at what Trump is doing, it's not a coincidence that, he invaded Los Angeles, massively blue city. He invaded D.C., massively blue. Chicago's next on the list. New York City is after that. He's taking National Guardsmen from red states and deploying them in blue cities. It's like a soft civil war already. Yeah, that's what it is. It's just
and he's testing the limits of the Guardians. They are kind of the Guardians, the governors.
Only one side is fighting. Masked thugs rounding up innocent people and sending them to concentration camps, right? And so he's saying, well, you really think this is about crime? We know it's not about crime. It's a fact that it's not about crime. Crime in D.C. is down 30%. All their fucking cope about, the dangerous blue cities. Fucking nonsense. You go look at the numbers. I just looked them up the other day. Highest crime in the country. New Mexico, red state. Lowest crime, Vermont, blue state. Highest homicide rates, top 3 states with the worst homicide rates. Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, red, red, red. Is that where he's going to send the troops? Is that where he's going to send the Marines? No. It has nothing to do with crime. Nothing. He pardoned, 1,200 January 6ers? Hundreds of them assaulted cops. Some of them went on after they got out to be pedophiles, to end up killing other people. This is who he let go. Even his own cabinet was shocked when he said, no, we're going to pardon all of the January 6ers. Because they thought, oh, we'll, pick out the ones that were nonviolent and do that. No, he said, I'm going to fucking let them all go. Why? Because he's okay with crime and violence if the crime and violence is for him. And so he's laying the groundwork. I said this the other day, too. I know it sounds silly, but I think it's true. Trump would not be spending $200 million to build a 90,000 square foot ballroom if he was planning on leaving in 4 years.
That's what I've been saying.
That shit it's gonna take 4 years to build that bitch. You think he's gonna let it be done? And okay, yeah, President Newsom, you come and enjoy the ballroom. I just go, no. We know who this guy is. We know who he is. Just even the stories, again, I know it sounds silly, but it's true. Even the stories of...
That's why the funniest thing ever that could happen is he just has a heart attack.
Every time he fucking plays golf, he cheats to the high heavens. He's lied and said he won his club championships. Just fuck...
Could you imagine the collective panic if that happened? They just go to wake him up. He doesn't do his 3 a.m. poop tweet, and all of a sudden they're just like, hey, you know what? He hasn't done his 3 a.m. poop tweet. Let's go check on him.
Fucking stealing it from the people who actually won it. I know people who've played golf with him who say, oh, that motherfucker cheats like nobody's business. A guy like that cheating in official golf events, right?
And then the world unites in collective hate and just fear for the death of the world.
That's an indication he cheats at...
I mean, I'm not kidding, but...
fucking everything. Everything. And we know that's what's going to happen. And so, but okay, so Bill Maher saying
this guy? I've seen it before. Kyle Kulinski.
I co-signed every single word he said there. Okay, Bill, but as about 1,000 people pointed out...
Why did I picture a ball pit instead of a ballroom?
...out in the replies to your
I love the ball pit. Went to Discovery Zone. Wondered, why can't I have my own
video? What the fuck was this? It wasn't that long ago. You went to dinner with Trump and you were giggling like a schoolgirl and talking about how gracious...
It would be Game of Thrones meets Naked Gun.
...and kind he was, and how, actually, guys, he's really not that bad and not that crazy. And if you still want me to just hate Trump, well, fuck you. I don't give a fuck about what you have to say. You're unreasonable. Is that not enough Trump derangement syndrome for you? Well, how dare you? Okay, I'm Bill Maher, okay? In fact, here.
I said to him, you're scaring people. Do you really want to be scaring your own citizens so much? And I know now you're all saying, and what did he say to that? Honestly, I don't remember. But it wasn't, okay, I'll stop. So MAGA fans, don't worry. Your boy gave me nothing. Just hats. Hats and a very generous amount of time and a willingness to listen and accept me as a possible friend, even though I'm not MAGA, which was the point of the dinner. My favorite part of the whole night was we were standing in the blowjob room.
I love that I know this about his audience, that half of them are either producers or plants. And then they also have to do an applause sign.
And he said, I've heard from a lot of people who really like that we're having this dinner. Not all, but a lot. And I said, same. A lot of people told me they loved it, but not all. And we agreed. The people who don't even want us to talk, we don't like you. Don't talk, as opposed to what? Writing the same editorial for the...
Oh, go fuck yourself.
...millionth time.
Seriously? Like the bipartisan shit with the... okay.
And making 20...
Jesus Christ. He's really talking about bipartisanship with a fucking dictator? Okay, well, that's easy. I already hated you, so...
5-hour speeches into the wind. Really? That's what liberals have? He takes the piss out of everybody else, and we can hold ours? Okay, that's my report. You can hate me for it, but I'm not a liar. Trump was gracious and measured, and why he isn't that in other settings, I don't know, and I can't answer, and it's not my place.
'Cause you were fooled. That's why. The real Trump is the one that's actually, on camera. The one that you met, that's where he can fool you.
To answer. I'm just telling you what I saw, and I wasn't high.
That's just a little piece of it. You can go watch the whole thing. But that was the tone of the whole thing. The tone of the whole thing was like,
Yeah, he should have been. Maybe you actually would have been able to see through the bullshit.
oh, it turns out behind closed doors, he didn't punch me in the face. He didn't immediately have me sent to Alligator Alcatraz. Like, bro, really?
Yeah.
Really? Like, and this is an argument Bill Maher himself has argued against in the past. When Christopher Hitchens or somebody said, like, some politician is, you know, hey, they're actually, like, nice behind the scenes. And Maher goes, that's like saying Hitler was nice to his dog. Like, who cares? It's like, yeah, that's the correct response.
You can hear Maher still. Oh, yeah. Because Larry David is one of the guys that he, like, respects more than anybody. And the fact that he lost him, that really hurt.
Correct argument.
You're right.
Bro, really? Like, here we are. I mean, this was what? April. So that's May, June, July, August. We're 4 months later, and now, oopsies, tee-hee-hee. Turns out he's going to be a world historic villain. And, like, this is the thing, right? Everything's got to be within reason, dog, because you have all these fucking idiots on these podcasts, and Bill Maher's part of this, who's, who, us, bro? We just want to, like, have conversations, bro. No big deal. But I'm all about having conversations. It's all about the marketplace of ideas.
I mean, listen, on this show specifically, I try to keep my chat open to people that are, you know, MAGA, right-wing to a degree, as long as they're, you know, curious and not pricks. You know how many people that we've, like, again, had to do the banning or just, you know, great pause there. But it's to try and, like, engage with them and, I don't know, dare I say, move them towards our position a little bit. Because you don't really move people. MAGA curious. No. Definitely don't clip that. But no, guys, like... the fact that Bill Maher is just, again, he's one of the guys normalizing it. That's part of the project, is normalizing it to Democrats. You know, you know that contingent that was very comfortable with the Liz Cheney thing? Yeah. It's the people that want to be convinced that it's like, he isn't that bad. You know what? Maybe it isn't that bad. You know, maybe if it hits the prostate, then I will actually enjoy it. Here, we're going to watch the... this video about the Kick streamer that passed on live on Kick. So I know we just covered something where I'm not exactly thrilled with them. I kind of wish that I watched this first and then did the Destiny stuff. But Abba and Preach are they are French. They are French speaking. So they did extensive coverage of this to the point where it's like, I'm not sure if there is a better video to watch. So with that being said, let's get some information on what happened on Kick over the last week.
Jean Pormanov, a streamer in France. And since both me and Preach, on parle français, donc pour cette raison-là, we have the opportunity to watch a lot of videos in their native language, translate for you guys, give you guys maybe some additional context that might be lost in translation. Jean Pormanov is 46. He passed away just a few days ago during a live stream on Kick during a 10-day marathon. You can see the clip of him being woken up and he's just unresponsive. It's gotten international. Police have been involved. The platforms are apologizing. Drake and Aiden Ross are trying to pay for this guy's funeral. He was one of the top gaming streamers on Kick for France. So it goes to show you this wasn't a small creator. Now, what happened exactly? He was tortured, beaten for money, and eventually died as a result of a lot of this. The clips themselves, because if you've never watched his streams like I never did,
This should tell you everything about where we're at as a human race and the power of the disassociation that comes with being online too much.
Before, watching them is incredible.
Honestly, if you guys have children, you might want to think about this, and you might want to possibly like look into doing like a parent, kid, psychology.
Incredibly graphic. I can't show you most of it.
Or like sitting down with the therapist and just being like, hey, so your brain chemistry is important, and we're starting to think that maybe, just maybe, 13, 14-year-old edgelords who definitely seek this shit out might be brain poisoned at this point.
To them. I'm going to have to narrate some of them, show you stills, because like you just can't play this in public. You're essentially watching.
Because honestly, that's also what's gross is like I found out like how many like of the kid, like the people on Kick are, you know, of a certain age where it's just like, Jesus Christ.
Man being beaten. You watch him at one point being grabbed by the neck and they do something.
Suffocated, being insulted.
Shot with paintball guns at close range.
Yes.
Multiple people ganging up on him and beating on him. And they do this thing, with, they say this in French. I'm going to play a clip for you for this one. So if you don't understand what this is, nouveau record de saisie de thyroïde à 1 minute et 8 secondes par 3 cheveux. So saisie de thyroïde, you know what that is?
Yeah, it's basically when you just, it's strangulation.
That's it.
That's just what it is. The nouveau record, that's a new record, so that means that they're trying to establish records. 1 minute and 8 par 3 cheveux.
Yeah, and
by 3 hair.
You can hear him screaming in the back. You can hear him gasping for air, trying to tell him to stop. They don't care. They beat him on it. They're ganging up on him as a group. And the record goes up to like 2 minutes. They have multiple different clips at different occasions where they keep trying to up the ante and trying to suffocate him for longer. Maybe you guys can hear some audio, but I don't know if I can even show the visual.
You can't play that.
You could probably hear. No, listen. There's another visual here. You can see multiple people grabbing him, holding him down, and then grabbing his thyroid. For those asking, like, why is this guy staying around? There's a few reasons, but you can kind of just tell he's slow.
Yes, he's not.
He is clearly slow. He's a 46-year-old man hanging with people half his age. You can tell he's slow. You listen to him speak. I know you guys don't speak French. As someone who does, like, you can tell the man's not all up there.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm sorry. I could probably coerce quite a lot of people who are a little bit slower to do a lot of things that don't make sense. And you have to understand, they've broken this guy down for a long time. There's a couple clips that are really telling.
Mm-hmm. Non, je veux pas, je le souhaite pas du tout. C'est pas un truc que t'as vu, j'ai pas envie du tout. Mais imagine un jour dans le délire, on est en train de rigoler et tout et il clappe.
If I'm narrating this, essentially saying like, listen, you know, we're all laughing and we're enjoying stuff. What happens if, like, while we're all enjoying stuff, he dies? That's what they're talking right in front of him.
Yes.
And so you really have to understand the psychology of someone listening to other people discuss.
Talking about you on the third person,
you dying.
like you're not there.
Tu sais que je me suis déjà posé la question en plein live.
And the other guy says, I've already asked myself the question. Je me suis déjà posé la question.
Ouais. On est mort. Ouais, alors que non, à moins qu'ils disent face caméra là maintenant.
And then he says, if that happens, well, then we're done. We're toast. And he says, no, not unless he looks at the camera right now. And let's do this next part.
Que si demain il meurt en plein live, c'est dû à son état de santé de merde et pas nous. Non.
Unless he looks at the camera right now and says, if I die tomorrow, it's because my health is shit and it's not because of these guys. So
literally.
Right now, they're already asking him, as if it's almost premeditated, to make an excuse.
I mean, do they not understand that the whole, like, telling him to do that on stream doesn't really help the whole, like, plausible deniability aspect?
For why they're not guilty of his death. I'm going to come back to this clip a little bit later, but I just want to give you guys a timeline real fast before we come back to it. Believe it or not, even though this is a big controversy right now, this started well over almost a year ago in late 2024. Portmaneuve humiliation stream. In December, French investigative outlet Mediapart published an expose alleging that Kick had for months permitted live broadcasts of violent abuse. French authorities took notice. The Nice prosecutor's office, Nice is a city in France, quietly opened a judicial inquiry at the time into the deliberate violent acts being streamed online. Portmaneuve himself, real name Raphaël Gravin, and Safiane Hamadi were taken into custody for questioning as part of the investigation. Though both denied wrongdoing and claimed the content was staged, they were released without charge. From there, the police apparently continued the investigation, but no charges were laid.
Oh, give me a
Early to mid-2025, despite the inquiry, Portmaneuve continued streaming extreme content on Kick.
You know why everybody gets nervous about that shit? It's because deep down inside we know that's like, yeah, somebody could end you and literally just based on just some bullshit like this. And the cops just being like, oh, like not having an understanding of fucking social media seems to be a big one.
He and his collaborators.
They go, oh, well, that just means that we don't have a case. Okay, well, I guess we'll just let you go.
Maintained that the violent antics were consensual showmanship, and no immediate legal action stopped the broadcast. During this period, Portmaneuve was regularly seen.
And honest to God, Like, you would think that somebody definitely called the authorities on this, but they didn't want to get involved.
On stream, being tortured, humiliated, and beaten. The situation did not gain broad public.
God, could you imagine that because these guys are bigger kick streamers over in France, they probably paid off you know what? I'll just say, this is a possibility that they could have just paid off the police.
Attention yet, and Kick's moderation still did not intervene. It's
fucking
to shut
nuts,
down.
guys. This is what happens when you allow a Jack Doherty to be created. Is shit like this.
What
I'm
it
just gonna
saw.
say,
In fact, they
like,
did.
this is what we allowed this to happen.
The opposite. They promoted these streams. This was something that they probably endorsed. In fact, in some of the streams, you can even see a giant logo of Kick in the back as everyone's getting paid to do this stuff.
My friend's dad got killed in cold blood in his own driveway, and the dude who did it walked free from prison 2 years later.
Fast forward to August 10th to the 18th, 2025, which is last week. And it's the final stream.
But yet you have Trumpers that are talking, and like, you know, the Republicans that like to talk about crime and all this shit.
Pomanov began a planned 10-day live stream endurance marathon on Kick, co-hosted by Owen Naruto Senazandoti and Safian Hamadi. As the days wore on, the stream devolved into a horrific spectacle. Pomanov was subject to extreme sleep deprivation, physical and verbal beatings, forced consumption of unknown toxic substances. Viewers later described seeing him deteriorate on camera at times, disoriented or in visible distress. In the final hours of the marathon, Pomanov became unresponsive on stream. Clips on social media showed that co-hosts attempted to rouse him, but he did not wake up. Emergency services were called. He was declared dead on the scene. August 19th, which is the next day, French authorities moved swiftly once the death became known. The Nice prosecutor's office announced a full judicial investigation into the circumstances of Pomanov's death. An autopsy was ordered to determine the exact cause of death. Police also seized recording equipment, video footage from the home as evidence. Investigators revealed that witnesses were interviewed. Notably, the associates claimed the violence was part of an act or staged, an assertion authorities viewed with skepticism. About August 20th, the case had exploded with the public eye, with graphic clips from the stream circulating widely on social media, fueling public outrage. Official responses. The French.
By the way, guys, tomorrow we're covering Dean Cain going through his little obstacle course. It's going to be fun.
Government publicly condemned the incident. Clara Chapaz, France Minister Delegate for Digital Affairs, called Pomanov's death and she suffered an absolute horror. She announced that she had referred the matter to ARCOM, France's media platform for online illegal content. Chapaz stressed that online platforms have a legal duty to curb illicit content.
Dude, they have all of these freaking authorities set up and nobody did anything?
Quote, the responsibility of online platforms regarding the dissemination of legal content is not optional. It is the law. This type of failure has no place in France, Europe, or anywhere else. Kick's reaction. In response to Führer, Führer, which is like Germany. Furor. Kick, the Australian-based streaming platform Action, issued a public statement of condolences and promised action. We are deeply saddened by the loss of Jean-Paul Maneuve and extend our condolences to his family, friends, and community. Now, a lot of this feels like bullshit because they were promoting him the whole time. There was investigations. It was on their front page. They just didn't care. Their moderation didn't really care because he brought in views. Now we're going back to the clip that we played before where you can kind of see this is very premeditated.
Non. Comme ça, non, du tout. Comme ça, non. Je fais rien du tout. Comme ça, non. Regarde la caméra, dis.
Like, what do you mean, no?
Because the guy says, no, I'm not doing that.
What do you mean, no?
And now he's telling him, look at the camera.
Yeah, you have to look at the camera and say that.
Okay.
No, I'm not doing that.
Les gens ils vont s'en prendre à nous alors que c'est dû à tes 46 ans de vie minable.
Tu peux pas savoir que j'aurais été une crise cardiaque.
So the people are gonna, no, say it, because
fucking demonic, man.
Because if I'm yelling at you and you croak, people are gonna go against us, but it's because of your shit health. It's not us.
So look at the camera and give us an out. What you guys are watching right now is
coercion.
Premeditated.
Coercion.
These are people that know he has a health issue. They don't care. They're going to use him for entertainment. And when he dies, they want him to give them an out.
Yo. Mais imagine ça arrive pendant un moment où Zarmon le fait chier. Pendant une tiroïde. Pendant une tiroïde. Et je le tiens, il meurt.
Parce que c'est aléatoire.
Il meurt dans mes mains. Mais...
You just see him flinch there.
Ça arrive à n'importe quel moment. Imagine, ça finit une tiroïde et tu fais n'importe qui.
So all this is them just trying to coerce him into doing this because like it's not our fault if you just die. Just because someone's strangling you, that's kind of random. Aléatoire.
Yeah, aléatoire.
If you die while we're strangling you, That's random.
The thyroid thing, you know, it's just I'm choking you, but it's random.
Au moins, tu vois, on aura ce clip où on peut se dire.
C'est qu'il a raison, le mec, ça peut être un homicide involontaire.
Ouais, alors que pas du tout, alors que c'est ton état de santé qui est minable.
They know that
they even call it.
He said it might be an involuntary manslaughter. He's like,
no, it's really your shit.
Wow.
Ouais, les gars, je suis vieux, hein, on sait jamais.
Non, mais dis-le bien, face cam.
Ah, mais je suis sûr, me dis rien, hein.
Je te
fais pas de creux, hein.
Rien, mais personne. Je crois que j'ai envie de te tuer ou pas?
Non, ok, on sait jamais.
He goes like, you want me to say it? And the guy's like, what, do you think I'm going to kill you or something? He's like, and the victim who ends up dying says, you never know. A couple days later. That's how twisted this shit is. That's how dark. Because they're all going, well, you know, if I die on stream, it's my responsibility.
Bah, c'est mon entière responsabilité.
If nothing happens, guys, and Kick still maintains to be a platform.
Moi, les gars, si je meurs en live.
No, I gotta be honest. Content creation as a whole is, at that point, is just completely fucked.
C'est mon entière responsabilité.
Ouais, si je meurs en live.
Cruelty for money, just for money. Humans are awful. People watch this happen, paid for it to happen. The police are being useless as always. Mistake after mistake failed this vulnerable person.
C'est ma totale responsabilité.
Knowing damn well they abuse him only.
Bon, s'il m'arrive quelque chose en live, que ça vient pas
d'eux. Clipper.
Que ça vient pas d'eux.
Ça vient pas d'eux. So he's not only saying, okay, I'm gonna say it, but you feel the pressure right now.
Yeah.
If I die and laugh because these motherfuckers are abusing me, and it's not from them, so whatever, there's something that happened, and then I'm on myself and nothing happened, and I die, then it's good. But I'm not gonna admit that it's not gonna come from you because I'm under a lot of stress. That's what he says, and that's very important.
Yeah. Even here, you can see it. They don't actually care for this man's well-being. Yeah. Time. There's a clip here, and I can play this one, thankfully, because it's not physical.
Comment bien, ta vie, c'est la défaite. Il me tue. Mon gars, ta vie, c'est la défaite. On a fait 6 mois, allez, 4-5 mois à Malte. T'es sorti.
Times like this, I wish hell was real and these people would go to it. Yep. Well, this is where you start to realize, kind of living in it.
18 jours d'affilée, frère. 50 jours d'affilée.
It's kind of weird when non-existence kind of is better than, like, you know, the prospect of just, again, and I'm not saying like what you like the other side of this. I'm just saying like the whole, like, before you were born, you know, where were you? That might be a better place than this. Like, what the fuck?
Ouais, pour un nombre et tout, 18 jours. T'es sorti 17.
I guess, again, and these guys, you know, they probably go to church. Some of them even, like, they probably talk to their moms, and they think they're good people. Yeah. I gotta say, I'm not sure if you guys are noticing that this one hit me. This one kind of did it, where it's like, oh, humans fucking suck.
Pas de stress. Tes lèvres, elles ont même pas.
I'm glad that, you know, XQC and the Aiden Rosses of the world, you know, at least Aiden Ross is trying to, like, you know, pitch into this guy's funeral. Because he understands that the platform itself and the lawlessness and the Wild West aspect of the platform, that this was always bound to happen. Like, do you think for a second that any of these motherfuckers knew, like, or thought that, no, you know what, the lax regulations, this will definitely never happen, especially when they promoted this a year in advance. Like, they had already done multiple streams of torturing this guy, and Kick was just like, cool. Cool. Get them subs, bitch. Honestly, this really did, like, I fuck Kick. Wow.
Tous les soirs, tu prenais des danseuses. Non, pas tous les soirs.
And you know what's really fucked up? How many people would literally, like, show up to me and be like, oh, don't say that, because, you know, what if Kick came to you with a deal? Like they did with H3H3. Which, honestly, if H3H3 takes that fucking deal after this shit, I mean, they already sucked. I'm just saying, at that point, I hope that their audience knows it's just like, dude, blood money all the way.
Voilà, tous les soirs, t'en prenais une, et carrément, une fois, t'en as pris 3.
300 balles. Retourne les fils de pute.
I'm playing the clip even though you guys can't understand, just so you can feel the energy. But essentially, they're lambasting him for like going out and not having success with women. That's something that he's always wanted, never had, and they're making fun of him. Even though you have money, you know, you go out, you're a fucking loser,
dude. You live in a.
The way they're breaking him down mentally, making him feel lesser than, making her feel like a total piece. Guy's already a bit slow, socially stunted. Now he's got all this social adulation. They control a lot of this stuff. That's how it plays into the whole control aspect, okay? And at one point, he tries fighting back. Like, he doesn't always just take it. This is him saying, I've had enough. You guys call me all these things. You treat me like...
You see this? This is the... We watch horror films that you understand, like, the outcome, right?
Like garbage.
Like, this man is dead.
So you can...
This one that we are watching has passed on from the actions of these other individuals. And we're sitting here wondering, like, mincing, oh, well, the online platform and their TOS and blah, blah.
See, like, there's some real panic inside of him.
These relationship like that, it's like, this is what you see on live and everything and stuff. And then you wonder, why is he still there?
Yeah.
Because of everything that happens after the live.
Oh, absolutely.
Sorry, but you know that these people, they like you. The same way he's talking to them is
the fucking love bombing
bullshit that he's doing on live, and the people.
Yeah, he thinks that these people are his friends. That's the disgusting part.
People are paying.
These motherfuckers used him because he was the one with the platform. He was the one that actually did the gaming. He was the one that built the channel. They all saw him, and because he's slow. He saw, I have friends. These people like me. And they convinced him, oh, well, we can keep getting this and this and this.
But we'll get to that. We'll get to that later.
You got to wonder which one of the fucking psychopaths had this idea first.
Yep.
And then just how the other Lords of the Flies here just fucking followed suit.
People are paying.
Yep.
He's doing all that. But to keep him there, that's like a beaten wife.
Yep.
To keep him there is always like, no. But
and then on top of it, you know what? I will say this, where it's like these guys, they're probably just going to go on with their fucking lives. They're going to get married. They're probably, going to have careers, possibly on Kick.
You don't the money's good in this.
If that actually happens, I don't know. Like, at what point does the collective outrage actually start to, like, permeate? Like, at what point does Kick listen?
That the coercion is not...
Again, they have a fucking economy that's based on 10-year-olds filling out the fucking thing and going, I'm 18, knowing damn well that's their audience, because why else would they have an Aiden Ross and an XQC and all these other idiots that literally placate to the lowest common denominator of intelligence?
Not just what they did there with, hey, let us say, it goes on. It's not just in one instant. It's for him to stay there. You best believe there was coercion. There's always talk in his head. There's always that.
Yeah, I've seen this in the military. I've seen the slow person in the military get taken advantage of.
100%.
Thankfully, the people who did it got taken care of eventually because they did it really too openly. But like when you're in these kind of social,
he was literally talking to his mom, and his mom was watching the live stream, saying it was going too far.
Environments. It's probably even a lot worse in this, or maybe
this is in France, though.
Like, you have the social adulation. For him, he's probably never seen this kind of money in his life before.
I don't know what the hellscape that is apparently, Swa.
Never had attention because he's always been an irrelevant person.
I always thought it was so, much more sophisticated than, America. After watching this, it's just like, nah. Bunch of degeneracy with a fucking, cute accent.
And now he has it, and these guys control it. Like, you can understand the kind of pressures he's under. But let's watch this.
Décolle, tu veux tricher? Tu veux tricher? Je te dis, putain, j'ai des médicaments. Je te dis, prends le bonbon. Non, j'ai des médicaments à prendre. Je vais pas prendre d'autres médicaments. Il y a un putain de truc rouge sur ton truc de médicaments de merde.
They're making him take some kind of medication.
But it's like it's just it's candies. It's sugar candies.
Yeah.
They gaslighting him.
Yep.
They're coercing him. No, it's just sugar shit.
Yeah.
It's just sugar stuff. Yo, there's a red thing on those the pill case that you're giving me.
I'd be curious to see what the toxicology report says, because it sounds like these guys might have been using some weird kind of drugs on him.
JP là, il a bougé, il est parti. Donc il a quitté là pour rien.
This is fucking Naruto with fucking Minecraft bullshit. Does this strike anybody as kind of fucked up? Whose kids are watching this shit? It's It's almost 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are and what they're watching? Well, make sure it's not fucking kids!
Qui sabote.
Jesus fuck!
On lui a rien dit, il lui a rien fait. Il sabote, je sais pas, il fait le malin, il est pris, il est parti. Je veux que...
Meanwhile, people want to focus on Twitch. They want to focus on other platforms, but this?
Tu récupères les clés d'appartement de la voiture, qui paye le loyer qui manque.
Wearing clown suits, wearing Naruto, fucking placating to literally placating to children.
Et il peut partir.
Jesus Christ, I have never been more happy to not have kids.
So here,
oh my God.
Playing a clip where he said he didn't want to do one of the challenges, and so they're saying we're going to lock him out. We're going to
for everybody that tells me about the magic of parenting.
Take his car. We're going to lock him out of his own place. Just to show you, if he doesn't participate,
I'm glad that I don't have anything to contribute to that part. I really am. I never have to deal with the parents that fucking allow this shit. I never have to deal with the shitty kids that watch this shit. I never have to deal with any of it.
Kind of consequences you face.
You worry for your nephews? Yeah, me too.
This next clip, this is
especially because his dad's kind of a shithead that watches this stuff already.
It was taken 4 days before, and I'm going to translate because word for word it's important.
Go ahead.
Larry Susan. What up?
Comment tu vas coincer pour un moment avec son jeu de mort?
So he's reading now.
What's going down?
Text that the victim sent to his mother.
Oh, just Kick allowing the torture and homicide of a man.
And he's reading the text that the victim sent to his mother, and the text says,
"Here it is, guys. Here it is.
Hello, Mom. How are you? I'm kind of stuck in this death game." Now, when I read jeu de mort, when I heard that, I couldn't believe what it was because I'm like, I must mean something different. It's just death game. And I think they're doing...
Glad that it, jeu de mort.
Doing dangerous games, and he's like, I'm stuck here, I can't.
Your average American hears that, and they're just like, oh, are we going to a restaurant?
Now, keep listening. His mom texts back.
Parents don't want to deal with their kids. Kids are getting worse. Parents find having kids a drag. Most people probably shouldn't be parents, but here we are. Yep.
Je te regarderai ce soir. Je pense que là, ça va trop loin, elle a dit.
His mom's saying, I think now this is going way too far. Because she said she was watching this.
I mean, you guys got me, I'm literally Sam Kinnising at this. I can't believe Kick is, yeah.
J'ai l'impression être séquestré avec...
I don't know, man. After this, if you're a streamer, and you guys, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to. If people are on the left and they're still streaming on Kick after this, they might want to take a look at their fucking actual values. Because this is fucked. I get it. I get that some people's livelihoods are on there, but this is fucked. At what point do you just go get a fucking job? Jesus Christ.
Oui, c'est bon, on m'est marre. Je ne veux me...
Honestly, if I found out that YouTube and fucking Twitch were doing this shit, I think that I would be back in the fucking workforce. This is insane.
Il veut pas, il me séquestre.
He says, I want to leave, but they won't let me. I feel like I'm being held hostage by what's happening here.
Ils ont pas de respect. Tu as maigri, tu es fatigué.
So his mom, I can see you. They don't.
Wow, this really got me upset, guys. I gotta say, this one really got me.
Respect you. You've gotten thinner, and
this is fucked.
Look exhausted.
We're literally watching the torture and end of a person for clicks, subs. How many subs? How many subs? We just watched on another Kick streamer ask how many subs to beat this man's ass.
It's not good. So she's noticing.
And in Trump's America, do you think that this is going to actually get, I don't know, taken care of? Have I seen the movie 8mm? Oh my God, I haven't thought of it in a long time, but goddamn, good poll.
His deterioration.
Wow. Wow, yeah, no, you're right.
They're reading her text and laughing.
Yeah. That's, wow, Jesus, it's almost like the end of 8mm, you're right.
Regarde-moi, t'as jamais eu une meilleure mine que ça, fils de pute.
So now you can translate
Gaslight. Hey, look at me. Yeah, you never look better, you son of a bitch.
So,
wow.
I just wanted to play this clip to just see, there's even instances where he's texting his mom, I'm being held here. And this is 4 days.
Oh yeah, Johnny Somali, the IRL streamers that walk around literally doing, you know, nothing until they realize that they're not getting the subs or the attention. So then they go and do something that's egregious or illegal because it gets attention. Everybody loves it because, you know, 15-year-old edgelords steal their parents' credit cards, I'm guessing. And that's how this is how it happens.
It's a cry for help. That's what you call that.
Just know that if you give your kids an allowance and you have a 12 to 15-year-old kid, like boy specifically, there's a very good possibility that this is where their money's going. You might want to check your fucking bank records.
The general context. Again, I can't show you guys the video of the
holy shit, dude. Holy shit.
Beatings. Like at one point, one guy's got boxing gloves and he's just ripping the shit out. Like, especially a guy that age with his physical stature, you could bust his bones easy. He's been
Did you see the fact that he was definitely malnourished?
Injured numerous times during these things. Now, I'm going to just go through the list of stuff that, from all the videos I've seen them do to him. There's been beatings and slap, freaking physical strikes to his face, strangulations, bag overhead. They've definitely done the asphyxiation like that. Electric shocks, like by dog collar, boxing glove beatings, exploding cigarettes, paintball firing, the sleep deprivation that we talked about, the brutal wake-ups. They sometimes just dump cold water on him live on stream. They've desecrated his personal items. His glasses have been stolen from him and broken. Some of these are weird. Made to brush someone else's teeth with a brush contaminated with urine. Made to clean toilets after someone else's waste. Someone shat in there.
I understood.
Cross-dressing and public shaming, forced to wear wigs, feminine attire, and paraded with obscene signage. Pipe gratis fellatio. Pipe gratis.
Pipe gratis.
Yeah, that basically means, you know, if you want to fuck me, it's free. These are interesting ones. These are like parts of the coercion that were noticed down. There's like nicotine manipulation. Cigarettes were used as a reward for compliance and punished for refusal. Now, if you don't know, French culture is just synonymous with smoking. I think the highest rates of like cigarette smoking gotta be in France. Essentially, they would take away cigarettes, and then if you wouldn't complete action, you get
I do not feel bad for doing the c'est la vie
access to them. And everyone with like a nicotine addiction can imagine how. And then forced participation. Sometimes they would force him to beat somebody up to then therefore justify when they go and beat him up. So a lot of like little mind games that they would play throughout. Anyways,
that is sociopath.
Yeah,
there's not just things that he would do; is that people would actually pay for those things to happen, and the platform encouraged that. Why? Because people are paying.
If you're wondering about the perpetrators, they've come out and made tributes to him. They've also denied any wrongdoing. I'm not even gonna play that stuff because it's fucking disgusting. I even said with Kick, like when you have a platform which profits from degeneracy, there is no bottom. I think I jokingly said at one point, like, yo, someone's gonna get tortured on camera, we're gonna pay for it. The cyberpunk future that I mentioned is like, it's here.
It's not future.
It was happening the whole time. I just didn't know because I don't spend time on degenerate platforms. People are already getting paid for this stuff. There was one guy on Kick.
I don't even have a fucking Kick account. Never will anymore. Like I was thinking about possibly streaming to Kick. I will never do that shit. Like if this is what they're until they change their TOS and like this shit is never like even thought about happen. Like no. And I never want to hear about Twitch TOS and fucking YouTube TOS ever again. If this is the shit that is just going on and nobody's stepping in, what the fuck?
He paid a
like what the fuck? People are literally dying on these platforms.
To come over, banged her in front of her kids,
man.
Never got banned. It's like, what are we talking about?
Yeah,
and the governments have to get involved.
Yeah,
they have to get involved. There has to be penalties allotted to these platforms. Otherwise,
this is Abu Ghraib shit. It is.
No one's going to punish them. Who's going to punish them? Degenerates are not going to punish them. If the law's not going to punish them, who will? They can't be sued. They live in foreign.
Yeah, a full list of their crimes on tape, by the way, or on video. Police still probably won't do anything.
Countries with laws that protect
because again, this somehow fits into some TOS bullshit.
A lot of this shit. So, if governments are not involved, I don't know what you guys are expecting is going to happen.
This is the people that we know about. Because we don't go on these platforms to just search for degeneracy. I'm pretty sure these are not the only people, especially on that platform. They allow it.
They profit from it.
They profit from it on top of that.
They promote it.
That's a big thing because now you have a mother that lost her son. Ooh, I hope something happens to these boys.
Yeah,
I really hope something happens. I hope it's good that the police is in there, that the authorities are in there, and there's something that needs to happen on Kick.
Yeah, I mean, Europe is generally a lot better than North America and other parts of the world about going after these bigger companies. So I'm hopeful that they will. But beyond that, man, yeah, these guys are absolutely guilty in my case. I think this was premeditated. Not that they intended this, but that they were criminally negligent.
Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah, criminal negligence is literally like at least. I mean, Jesus, you saw the physical attacks. Listen, I know that there's literally laws where it's like you can only consent to like you can't consent to your own fucking demise like that. You know, there are literal laws against that. You know, like the whole what is it? Euthanasia against fucking human beings? Well, how does this not play into that? You know how there's like that whole medical argument with that? Like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck? How is Kick not panicking and just going, you know what? We're completely rewriting TOS. Oh. Blood money.
And there's an obvious
blood money in the bank, baby.
Sense of like they know how dangerous what he was, because why else would they ask him to make that shit on camera? And that video, that clip we played, I promise you that's going to court.
This needs, and what happens in court, I really hope it needs to be an example. I remember back in my days there was Warrior sites and SnuffX. It's like if I put that on a platform and be like, yeah, it's just for free.
And there's ad dollars.
There's ad dollars. There's ad dollars. There's ad dollars. Big money.
Ad dollars to that.
Ad dollars. DraftKings. Cryptocurrency.
So every time you...
Yeah. The fucking dark web literally right here in front of everybody.
Submit a clip that is crazy.
What are my thoughts on the Raj situation? We just covered that, and I also think that he needs to go to jail. And honestly, if Kick is still doing this within the next month, honestly,
crazy.
Like, I might be making it like my fucking mission to like be the anti-Kick streamer.
People getting
where it's like, no, guys, like this is insane. Here's a daily reminder of what they allow on this fucking platform. Because holy shit.
And get money. That is crazy.
Yeah, but hey, listen, I'm curious what you guys think.
I'm sorry for having lines, people.
This was a fucked up one. And then, especially because we speak French.
Oh, yeah.
No, and this is why I appreciated that. And honestly, again, what their hot take with the Destiny thing.
When you understand what they're saying and the tone they're saying it with, like, there's a little extra hint of evil, because you can tell how these people don't give a flying.
No, they cared more about the fucking attention on Kick. They were literally looking at their fucking stream numbers and then looking at their sub counts.
Fuck about it.
That is fucking crazy. Where they were literally like, oh, dono this X amount and we will hit this guy.
Like, it is very obvious. So, yeah. Anything else for you?
Yeah, and check on your fucking kids, guys.
All right, well, that's it from us for today.
For real. This was depressing as fuck. I'm sorry to end stream on this, or, well, not ending stream, but, like... I'm sorry that the back end of stream is literally realizing just how disgusting humanity is if this is what we're doing. What the fuck?
What an unbelievably crazy week on Kick. I was just talking about the French streamer Jean Parmenon.
All right, let's get the other Charlie's point of view on this one.
Who passed away in his sleep on stream after a marathon of abuse from some other streamers. And just now, I literally just finished streaming Resident Evil 6, and I was taking a little tinkle, and I got sent a little something that is so diabolical, I had to hop back in the saddle and yap about it. It is incomprehensible that yet another potential death was just streamed on Kick. I'm recording this an hour after it happened, and the victim is currently still in the ICU, so I guess by the time I post this, I'll know whether or not they passed away, but I'm going to keep this part in here right now because it's up in the air. A Kick streamer, Raja Jackson, who is the son of Rampage Jackson, and also a professional fighter, just went fucking ballistic on a wrestler during a wrestling event.
Is this necessary? Do we need this milquetoast motherfucker's take on the macabre? Macabre. Yeah, actually, I want to know what his take on Kick is.
Stream.
No, honestly, he's one of the biggest streamers like on any platform. I do want to know what the fuck he has to say about Kick.
He picks the wrestler up, slams him on the mat, and then lays down 27 punches to the man's skull, most of which were delivered while...
No, I'll be honest, guys. I didn't see me getting this upset about this. Like, there's no jokes here. I don't have any jokes. I'm not in a good mood anymore. Like, this really did it where like I'm disgusted. I'm viscerally fucking disgusted that this is something that is getting not just platformed over and over and over and over again, but normalized to a degree that is fucking scary.
While he was unconscious. And by the end of it, he is bleeding and bloodied. They couldn't wake him up. They said he was barely breathing. Yeah. And someone even used the word flatline, that he was flatlined in the ring. This is not fake. This is not scripted.
No, it's... You can't show it. Slam. Which right there, he slammed him wrong on his fucking, like on his back and head, too. And then boom, 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 boom. This guy realizes that it's not a fucking work anymore. Boom, boom, boom. He's pulling him off. Boom, boom, boom. The ref honestly should have jumped on top of him. Boom, 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 boom. Assault, 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 assault. This isn't a fucking work anymore. No, and honestly, I hope that guy just fucking tried to get a receipt on him.
I did my best to censor this. It is brutal. It is extremely hard to watch.
Holy fuck, dude. So I'm guessing that wasn't supposed to happen. He was supposed to go in and do fake punches. So fake punches in wrestling are... I know I'm going to break kayfabe for you, but WWE has been doing this. Like, they have like a new show that's literally breaking kayfabe. So when you fake punch in wrestling, it's about doing like a... So even if you slap, like, and you make contact, you never lock up your fist. Like, you make sure that it looks locked up, but you're doing like... So that adds an effect, but then you're throwing in like your... Like, that's part of the effect. This motherfucker was hard. Like, closed fist, fucking perfect punching, like, down. Like, dude, this guy will have permanent brain damage. He will be lucky if he ever walks again, let alone wrestles. So you want to talk about like future income? You want to talk about like any of this shit? This is insane. He didn't get arrested. Kick is also just like oopsie poopsie. Guys, 2 in a week? Kick should be cooked.
I also cut the clip short, but they
like Jesus fucking Christ.
And back, and he is covered in blood.
No, this is insane. This is insane. And for anybody that is just like, this is fun.
Raja Jackson is a professional fighter who has unloaded, I counted 27
punches.
Blows to an unconscious man.
Yep.
And they all are connecting. This is not like...
No, it's not wrestle punches.
Fake. It's not like he's pulling any of his punches. They are all...
Again, this is where I'm a little more qualified than Charlie here. I actually watch wrestling, and I have not only studied this, I thought about doing it myself. So like I learned how to do these things.
Hitting squarely.
By the way, one of the most painful things you can do in a wrestling ring is run the ropes. It hurts
on this man's skull.
if you don't have your back muscles like built up, it hurts.
Bouncing his head off of the mat. And I said most of them were when he was unconscious.
I agree. This is insane. It's horrible. Hey, Robin.
All of them are while he's unconscious. When I watched it back,
I'm sorry to connect on such a downer note on the stream, but yeah.
It's clear that when he slammed him on the mat, his head hit the
fucking mat. I watched his head go
mat, and it
knocked him out.
Knocked him out immediately.
Yes.
So
he landed on his hip and then he landed on his head.
All 27, potentially more.
And it's from the back. Do you understand what a landing on your head from the back like that does to your brain?
Or punches that he threw were on an unconscious man.
What would my wrestling theme - gimmick be?
That
I don't even know.
Can be fatal. That is most often.
I had one guy tell me that I should just go with my real name. Because he was just like, your name is like, and it's like you were born an entertainer.
Fatal. And he wasn't done either. It's not like he just stopped and said, okay, well, that's plenty. I've had my fill. He was still going. The only reason there weren't more punches thrown by him is because the other wrestlers were able to separate him. But he was fighting against them to go back and
he wanted to go. He wanted to beat the fuck out of him.
Unconscious.
Well, even more.
Man, he probably wouldn't have stopped punching him.
He was a guest fighter. Yes, it was a guest angle. So the fact that Raja Jackson was Rampage Jackson's kid with a kick, like he had a kick audience. This wrestling match was being streamed on Kick. It was a cross promotion. So they invited somebody that was part of the fighting world to come and do an angle. At the beginning of the night, there was they did the angle that would lead up to the end of the night. What happened is the guy in the ring who got his ass beat, he accidentally hit Raj. And he did it in a way where it was supposed to sell something. So he probably did an open hand palm slap and Raj was like, what? So you had that other idiot who he needs to be fucking held accountable. He should never have a fucking job in any wrestling ring ever again. The way that he instigated that and said, yeah, you need to give him the receipts. No, that motherfucker needs to be out of wrestling forever. I'll make sure that he never, ever works in AAW. At least I have connections in that one. He will never work in Chicago.
Head popped like a balloon. It's extremely scary, and even if he does pull through...
Wow, I just realized how pissed off I am at this.
This could have life-changing repercussions with brain damage and so many other complications for the rest of his life, if he even survives, which we don't know yet. He apparently flatlined in the ring and is currently still in the ICU, and we don't have any updates. This is terrifying stuff. Hello, it's Charles, first thing in the morning here. And we don't have a ton of official updates on the condition of that wrestler, but the father of Raja Jackson, Rampage Jackson, gave an update where he is saying that Psycho Stu, that's the name of the wrestler, is alive and is stable. And he also says that he's clearing up misinformation about his son. But then in his statement...
Misinformation, huh? Cool dad. He's a cool dad. Cool dad is there for his kid. Thick and thin.
He doesn't clear up any misinformation.
Honestly, this is where I do agree. If you are in a position where you instigate, or if you are okay with your kid doing the shit, and it's it's obvious, and you're just doing it, I know, out of parental love, well, okay, then you could serve the fucking time too.
He just confirms.
Honestly, at what point do we as a society wake up and go, hey, your kid's kind of a fuck up?
But everyone already knows that this was completely...
your kid's a fuck up and he really fucked up. And he almost killed a guy, but all right, man. Misinformation about your kid.
Out of control, inexcusable behavior that Rampage Jackson...
Yeah, he had no business being involved. Okay. So he was there, though.
And also doesn't condone. So I don't know what misinformation...
Yeah, wow, this guy's trying to redirect his concerns to his... Yeah.
He thinks he's clearing up with this. He's just...
To his kid, the assaulter. Yeah, he's trying to make his kid the victim.
Agreeing with what everyone else is saying.
Yeah, he's literally saying, oh, no. And do you also know who has a Kick account? Rampage Jackson, guys.
That his son went fucking berserk. I guess maybe the misinformation.
Misinformation, huh? All right. I'm going to do something pretty ballsy here. If this is truly misinformation, hey, Rampage.
Demon that he was exercising here was about his son actually getting like the...
Did we not see the videos? I mean, I know it was censored, but I'm sure that we can get that.
Permission for...
No, this is fucking insane, guys.
Payback on Psycho Stu for an earlier confrontation. And what he's referring to there is they had like a little beef before the event started, and someone had told Raja Jackson that he could like double leg take down Psycho Stu in the ring and then throw like...
Yeah, literally slam him down, do some fake punches, and then do a work angle to lead into a new match where Raj either would have been the guest, like, you know, the guest fighter, and they would have trained him a little bit in the ring, or they would have put him with a tag team, and they would have given him just a few spots, but...
a fake punch, and that would be it, to like settle the beef and create like this storyline. But Raja Jackson on stream, on camera, says that he is going to hurt Psycho Stu. He said he will not stop punching.
He kept going. He literally said it like while the stream was going.
Him until people will yank him off of him. So he took that like pseudo invite, like green light to be involved in the wrestling event as a permission slip to go brutally assault this man and beat him within an inch of his life. Like, I think you could also make a case that this is attempted murder. This was premeditated assault that he planned on not stopping at any point until third parties intervened. Like, I really think you could make like a real argument that he had went in there with the full intentions of killing Psycho Stu. That's what it looks like to me.
Tell you guys this, they told me to hit him and just leave. Somebody who pull me off of him will leave. I'm telling you, I'm gonna hit him as many times as I can. Watch.
That's indefensible. You can see him literally planning it off the back of them giving him like the instructions for a work where he'd come in and he'd deliver like a hit, like a fake hit, and then he'd be pulled off and that'd be the end of it. And he is saying, but watch this, I'm going to keep punching him. Like, he is blatantly stating this. It is very clearly a premeditated assault. And like I said, I really think his goal was to kill Psycho Stu there. It really seems like that was his mission. And you can't chalk this up to confusion where he was directed to do something but then just went a little far, like, mistakenly. He is, with his own voice, his own vocal folds, flapping with their own volition here. He is stating, they told me to do this, but instead, I'm going to do this. I'm going to punch him as many times as I possibly can. He is stating clearly that they told him one thing, and he is not doing that. Instead, he is going to punch the shit out of him, beat him within an inch of his life. You can't possibly say that he just got confused with the stage directions here of the storyline. He is saying that he is going to go punch him as many times as possible and disregard what they said he is permitted to do, like what they planned on. It is premeditated assault by every possible definition. Now,
yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, it's weird when you have these long streams and then they literally give out their fucking internal monologue the way that I do.
What started all of this, and I've seen people joking about it like, oh, haha, Raja Jackson must not know that wrestling is fake, and
no, this is crazy.
He thought the heel was being mean to his favorite babyface, so he took matters into his own hands, tee-hee-hee. But what actually happened is Raja Jackson was touring the event and meeting the wrestlers backstage, and of course the wrestlers are all playing characters, and when it comes to wrestling, there's a little something called kayfabe, and so they are going to
so he insulted him.
Portray their character to the best of their ability and keep everything as authentic and genuine as possible.
Yes.
And Psycho's...
You know what's wild? They do this the second they get to the arena. Once they're in their gear...
Stu was in character.
Oh, God. Even before they're in their gear. I remember one time, Austin Ace, he just got signed with AEW. I went to a indie event. He was smoking a cigarette outside. I think it was a cigarette. But completely in character with his tag team partner. Like, what are you looking at? Like, it was It was hilarious. Like, and this had to be an hour before show.
And misunderstood that Raja Jackson was not a worker in the event.
Worry about him.
It actually looked a lot like this.
He's worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu?
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little... Oh, you don't know it?
He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down. Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it?
Dude, he's not a fucking worker, bro. What the fuck was that?
Oh, so he's drunk.
Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
Nah, I will fucking...
Okay. He literally did say he ain't a worker.
We're good. I know.
Okay, this is where between the two of them, like you see the guy with the cowboy hat, right there.
We're good.
And he takes it way too far when he takes a beer can. I don't know if it's like a real beer can or like one of those breakaway like stunt ones, but he takes it and he crushes
I mean, if it was a breakaway can, then he would have known it was coming.
it on Raja Jackson's head. Then you can see him get really fired up about it, and all the other wrestlers are also saying
They don't practice this beforehand. Not all the time, because they want to have like an authentic reaction, especially like with guys that don't work in the promotion. So they'll let them know that they're filming something and that there's something that's going to happen. But yeah,
to Psycho Stu, like,
yeah, YouTube dude fucked
bro,
up.
what the fuck are you doing? He's not like a worker here or anything. That was too far. And that's what started this. And then Raja Jackson waited until their match. Then he stormed in and then beat him.
Are you talking about me?
Potentially to
No, I thought you meant the other guy.
death for it. Now, I think if Raja Jackson had swung on Psycho...
No, honestly, the second that camera was up, they should have then had a discussion that it was like, all right, so here's the thing. That's the angle right there. We just filmed the promo that's going out to the crowd. It could be filmed 5 minutes before. It could be filmed 30 minutes before. Like, that's how quickly this stuff has, like, turnaround, especially nowadays.
Psycho Stu after the beer can thing, you could definitely make a strong case.
It does kind of seem like that was a good amount before the show, though.
That he was acting in self-defense. Because that...
No, not when you're part of a wrestling... No. Here's the other problem. Did the promoters have him sign a fucking waiver? Like... Jesus Christ, if you do okay, I don't want to completely break it for you guys. Say you have a situation where, even in the indies, you need somebody in the audience to take a bump. They will set that up before before anybody, any ticket holder is led into the arena.
That is unexpected.
You will have an idea of where you need to take that bump. Sometimes you're not able to take it right where you're supposed to. That's why you will have multiple plants in a crowd. So, like, I know that at an indie event that I attended once that I also got to see was worked, where they had a spot where they had a big guy, right, set up for the women's wrestlers, and he took a bump into a ladder, right? Obviously, that guy was a plant.
Was unprovoked, and it was kind of a crazy thing for Psycho Stu to do.
But I have also seen the other side of that, where the guy that was supposed to take the bump wasn't in the seat that was anticipated, so they had to call an audible, and they had the guy who was not supposed to be there kind of have like a moment where it was just like, whoa, the wrestler touched me, whoa! But literally before that happened, the other wrestler was like, back one row.
Not knowing for sure if Raja Jackson was a worker in the event or not. It was a bad judgment call for sure from Stu. And he was just like way too fucking committed to being the heel. Like he was really deep into his method acting.
No. Again, Raj got invited there as a guest because it's a kick event, a kick wrestling event. That this guy might just have an idea, because Rampage Jackson also did some wrestling angles.
Like fucking Shia LaBeouf style, and he did the beer can thing, and it was definitely over the line. But here's something a lot of people aren't showing enough of, that Psycho Stu was very apologetic when he learned that Raja Jackson was not a worker at the event. He apologized 3 times. They shook hands multiple times, and Raja said...
Right. See, right there. That's where it should have been squashed. You shake hands 3 times. You understand that you're doing a fucking At that point, you're doing a program. You have set up, like, God, the worst part is, and this is the most egregious, it was the start. It was literally the start of the night and then the big finisher, because Raja was supposed to be set up for like another event. Like, he fucked up any prospect he ever has of working in any combat sport ever again.
Like, hey, it's good. I get it. Multiple times. Meanwhile,
except for maybe, you know, Dana White, because Dana White tends to take anybody that's halfway brain damaged enough to take his fucking half-ass paydays.
Well, he was just like bubbling with anger, waiting for his chance to fucking assault this man.
So fucking seal that.
Yeah. Hey, yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, it's gonna all work out.
Yeah. Hello. I appreciate.
Please.
I didn't know.
Why do you have to use a Radiohead song? Why? Fuck! Can we just have anybody do a recap that doesn't use copywritten music? God damn it. I'm getting kind of tired of this too. Because, again, maybe I'm just a little on edge, but the fact that I have to sit here worrying about getting a copyright hit for a fucking Radiohead song that everybody fucking knows, but no! Kick allows a guy to get fucking tortured and K'd on stream, and then this shit. Clapping like the dumb seal I am. Fucking A.
I get it. We're not working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Juice. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you
know what I'm saying? We're always working.
What a fucking worm. This is some slimy behavior here. This is some turbo ass. Raja Jackson is
spicy
now pretending that he understands and forgives Psycho Stu, who is very apologetic, mind you, and he's explaining, like, look, I saw the cameras, I thought that this was like another work, that we were building a storyline, this and that.
I can't stand this. Like, we live in a crazy time.
Raja Jackson's like, no, I get it, and he's like shaking his hand and everything. Meanwhile, he is actively planning
yeah, he's literally actively planning an assault against the guy.
Assaulting this man. Beating.
Even though he just agreed to work with you. You know, the let's make money angle. Let's get this kick show on the road angle.
Him unconscious and fucking leaving him eating.
Not everything needs trending audio. No, and honestly, that's why I got kind of mad at it. I was just like, why?
As he is like pretending to
I swear to God, if I get hit for that.
Bygones be bygones here and that they're on good terms. That's fucking unhinged. Now, before showing you some more of the aftermath here, let me introduce you to Psycho Stu. I think you should get a little bit of the lore behind this.
Yeah, Psycho Stu is
wrestler that Raja Jackson beat so severely, hospitalizing in the ICU, and apparently caused to flatline in the ring.
Pro in 2009. I had just got out of the military.
Yeah, he's a fucking he's a vet.
Probably about 6 months earlier, I got out of the military. I joined Knox Pro, because I needed something to focus on. I needed something to help me adjust back into civilian life. A lot of veterans, it's hard for them to readjust into civilian life coming from the life of the military. I'm an American soldier that suffers from PTSD. Being in front of a crowd, it doesn't give me as much anxiety and aggression as I thought it would.
Yeah. Psycho Stu is a veteran who was suffering from PTSD and found wrestling as a means.
Awesome. But Rampage Jackson, the fucking guy who couldn't even, play Mr. T correctly enough to actually get another role in fucking Hollywood. He's the one, the one who suffered enough brain damage, just enough brain damage for Dana White to get enough money to make a new name for himself.
Escapism, and fell in love with the sport.
Cool.
And
this is the guy that's laying in a coma while the other guy's not. He doesn't have charges being pressed against him at all. He has Kick literally panicking. I'm sure that all their lawyers are involved because this was also a Kick event.
Now is currently hospitalized in the ICU, but apparently is stable. So hopefully Rampage Jackson is accurate with that claim that he is alive and stable. That would be wonderful.
Well, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, considering that it's the dad, that is literally standing up for the assaulter.
News.
And I don't know. Are you going to take care of every single medical bill that this guy has there, Mr. Rampage Jackson?
But
Curtis,
But what a
fucking Curtis.
An unbelievable set of circumstances that led to his hospitalization here. Yes, he made a mistake with Rampage Jackson's son here.
Oh, did he? You know, doing a work at a wrestling angle with a fucking with a company that already set this up. Yeah.
Not knowing whether or not he was a worker and still building the
Raja might get kicked under the bus. We'll see.
Storyline anyway.
I mean, obviously, if it means Kick or him, they're gonna choose Kick.
Under the impression he was, but
pretty sure whoever owns that company doesn't have a soul.
It's not a mistake that should have.
If it's not Mephisto himself,
have led to something like this, especially when he did everything in his power.
Sell me your soul and you will become the Ghost Rider on stream.
Or to try and rectify it and try and apologize for his mistake and explain why it happened and ensure that it was totally unintentional in their.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, 27 fucking hits to the head. Yeah. Maybe 2 out of 27 I might accept as an accident.
There wasn't meant to be any bad blood or anything. And he thought that he did accomplish.
I'm pretty sure this guy's younger than me, and I'm not trying to be like too critical, but I don't know. Wash your hair.
That, but clearly, Raja Jackson didn't actually think so. He was just acting. Raja Jackson was flexing his thespian skills here when he was pretending that everything.
To utterly whoop the shit out of him and send him to the hospital with, permanent brain damage.
Everything was okay.
Again, somebody that has done more for this country than this little shit twerp, fucking Nepo baby is ever gonna fucking accomplish.
Between those two, because what he was
again, love all these little fucking Nepo babies riding on the coattails of their fucking, parents, and then
actually doing was,
let's just sit here and praise that.
Plotting a premeditated assault on Psycho Stu. Again, that potential argument of self-defense, that has poofed away like Timmy Turner's fairy godparents. That ship sailed a long time ago because he didn't act in response to the threat. Like, after the beer can was crushed on his head, which, again, he wasn't expecting, and that can be dangerous, but he didn't, act in the heat of the moment to defend himself from that or anything. Instead, he let it marinate, let his rage bubble up, and then waited for his opportunity to get revenge later. There is no longer a possible case of self-defense here. Yes...
Charlie, what the fuck? The guy almost died.
He was wronged, but he didn't, try and defend himself from that threat or anything. He pretended to, move on from it with the guy who did it, and then waited to attack him later. And I think you can make a very strong case that it was attempted murder. At the very least, it is a premeditated assault, and based on the things he was saying...
The fact that it didn't happen in an octagon... And I love how his dad's just like, he didn't understand. He got in a ring and he got confused because he has CTE.
Leading up to it. And
great parenting skills, letting your kid get, brain damage to the point where before they're even in their fucking 20s.
Based on the behavior.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, I love parents that literally create the next generation of the dumbest sons of bitches ever.
Behavior in the ring when he was delivering 27-ish blows to an unconscious man's skull.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that everybody, any woman that ever gets involved with Raja, you might want to check on her.
I really think there is a strong argument to be made that he was in there doing that solely to try and kill him. All of this on stream, mind you, and you can even see him respond to the news that the guy that he just unloaded 27 punches on in the ring while he was unconscious is potentially flatlined.
Hello?
Hey, where the hell you at? I told you to double leg that motherfucker and start welding him. I just saw the video.
Shit pissed me off though, Andre.
I understand that, but now...
Well, Andre realized that he might be a fucking,
They can't wake the nigga up.
he literally might be an accessory to a crime.
He's fucking in the
Andre, if you know what's good for you there, cowboy hat wearing motherfucker, which, again, in wrestling, really, dude? Come on. Get a new gimmick.
being fucking flatlined, bro.
My
You
bad.
didn't have to do all that shit. I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to fucking take advantage.
That was no
I'll call you
accident.
back later.
No, No, he's literally a psychopath that doesn't understand boundaries, and he also has a little bit of nepotism because his daddy's always gotten him out of any other fucking problems he's ever been in.
This guy does not seem to care at all. This is a fucking monster right here. In response to hearing that the guy flatlined, he just says, "My bad." That's crazy. Kratos had more empathy for the people that he killed in very similar fashion, by the way, with like the unbelievable amount of blows to the head. But at least in Kratos' case, the people he was fighting, they were at least conscious.
No, it's almost like, but Kratos is a fucking fictional character!
All of these were
you fucking nonce!
Delivered to an
Sorry, I keep forgetting that that's the British term for pedo.
Conscious man. A man who never even saw this coming, by the way, because he stormed...
I did get confused one time because I thought that actually meant like, oh, you don't know anything. No, once I found that out, I was like, oh shit.
Into the ring, grabs him, and then slams him. So,
all right, you know nothing.
It wasn't even a fight, but he walks away feeling so fucking tough and accomplished about it, with no remorse at all for potentially killing this man.
Tell the motherfuckers playing with me, bro.
I'm telling you motherfuckers playing with me, bro. I'm telling you motherfuckers playing with me, bro. Why you gotta troll me, bro? Yeah, bro. Why you gotta troll me, bro? Fucking holy, not just, dude, your penis is this small. 'Cause seriously, just the amount of insecurity that must come with that.
Real shit.
Like, what the fuck? Where's this come from? Where's this come from? You're in the gym. You got your testosterone. Where's this coming from?
One of them little bitch.
Why are you such a little bitch? Why?
Some fucking bit me. I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me.
He didn't bite you. He didn't bite you. He hit you with a fucking fake ass beer can, you fucking bitch.
Shit.
You bitch ass bitch.
Think I'm always playing and shit.
Look at your bitch ass bitch.
Shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro.
Yeah, notice how Charlie's not bringing up Kick? Yeah, I did notice that.
At the end of the day,
it's almost like, yeah, I don't know. Does Charlie have a fucking possible future with Kick? I don't know.
I'm gonna stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
He's walking away from this with his chin held high, extremely proud of what's unfolded here. It seems like this might be the happiest moment of his life. The way that he is perceiving this is him standing up for himself. He is not able to have a grasp on the severity of what just happened here. He thinks that because the disrespect that he...
Also having integrity and actually being like, oh, if Kick ever came to me... Like, dude, if Kick came to me tomorrow right now, I hope you know this. They were like, we will give you $100K a year. I would have to turn that down.
In the day, he was entirely justified to potentially murder...
If it was with that fucking them, fuck that.
This man. And by the way, the wrestlers that were calling him a bitch, well, I imagine they were saying that because he's
a bitch.
Basically, sucker punched this guy potentially to death. The guy never even had a chance to fight back because he came into the ring when his back was turned, slammed him down, immediately knocking him unconscious. It wasn't even a fight, it was a surprise attack. So I imagine that's what he's referencing when it comes to the wrestlers like insulting him. And the one that bit him with everyone that was like getting on top of Raja to get him away.
Letter hack raid. No,
away from Psycho Stu on the ground because he was still going back.
Hope you guys had fun with the letter hack. Things are a little intense right now because I am not exactly thrilled with the state of the internet right now and what's going on with Kick. If you guys don't know what happened, a French streamer got killed on stream, and just today another guy got pounded in the head and just got beaten in the middle of a wrestling ring, and he's not arrested because he's Curtis Rampage Jackson's son with a Kick account.
To try and make sure he was...
Hate to say this, I'm not exactly a fan of Kick right now.
Dead, it seems. Now, in the
like, honestly, they have a lot to make up for here. Like, dude, 2 in 1 week. 2 in 1 week. Do you think that their PR department is not freaking the fuck out? Although, you know what? They probably aren't. We live in Donald Trump land. We literally live in the era where everybody forgets everything. Nobody ever has accountability for anything because they can just meme their way out of it like Destiny. The worst people ever will get away with the worst things ever. Ghislaine Maxwell's sitting in a cushy little fucking, spot in Texas. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Rest of the...
If you guys got faith and you guys got something Now's the time to fucking like put it into chat and let me know what you got. What's keeping you going here? Because this is messed up.
Clip here, one of the wrestlers from the event starts walking towards them, talking to them, trying to get them to stay, probably until police get there would be my guess. But he is talking to them and he is shit-talking, trying to goad him into staying. And he's like talking about like, I'll fight you right now. And then it's a back and forth. But Raja Jackson reiterates that he wants to fight more of them there. He wants to continue.
Why be a pacifist with this outlook?
To beat people within an inch.
It's honestly becoming harder and harder.
Inch of their life there. It's scary. I cannot imagine a world where he does not go to jail for this. I really can't. Rampage Jackson has tons and tons of money, sure. But I don't know if he's going to be able to...
Or more so the assumption that all of this will not be punished.
Outspend the attempted murder.
Because right now, what do I have to see? This guy's literally out.
Murder charges that his son just racked up here. Now, of course, I'm
just a small dono to Don and all's good. Yep.
I'm not a lawyer and I don't have like a magic crystal ball that I can ponder the orb of to see the future. But my guess would be that there will be attempted murder charges.
Yeah, I do have a feeling that he's definitely going to get arrested.
For this incident.
I will. I have to. I mean, it's on tape. The guy's obviously in a coma.
Because,
like,
I mean, I really think it's like.
But then again, French streamer dies on stream, on Kick. What's happening? Did any of those guys get arrested? No.
It feels like.
It happened on Friday. What day is it? Monday.
Like that's what the goal here was when Raja Jackson was delivering these blows. I mean, I think at bare minimum, you're getting some serious assault charges. Like no
kind of a risk with all guest fighters.
No matter what,
that promotion's like done. Like the WWE is not promoting them anymore. They don't want that smoke, and they were getting extra money from the WWE. And on top of it, because of the Kick angle, I don't think that they're going to have any more events.
I think he should be thrown in the slammer for this. This behavior is completely...
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Unacceptable. He knew exactly what he was doing. He even on stream states what he's about to do. And he clearly doesn't stop until he is pulled off and then still wants to keep going. All of these blows delivered to an unconscious man.
It's a dangerous profession if you're trying to actually like make the most money on it, because Kick encourages the dumbest people to watch the dumbest people and encourage their dumbest behaviors.
How could you possibly say this is anything other than him trying to kill him?
Why do you think Johnny Somali's literally in the position that he's in?
It's
because it was. Do you think? Oh yeah. It was definitely Kick, moderating their chat, making sure that Johnny didn't, take an extra dono or two to keep doing the fucking egregious bullshit that he was doing.
It's fucking
whatever.
Sickening. Now, like I said at the start of the video, I've recorded all of this pretty much immediately after it happened, so we still don't know how Psycho Stu is doing, if he's going to pull through from all of this or not. But by the time I post this video, I imagine we'll have some kind of update. So I'll go ahead and put that at the beginning of the video.
He's going to regret that tattoo.
But as of right now, fingers crossed that he pulls through. Like, yeah, he definitely did make a big mistake with the beer can thing, but I don't think it's...
I like being that old guy now, where it's just like, you're going to regret that. They're like, no, I won't. And then, 10 years later, it's blacked out.
Something that should have cost him his life here in this manner. This shit is unhinged. Anyway, that's really about it.
Yeah, sorry guys. Didn't mean to make this like such a heavy subject right off the bat, especially, with the letter hack raid, which again, appreciate you guys stopping by. Yeah. We just did about 2 hours where we started with what was going on with Destiny, and we somehow led here. And I can say my faith in the internet right now is not great. It's not great, guys. It's not great. On top of Trump doing all his stuff politically, and you just have these online platforms that seem to be encouraging the most egregious behaviors and rewarding them. And then we finally get to the point where it's like, you would think it should be the end, that would be the end game, where it's like, oh, someone died on stream? That's crazy. So you're telling me that platform got, taken off of the App Store, right? Oh, no, it didn't? Oh, the stream's still up? Oh. They're not in jail? Oh. Okay. Wait, what's this Raja guy? Oh, he's Curtis Rampage Jackson's son. He beat a wrestler half to death. Oh. He's in a coma. Oh. Cool. Is he arrested? No? Oh. And what's the common factor here, people? Degenerates somehow have become more empowered online lately. Oh, yeah. Greg. Yeah. No, that's why it kind of sucks. Like, to see what's getting rewarded and then... Fuck, I mean, I've been telling you guys, like, Twitch. Dude, I've gotten buried on Twitch. Just having politics and then, like, covering any leftist, platforms, it gets you buried. Especially as a newer streamer or, like, somebody that has, under the 1K. Oh, my God. They can't wait to bury you. But you know who they'll put up? A bunch of Russian bot accounts, Russian bot accounts. They'll do, every, little right-wing account. They'll platform the shit out of that. And then Kick, oh my God, quadruple that. Fuck, if you're a leftist on Kick, I feel bad for you. Like, honestly, I want to talk to Adrian Vixen and ask, like, how she's doing. But also, I would like to know, like, with all this shit that's going on, like, God, that's one of the, actually, like, I thought of her for a second there, where I was talking about, like, the people that had to move to Kick, because, like, she had to move to Kick because of what Twitch did. Twitch banned her for a Luigi meme. Or an emote. That's fucked up enough. But I don't know. Sorry, I had to dip out a while ago. Now, unfortunately, I have to bounce. Have a great stream, Pep and chat. Good night. Good night, Deke. Appreciate you. I guess they get enough support to stay aloft, i.e. Destiny, Ethan Klein. Ish. The thing is, Destiny and Ethan Klein are not supported by Kick yet. I mean, they've already made enough. They have fuck you money. Like, especially if they were, like, in any way smart with their money. Let's put it this way. If I make any amount of, decent income from this, which I'm already okay at, but start making that type of money, not going to see much of a difference outside of me just making sure that, like, my future is secure. Internet broadly, I guess. I mainly watch YouTube. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still trying to figure this one out because, I've only been streaming for not even a year. I've had other people tell me that maybe I should, like, do Kick because it's an extra source of revenue, but if this is what they're about, and, like, this is the shit that they're platforming, I'm sorry, morally, I cannot be part of that. Plain and simple. It was already a hard enough, like, sell with the XQC, the Johnny Somalis, the, the Aiden Rosses, the Jack Dohertys, they're all on Kick. The most egregious, annoying people. Jack Doherty's a fucking pimp. Not even allegedly. Like, he tried to be a fucking OF pimp. And then his girlfriend wised up and was like, oh, I can make way more money without you. And then he makes a bunch of videos. My girlfriend broke up with me because she figured out that she could make millions more without me, and I've been using her. Oh, I'm going to go and use this other girl that looks exactly like her. Oh, she's doing the same thing! But whatever, that's what gets the most attention. That's, honestly, whatever. The Nux Takis. You'll be judged by the friends you keep? Yeah. Well, that's why I keep this space. Oh, God. It does make me, like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, I'm sorry if this was a little bit more intense than the usual stream. I'm sorry that, like, I can't sit by and just be like, no, this is fucked. Like, this is fucked. Like, how? In how many years' time in, like, Streamland? We got from the point of TOS on Twitch, YouTube, and all these other places to the lawless land of Kick that now allows people to just die on stream. And this isn't alleged. I don't have to say alleged. It's happened. I've watched it happen. Like, I watched it happen with the French streamer. Will it be 2? I don't know. But I'll say this. I'm comfortable saying this as a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer. This is insane. And if anybody on Kick wants to explain how this is somehow okay, I'm here for it. I want to know, like, how you guys can justify this, because this is insane. Kick is our new Jerry Springer. A large portion of society will always crave depravity and immorality, unfortunately. Apparently. But depravity and immorality never took it to this degree. We had Jackass. You know, we had and, like, if you really were depraved, you had, what, the Faces of Death? But this is... I don't want to do this. Like, if this is what it is. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Also, where's
Greg Wright, $2.
Appreciate that. You know what? Hold on. The dog gets a treat for a $2 super chat, so that's important. I will be right back. Gotta find him. Okay, that was really funny. He's laying on the couch. Oh, that's funny. I walk in there and he's just like, I'm like, treats? He's like, Dog Cena. Yes, Dog Cena. Here, Stan. There he is. We'll give him one more. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that, man. That's the most important part. Oh, that's the thing. I'm not sure if you knew that, but yeah. Dog gets a treat for every $2 that's donated through Super Chats, so... really appreciate that, and yes, you're... He got 3. Shh, don't tell him. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. Cool. Man, I did not expect to be this upset about something with Kick and just overall, but especially knowing like what the TOS is, like here. Just makes you go, You judge Kick, but yet you let your chat make donations to make your dog fat. Jeez, I feel like you're a repentant man or something with like your contrarianism today. Make my dog fat. He's on a diet. So, that might help. Man, I still can't believe this. Like, This kick stuff is insane, and then you have Destiny on top of it. Like, what? If you took that seriously, we need to test you. No, come on. If this is approved by his vet, it is. It is. We figured out how many calories he should have and what he kind of burns off. So that's why the marrow treats are the big one. Now, if you want to make him fat, those are the $5 donations. Which, okay, you know what? Those are the ones where it's like, oh, it's a little more questionable. You know, the milk bones. They say they're okay. All right, guys. Coming into the back 2 minutes of stream here, so I'm gonna smoke with y'all and then kind of wrap up. So tomorrow, you know what's up. I'm gonna be on this space at 1 o'clock Eastern, noon Central. Dude, I always do that. I hate when I'm trying to just say hey, can you turn this on? And they're like, wait, did you just say the kitchen? It's like, did I? Like, yeah. Oh, I meant the bedroom. Oops. I know, I'm gonna be on at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 Central. It's been a fantastic stream. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, you know the hour. The hour's gonna be fun. Shit. I think I have my hour ready. If not, it's gonna be whatever. I'll figure it out. And then stream tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So hope you guys can make that as well. You guys know it's always fun. Real quick, I had somebody make fun of my Juul, which I kind of forgot that these were called Juuls. Just like, are you smoking a Juul? I'm like, I guess. And then they figured it out. That was pretty funny. They were just like, oh, right. Don't smoke, kids. Smoking's bad for you. Oh, I know what we're covering tomorrow. We got the Andrew Schultz. He takes an ethics test with Alex O'Connor. He's kind of like the new wave of new atheists, but it's a good one. Then Sagar debunks the Ghislaine Maxwell claims, which is also kind of fun. I hate to say, as much as I'm not a fan of our favorite, dweebus, who is Sagar and Jetty, yeah, it's kind of nice that occasionally he will do something that really throws MAGA into a tailspin, and just, they're like, oh, I thought I liked you, Sagar. I thought I liked Sagar too. Listen, I thought we were Diet Coke brothers. Diet Coke. It's my favorite. It's Sagar and Jetty's. He can never put it, with the label first, but occasionally. I believe Alex identifies as agnostic. Oh, really? Oh, is he? Oh, okay. I thought he was atheist. Get some sleep. This space tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you, LT. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, I gotta go eat. I still haven't eaten. So, gonna get a small meal in, and then I will see all of you guys at noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern. All right, guys. I appreciate you all hanging out tonight. Also, I really appreciate you guys hanging out through the little, bits of rants that I had going, because tonight was definitely a bit of a ranty night. But we also covered some pretty serious stuff, so if you guys did not catch the stream, check out the playback. There's some good stuff there. So I will catch you guys tomorrow. Love y'all.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.